Touchdown to Tiger Cats.
Welcome everyone to the second annual Free Agent Frenzy coverage of the 2026 free agency day. Now, we did have the tampering window, but that's come and gone. That was last week. So today we'll be discussing all of the rumors that were signed last week. We're going to take a look at all the free agents still out there. We're going to look at the coaching staff changes, the draft classes for the combine next month, the draft order. We're going to be looking at the roster, the Ticat roster predictions. We're going to look at what all the other teams are going to look like, as well as we have to share them some love as well. And then as of 12 o'clock today, we will be breaking the news of the rumored signings as announced and any other signings that happen, as well as of noon today, there will be anyone that has not been signed to a contract or anyone that is not signed to a contract by any team will then be free agents and signed anywhere as of 12 o'clock. So we are just under 4 hours away, but let's take a look first off at the quarterbacks who are still available. We have McLeod Bethel Thompson, who went 155 at completions for 243 yards, 63.8%, 1,746 yards, 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions for 11 carries and 62 yards and no rushing touchdowns. Next up, we don't know if he'll be playing this year or not. Next up is Chris Streveler. He played a full season. He had 93 of 146 in passing, 63.7%, 1,103 yards, 6 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 68 carries for 301 yards and 9 touchdowns. Next up, we have Jeremiah Mazzoli. Now, Jeremiah Mazzoli, is up there in age with McLeod Bethel Thompson. Chances are, I don't think Jeremiah Mazzoli will come back, but hey, you never know what may happen today or this offseason. He went 48 for 83 for 57.8 yards completion for 538, or it was 57.8% completion percent, 538 yards, 2 touchdowns, 6 interceptions for 16 carries, 26 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Next on the list is Trey Adams, who was with Ottawa this past season. He only played 8 games this past season. He went 36 for 58 in throwing, 62.1% in completion, 405 yards, 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 10 carries for 35 yards, and 0 touchdowns. Then we have Caleb Evans, who's, still up there, still young. He played 10 games. He went 20 for 29, 69%, 207 yards, 1 touchdown before he got injured. Also had 19 carries for 50 yards and 2 touchdowns. After that, we have Cameron Duke, 27 years old, an American who played for Montreal. He had 3 games. He went 1 for 100%, 8 yards. That's all he saw. And then Shea Patterson, who is 28 years old, didn't have any throwing, but he had 8 carries for 20 yards and 6 touchdowns. Next up, we have the running backs. Let's just check this. Okay, that's all good. We have leading the way top via yardage is William Stanback. 17 games, 147 carries, 698 yards 4.7 on average for 4 touchdowns, 51 targets, 36 receptions, 278 yards, 1 touchdown. Next one up, also from Montreal, Sean Thomas-Erlington had 88 carries for 386 yards, 2 touchdowns, 16 targets, 9 receptions, 68 yards, and 1 touchdown. Wyon Williams, who had some time with Toronto last year, had 21 carries for 102 yards, no touchdowns, but also had 16 receptions for 90 yards and no touchdowns. Kalen LeBron had 18 carries for 58 yards in 5 games, 1 touchdown, no receptions. Felix Gauthier only had 4 targets for 4 receptions and 34 yards as a fullback with Toronto. Kevin Brown didn't see any action. And then I'm pretty sure William is back with Calgary. Just let me just fact check that while that loads up. And then Walter Fletcher still free agent. He didn't play last year. He was released beginning of the offseason. He was still on the roster for Montreal last year, but even though he didn't play, I'm not sure if he was injured. No, he is not a free agent, so I have to add him to Calgary. Was he? He was their fullback, so he didn't really get anything last year. It was more blocking, so we'll add him here. I'd have to look up later to see what his contract is for the upcoming season, but we can take that off and remove that and move Walter Fletcher up. Starting with the wide receivers, the top one still available is Dominic Grimes. He had 50 receptions out of 94 catches for 886 yards, 6 touchdowns. So he's the top receiver on the list today, followed by Braylon Addison. He went 72 for 101, 825 yards, 3 touchdowns. So he can still play. Curly Gittens Jr., who's one of my favorite receivers that's still about, like, he's not my favorite, but one that's still on the chart that I hope Hamilton signs this offseason. If we don't, but he's one that I wish we would sign. He's 57 for 88 in receptions, 820 yards, 7 touchdowns. He's a national. Kedrick Wheatfall, he's one that I'm shocked that he's not signed yet. He's 42 for 73, 655 yards and 4 touchdowns. Charleston Rambo, 26. He's 54 for 86, 585 yards, and he had 3 touchdowns. Stephen Dunbar. Every time Stephen Dunbar was in Hamilton, he always had 1,000-yard receiving. Anytime that he left Hamilton, he'd always have down seasons, so I'm not sure what that's all about. He had 44 of 63 for receptions, 511 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Next up is Tavares Daniels. His father is actually the D-line's coach for Ottawa, so it'll be interesting to see where he goes. He's 30 for 48. That's not bad percentage. So he missed 18 catches. We have 408 yards and 3 touchdowns for Tavares Daniels. Arkell Smith from Edmonton, he's 37 of 42. Only missed 5 passes. He is one that probably doesn't miss a lot of passes. for 402 yards. However, he didn't have any touchdowns last year, so hopefully, whatever team signed him, he can get some touchdowns and bring them some yards and receptions. Next up is Shamar Bridges. 2 seasons ago, he had 1,000 yards with Hamilton. He didn't have much last year with the arrival of Kenny Lawler last year, and then Tim White, and then Keandre Smith stepping up last year. He went 34 for 51 for 361 yards and 2 touchdowns. Dalton Jones next up was with Winnipeg last year. Spent the last two seasons on injured reserve list. Rumors are that he won't be playing till the fall, so he had 22 of 34, 255 yards and 2 touchdowns. Makes you wonder if there's still something there that teams might be seeing. After that, we have Mitchell Picton, little gritty receiver for Saskatchewan, 30 years old. If you're looking for, that W4 or WR4, WR5, 20 of 29, 226 yards. He didn't get any touchdowns last year, but you know what? Sometimes those depth receivers, you just need them to catch the odd pass. So, I'm sure he's still going to be useful for someone out there. Next up is Dylan Mitchell. He played for Winnipeg last year. He went 9 games, 19 of 21 for receiving, 193 yards, 1 touchdown. Again, like Picton, he could be that, 4 or 5 receiver, just to, catch the odd catch, whenever he's open, just to get him out there. We have Sean Bain Jr., who was on the injured reserve list, but when he is not on the injured reserve list, he is a top receiver. I wouldn't say, 1,000-yard receiver, but he can get up there in the 700-800 yard. 1 second. He can get up there in the 800-yard reception or yard area. He only played 4 games this past season for 4 of 7 reception, 28 yards. So hopefully, he can get healthy this year. I don't know what his status for the upcoming season is, but hopefully, if anyone signs him, they can get some use out of him. Next up is Cody Chase. Cody Chase was a depth receiver, didn't get much playing time in Winnipeg last year. He only played 2 games. He went 2 for 5, 10 yards, 1 touchdown. He's probably your 5-6 receiver, or even PR receiver. Cam Echoes. He's one that kind of fell off the charts for me. He was a starter in Calgary a few years ago. He was, up there in yards. Last year he didn't play all that much. He only played 1 game. He went 2 for 4, 9 yards, and had no touchdowns. Next up is Luther Hakunavanhu. 17 games, 1 for 3 reception, 5 yards. This one really is interesting because he did well with Calgary. He did when he was with us. He caught some passes with us, more than 9 yards. So maybe teams give him a chance this year and throw him more yards. Drew Wolodarski, he was brought in last season by the late Ted Gavea. I don't know what to think of this one because he was injured most of last season. He only got into 2 games. They didn't even throw to him. So I don't know what the plans are with him for this upcoming season. If he's just going to call it a career, or if someone actually gives him a shot. We have Malik Henry, who was injured the last few years. I forget what type of injury he had, but it took him 2 full seasons to get healthy. He says that he's going to be ready to play this year, so we'll see how well that goes. And then Mario Alford, I just put that he did not play receiver. He did play last year, he just didn't play receiver because he was returning most of the season. Next up, we have the offensive line. CFL doesn't have any stats. For the offensive line, but I'll still go through them anyways. So we have Brett Boyko, Gregor McKellar, David Canavel, Jacob Ruby, Eric Starzala. So the first 2 were with Edmonton. Those 3 were with Ottawa last year. We have Josh Coker and Kyle Sexlid that were with Calgary. David Foucault with BC. Brandon Knoll, Trevon Tate, Noah Zar, and then I think did Noah. I just want to double check. Okay, Noah Zar did not reset it with them. Okay. Noah Zar, Philip Gagne, who was with Montreal before he signed with Montreal last year, and Sean McEwen, who's with Saskatchewan last year. And then Darius Sirocco, Dylan Giffen, Shane Richards, Ryan Sauvere were all with Toronto. And then Jamar McGloster and Landon Rice were with Montreal. Moving on to the defensive line, we have Anthony Lanier, who is with Toronto, defensive tackle. 30 defensive tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. We had Lorenzo Malden, who was with Ottawa to start the season last year before he was traded to Calgary. He's a defensive end, 26 yards, 2 tackles for loss, 2 sacks. Nigel Romick, national. He was also with Ottawa last year, defensive end. 16 defensive tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 4 sacks in 17 games. Shane Ray, former NFLer that came up north. He's an American defensive end. He had a down year. Well, I wouldn't really say down year. Just I would have thought he would have had more tackles. He had 14. 2 tackles for loss and 5 sacks and 1 forced fumble. So I'm sure there's still some in the tank for him. We also have Jimin Pelly, 27, was with Toronto, defensive tackle. 12 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, and 1 forced fumble. Aiden John, national, with Ottawa. 12 total tackles, which is 1 defense tackle, 11 special teams, so he is more of the special teams player. Just before I go on to the next player, just if people are watching, nationals are Canadians and A's are Americans, just so that people are aware. We have Aiden John, who's a national from Ottawa. I wasn't able to find out if he was a defensive end or a defensive tackle. He had... Oh, I just read that one. Never mind. Jamal Woods, American from Winnipeg. He was a defensive tackle. He had 4 games, 10 defensive tackles. Justin Sambu, national from Calgary, had 8 games, 10 defensive tackles, 4 sacks. So, there might be something there that you could use. Cleston Haba, American 26, he played with Toronto. He's not from Toronto, but he did play for Toronto last year. He had 6 tackles, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble in 10 games. Brian Cox, who suffered an injury in warm-up, I think it was game 1. It was a non-contact injury, so he spent all of last season on the injury list. So he didn't play at all last year. I have how about twice on here for some reason. I didn't even realize that. So let's fix that. Let's move these up. So next up we have Joseph Wallace. Oops, that's not what I want. We want to that. So we have Joseph Wallace, and he had, just give me 1 second. There we go. 3 games, 3 defensive tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Ricky Carrera, 23. So he's still very young. He's an American. 11 total tackles in 10 games. Devontae Knight and Charbel the Bear didn't find anything on them, so they're probably PR depth defense lines. Next up is the linebacker group. I will just put it this way. I am quite shocked that there are no one signs Michael Otway during the tampering window. With the amount of tackles he can put up in a season, it would not shock me that a team came signing him today at some point. He's an American, 31. Even though I can be neutral for today, I still wish that Ticats would have signed him for the weak side linebacker. Again, who knows what today's going to bring. He did have an outstanding season. He had 117 total tackles, 114 of those were defense tackles. He had 3 special teams, 1 tackle for loss, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. The next one on the list for the linebackers is Javon Santos-Knox with Ottawa. He had 80 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and an interception. He was with Ottawa. Devon Taylor, American with Ottawa. He had 31 tackles. 23 of them were defensive tackles. 8 were with special teams, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble in 11 games. We had Shane Gauthier, national with Winnipeg. 15 tackles, which 8 of them were defensive tackles, 7 were special teams in 18 games. Tyron VD, global player. So global is non-American or Canadian. That's from Europe. We have a global draft, which each team drafts twice. He played with Ottawa last year. He had 15 tackles. 2 of them were defensive tackles. 13 was special teams. So he's a special team specialist. And 1 forced fumble in 15 games. We have Frankie Griffin, American from Ottawa, 14 tackles. 12 of them were defensive tackles, 2 special teams, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 forced fumble in 5 games. Adam Bighill, 37 years old, so you might still have a little bit left in the tank. He only played 6 games last year. 13 tackles, 12 defensive tackles, 1 special teams tackle. Jonathan Jones for Ottawa. He had 12 defensive tackles, 6 total, and 6 on special teams, and 1 quarterback sack. Josiah Shekel, national, Edmonton. 9 defensive tackles, of which 1 was defensive tackle and 8 were special teams. You have Adam Leclerc, national, 29 years of age with BC. 8 total tackles, 1 defensive tackle, 7 special teams. Jordan Herdman Reed, 31 with Toronto. He had 5 defensive tackles in 7 games. CJ Avery was injured most of last season. He had 4 total tackles in 1 game. Les Maru, global player for Ottawa, 2 tackles in 3 games. Maxim Royer, which I'm. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought he did. He's a global player, 31 with BC, 2 total tackles with BC in 8 games. Stephen Smith, who is recently released by Toronto, national player, 24 years of age, so he still has a lot of football left in him. 2 total tackles, 7 games. He is probably, the third, fourth line linebacker on Toronto, or even like on the one game type thing. Justin Herdman Reed, which is the twin brother of Jordan. Justin played with Calgary last year. Gary Johnson Jr. played with Calgary last year, and then Enoch Makonzo signed with Winnipeg, but did not play last season. Next up is the DB group, led by Ronald Kent Jr., 26 with BC, 46 total tackles, 45 defense, 1 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 1 interception, and 1 forced fumble. Brendan Dozier, American, 32, played for Toronto. 9 games, 45 defensive tackles, which of those 45, 40 were defense, 5 were special teams. Then you have DeAndre Lamont, American, that was with Ottawa last year, 42 tackles. I think this should be 40, and this was 2. And 1 interception. Darius Bratton, who was released by Toronto, American, 28. So he probably still has some tread left. 16 games, 37 defensive tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Jamal Parker, American, played with Winnipeg last year, 36 defensive tackles, 1 interception, 2 fumble recoveries in 11 games. Tyler Richardson, Calgary, 6 games played, 34 total tackles, 33 defense, 1 special teams. Dexter Lawson Jr., who started his career with Hamilton for 2 years before going to Calgary, or Winnipeg, sorry. He had 10 games, 31 defensive tackles. Terrell Bonds, American, also with Winnipeg, 20 defensive tackles in 8 games. We have Jalen Edwards Cooper. So, this is why I always say, until pen to paper, you still don't know what where players are going to go, because Jalen Cooper was supposed to sign with BC last year. He failed his Saskatchewan. He failed his physical, and then he ended up not signing the contract because he failed his physical. So then later on in the season, after he passed his physical, he ended up playing for BC. So today, players are going to be going for their physicals and then going to be signing the dotted lines. So that's why anything under the rumor tabs that we have, which we'll be going over next after this, are not official until 12 o'clock, and then we will be breaking them as they are announced. He had 18 total tackles for 1 tackle for loss in 8 games. Next up is Deontay Evans, an American with Montreal. He had 18 tackles, 1 tackle for loss in 9 games. We have Nick Hallett, 14 games played, 11 tackles, 2 defensive tackles, 9 tackles on special teams, and 1 forced fumble. We have John Ruffin, which was 8 games played, 11 tackles. Justin Howell, Nationals, he was 6 games played, 8 total tackles. Patrick Burke Jr., who was a draft pick 3 years ago, depending on if Hamilton decides to resign him or not. will determine if we go and bring him back or not. He had 6 defensive tackles, or 6 total tackles, 1 defense, 5 special teams. So he's more of a special teams player. In 16 games, so he really only missed 2, which were the bye weeks. Oh no, because that would make it 21. So he only missed 2 games out of lineup last year. We had Kevin George Jr., former Ticat, that went to Toronto. He only played 2 games last year because he got injured earlier in the season. He had 3 defensive tackles. Simeon Bagago didn't play for Hamilton last year. Will Sutherland did not play for Toronto. And Kay Gray did not play for Edmonton. Before I go on to specialists, I just want to let everyone know that I'm repping the new Winton McManus jersey that I plan to get him to sign tomorrow. So if you're in the Hamilton area between 5:30 and 7 tomorrow evening, head down to the Ticat store, and Trey Ford and Winton McManus, who were signed by Hamilton after being released by their former clubs, will be signing autographs between 5:30 and 7 p.m. tomorrow at the Ticat store. Next up, we have special teams players. We have Aaron Crawford from Calgary, Kyle Nelson from BC, Cody Grace was a punter, not a long snapper, and Jorgen Huss was a long snapper. Richie Leone was a punter in Ottawa, and then Brett Lothar, who was released from Saskatchewan, is a national kicker. So I'm curious to see if he even has anything left in tank. But we'll soon find out later on today. So with that, we've gone through all of the players that are still free agents out there. We're going to start with the far east, work our way west, because people out west are still in bed sleeping. So we are going to go and start with, actually, no, let's move these over here. So we're going to start with Montreal. We're going to go to Ottawa, Toronto, Hamilton, Winnipeg. We want to move this over here. Saskatchewan, Edmonton, Calgary, and then BC. Then we'll be looking at the coaching staffs that some of them haven't been confirmed yet, but we'll still use what information we do know. We have the draft order that will go through, our Ticat roster predictions, and then we also have the draft combined rosters that were released that we're going to take a look at as well. We also have some guests that will be joining us at some time today, as they are available. So let's start with the Montreal rumors. So the rumors are the contracts that the handshake deals that they had with players during the tampering window. Last week. So it went from the February 1st to this past Sunday. They had a full week, and then their teams have up until 12 today to match any offers that players might have gotten. And then as of 12 o'clock today, you're either signing those deals or you're becoming free agents. So we'll see where that goes. But let's take a look at the rumors for Montreal. So we have Dustin Crum from Ottawa, who's 26. He's an American, rumored to be 1 year. He had 166 for 234 yards. He was the backup in Ottawa last year. 70.9% completion, 1,771 yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and then he had 78 carries for 429 yards and 11 touchdowns. So you can bet he'll be their short yard running back, both on the field and at the goal line. You have Jarrett Stearns, American from Winnipeg. Well, American, but he played with Winnipeg last year. That's also a 1-year deal, rumored. 14 games played. He went 48 for 70 with receiving. He also had 530 yards, 173 yards after catch, average of 11, longest was 28, and he also had 4 touchdowns. Devontae Dedman only played 8 games last year. He was 1 for 1 in receiving for -2 yards. He's more of a returner than he is wide receiver, so he will be replacing Justin Letcher Jr. as the receiver. And that's it for Montreal. But we will take a look at Montreal's roster because there are some changes that has happened. So let's take a look at their roster. So, Davis Alexander, he played 8 games, 158 completions for 218 attempts, 72.5 completions, 2,024 yards, 10 touchdowns, 3 interceptions for 21 carries, and 110 rushing yards for 1 touchdown. So he's their only quarterback right now until Dustin Crum signs that has CFL experience. CJ Perry, James Morgan played last year. I just forgot to enter in the stats. So I know James Morgan played last year. He didn't do very well last year, but he did play last year. Anthony Brown and Dresser Wynn were both signed yesterday. They're for 2 years. Then for running backs, we have Stevie Scott III. He played 10 games last year. 86 carries, 418 yards, 4.9 on average. 19 was his longest rush for 1 touchdown. He had 9 rushes for over 10 yards, and he had 18 targets for 15 receptions for 116 yards and 0 touchdowns. Next up is Travis Thice. He's still signed for another 2 years. He has 70 carries, 365 yards, 5.2 on average. 32 is his longest. 10 rushes, over 10 yards. 1 was over 20. He went 19 for 26 in receptions, 162 yards. Remember, Sean Thomas Erlington was their 3rd running back, but they didn't re-sign him, so they're actually going with 2 this year instead of 3. They're both under 26, so they're both fairly young. You have Aaron Shamklin, who's going to be coming into camp, and I apologize if I butcher this first name. Conley, he's going to be coming into camp, and then Regis Balasu. Apologize if I butcher the last name. He's 32 national. He's going to be coming back for this year. So this is where the interesting things come in. So you have Cole Speaker, 54 of 76, 609 yards, 4 touchdowns. You have Tyson Philpott, who had 61 of 99 receptions, 804 yards, 5 touchdowns. Tyler Sneed, 1,129 yards, 4 touchdowns. So those are the top 3 receivers. Cole Speaker is signed for 2026. Tyson Philpott's going to be making $275,000 for 2026, but he signed for 2027. Tyler Sneed, I got to get updated numbers for his contract, but he's signed for 2026. Daniel Ola Joe. He was drafted in 2023 draft. He did not play last year. Deadman, we already spoke about. Hakeem Harris did not play last year. Alexander, but he's back for this year. Alexander Hollins re-signed for this year. 8 for 20, 163 yards to no touchdowns. This is a shocking one because Alexander Hollins with BC, when he played for BC, he had 800 to 1,000 yard receiver. Now that he's come to Montreal and he's not getting as many passes, I don't know, not playing as many games, he has to be the biggest regression I've seen this past season with only catching 8 of 20. That is not a good look. We also have Austin Watkins, Isaac Galliard, Etz, Tariq Owens, who is Terrell Owens, former NFL receiver Terrell Owens' son. We also have Phillip Brooks, who was with Hamilton either last year or the year before that, as our receiver while Widdens Jr. was injured. And then they also have DeMar Blanc, an American signed for 2027. So the ones that are blank, I don't know how long their terms are, so I just left them as blank. I'm sure these guys are signed. I just haven't found out how long their term is yet, so I just put camp. So going back to the receivers, so the big elephant in the room is no Austin Mack. He was released after signing a 4-year deal before last season. So he has a new team, which we will get into later on today. But it'll be interesting to see with Jared Stearns, Cole Speaker, Tyson Philpott, and Tyler Snead, and Alexander Hollins, those 5 receivers, where they go from there. For the offensive lines, we have Nick Callender, Jesse Gibbon, Justin Lawrence, Hogan Saidon. We also have Pierre-Olivier Lestage, who actually signed a 3-year deal this offseason. He's going to be making $240,000 in 26, $250,000 in 27, and $260,000 in 28. He's not the highest paid offensive line that's national, but he's one of them. Tyler Shanks, who was drafted last year, is back for another year, and Donald Verdelli. Again, we don't have any stats for offensive lines, so that's why there's no stats listed. But I still want to make sure that we show the offensive line players some love and mentioning them. We also have Isaac Anemi Berglund, who signed for this year. He's national 28, 30 total tackles, 1 special teams tackle, 1 tackle for loss, 11 sacks, and 2 fumble recoveries. Mustafa Johnson, American 25. I'm pretty sure he's still signed for this year, which I have to get that updated. 7 games played, 9 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, and a forced fumble. Joshua Archibald, national 27. Played 12 games, had 19 total tackles, 10 defense, 9 special teams, and 2 quarterback sacks, and a forced fumble. Sean Lemon, I believe. Let me just fact check this because we always like to make sure things are accurate. Sean Lemon is a free agent, so he should be over on the free agent list. So give me 1 second. This is why we double check things, to make sure that things are 100% accurate. I'm just going to move this to over here. Delete that. Is it defensive end. Wait. No, I think he's a defensive tackle, I'm pretty sure. And we just need to find this. Add there. So we update things on the fly. So I'll delete that. And move this up. And then delete this row. So Philip Lemieux, Cardinal, National 28, 10 games played, 2 tackles. Corey Roberson Jr., American 24, so he's still fairly young. 7 games played, 8 defensive tackles. Lawal Ugadik, National 25, 18 games played, 29 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 3 sacks, 1 interception, and 1 forced fumble. Then we have, so these are all Americans or players that were brought up from, or that were signed outside of last season. So the next 4 players have not played in the CFL yet. One is Gabriel Mason Avenue. We have, apologize ahead of time on these names, Chid Ozi Nakwano, Bryce Giddis, and David Perales. They're all defensive lines from Montreal coming into camp. Again, no contracts are guaranteed, so these guys may only make rookie camp and get cut, or they may make it past rookie camp and make it to main camp. Next up is linebackers. We have Trace Beverett, American 30 years of age. He signed for this season. 90 tackles, 83 defensive, 7 special teams, 1 tackle for loss, 7 quarterback sacks, 4 interceptions, and 4 forced fumbles. Jeffrey Canton Arku, National 26, drafted in 2024's rookie draft. This is his contract year on his rookie deal. He has 44 defensive tackles, 38 defense, so 44 total tackles, 6 special teams, 1 tackle for loss, 4 quarterback sacks, 1 interception, 3 forced fumbles, and 1 fumble recovery. Tyrell Richards, 26, National. He was re-signed this year. I just haven't updated that. He had 38 tackles, 8 total defensive tackles, 30 special teams, so he's a big player on special teams. Alex Gagne, 33, National. He's signed for this year. He's 25 total tackles and 25 special teams tackles. Give me one moment. Thanks, Rich. Rich said Rick knows that. Yeah, because I had to blow my nose off camera and I just forgot to turn it on. So let's go to that. Dylan Wynn. So he's gone to. I don't know if he started in. I think he started in Toronto, then went to. No, he went from Hamilton to Toronto to Ottawa, or was it Toronto, Hamilton, Ottawa, Montreal? It was one of those. 20 total tackles, 20 defensive tackles, one tackle for loss. So we don't have either terms on those ones. We have Brian Cole II, American, was with Hamilton last year. That's rumored to be a 1-year deal. 22 total tackles, 3 defensive tackles, 19 special teams. So he's a big player on special teams. 1 forced fumble. AJ Allen, national from Saskatchewan, born in Burlington, so he's a Ontario native. That's rumored to be a 2-year deal. No dollar amount on that one. 91 total tackles, 87 defensive tackles, 4 special teams, 3 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback sacks, and 3 interceptions to go along with 3 forced fumbles. Michael Bourquois, national, played with Edmonton last year, 6 games played, 1 total tackle. Scott Hutter, national, played with Montreal, 8 games played, 8 total tackles, 1 defensive tackle, 7 special teams, so another special teams specialist. We have Demario Houston, American, who played for Winnipeg last year. 5 games played, 17 total tackles for 17 defensive tackles. And then CJ Rivas, American, Saskatchewan, 1 year, 17 games played, 61 total tackles for 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, 1 interception, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery. So let's go take a look at Ottawa's roster. Drew Brown is the only quarterback right now with CFL experience until Jake Mayer is signed, or if Jake Mayer even passes his physical, because players have to pass their physical before they sign their contract. So he'll make minimum he'll make $462,500, but I'm pretty sure that's lower than that because he restructured his deal this offseason. So I gotta find out what his new numbers are. He went 196 for 274 for throwing, 71.5 completions, 2,389 yards, 14 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Daniel Adnaboye played last season. I just forgot to get his numbers. So there's him and Greg Bell for the running backs. Chances are they're probably going to be going with Greg Bell as starter, Daniel Adnaboye as a backup, and splitting the workload. Elijah Collins, and then Anthony Goslin and Jaquaz Stewart will be the other running backs / fullbacks coming into camp. With wide receivers, we have Eugene Lewis, 32 years of age, an American. He's going to be making $239,000 this year. He signed on for an extra year this offseason. He had 75 of 121 for receptions, 1,012 yards, 381 yards after catch, average of 13, 54 was as long as 6 touchdowns, 3 catches over 30 yards. Cal Pimpleton, 27. He's an American, so this is his 1+1 option, which is if you're an American, you come up from the States, you get a 1+1 option, which is basically you sign 1 year plus team option. So the team took his option for this year. He had 68 for 85, 722 yards, 1 touchdown, 40 catches over 30 yards, 3 carries, and 12 yards with no rushing touchdowns. We have Keelan White, who is 24, national. The reason why he has 2 years plus option is because he has, that's what rookies are given out of the CFL draft. So he signed a 3-year deal last year. His first year in the CFL, he has 46 for 67 for 482 yards, 2 touchdowns. Marco Dubois, who's their fullback, or not really fullback. He can play fullback, but he plays fullback receiver. 31 years of age, national. 2 of 3 for 38 yards, no touchdowns. Andrew Miller, who's also on his contract year of 1+1 option for 2026. Only played 4 games last year, 17 or 12 for 17, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns. Had 4 carries, 0 yards. Nick Marner, 26 years old, did not play last year. He was injured all of last season. Ethan Jordan was drafted in the 2025 draft, went back to school last year, had an outstanding season with Laurier, and signed this offseason, so that's why his contract is 2028. And then Latrell Jones, Robert Lewis, Sam Shinnie, and Cald McDonald are all players that were signed this offseason for camp. Then you have Justin Hardy, $210,000 he's going to be making for this year. 78 of 116, 1,019 yards, 305 yards after catch, 13.1 on average. 40 was his longest, 8 touchdowns, 2 catches over 30 yards, 3 carries for 18 yards. For their offensive line, we have Drew Desjardins, Zach Palhos, Peter Gobbard, Samuel Carson, DJ Jones, Dino Boyd, Darius Bladick, and Norden Norelli, global player 25. I gotta fix this. And we can bump this up. So we have Bryce Carter, 27 years of age. He's an American contract year, 35 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. Mufta Adjili, 22 years of age, so he's fairly green. National, he's signed for the 2026 season. 12 games played, 15 tackles, 2 quarterback sacks. Daniel Okapoko, 25 years of age, national. Drafted in the 2024 draft, so this is the end of his rookie deal this year. After the season, he'll have to be re-signed. 12 total tackles, 1 quarterback sack. Clayton Lang, national 2026. It says contract year, 6 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback sack, and 1 forced or 1 fumble recovery in 11 games. Jesse Knight and Chase McEwen did not play this year. They're camp players. Jake Wakefield is back for another season. He had 24 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 3 sacks. Agent John, I had him on the free agent list. I just want to fact check this. Agent John was extended, so he's actually not a free agent. So I gotta take him off the free agent list. This is why we double check things. 2026 and no, we don't want to strike it. Reset. Gotta take that out. And reset that and unfold that. Anton Jusai didn't play last year. Josh Perry didn't play last year. Blessem Tala, defense tackle, global player, just re-signed. I still got to find the terms on that, as it was not listed. He had 24 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 3 quarterback sacks. And then Jordan Smith was just announced yesterday. He has 27. He's signed for the 2027 season. For the linebackers, we have Jaden Griffith, 23 years old, national player. He'll be back this year. He had 6 total tackles. Zachary Fillon, 26 years of age. National player, 3 games played, 2 total tackles, 2 special teams. Niles Morgan came over with a trade with Edmonton. He's an American player, 29 years of age, signed for this year. 53 total tackles and 1 forced fumble and 1 fumble recovery. James Peter, 26 years of age. He's a Canadian contract here. 24 total tackles, 5 defensive tackles, 19 special teams. So he's a big on special teams. And Jamie Petway, 24 years of age. He's an American. He was not in the CFL last year, so he'll be a new player this year. We have for DBs, we have CJ Cadone, 27 years of age, an American, 26, signed for the 2026 season. 56 total tackles, 1 special teams tackle to make up the 56, 4 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble. Martin Melton also started with Hamilton, went to Toronto, now with Ottawa. 30 total tackles, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble. Cameron Lockridge did not play last year or just signed this offseason. American, 26. Elijah McGee, pretty sure he is. Was he not with? Pretty sure he's with Winnipeg, if I'm not mistaken. Because I have him on Winnipeg, no? Where does CFL have him? Okay, so he is with. Oh, I don't know why I thought he was with Winnipeg. Okay, I will have to get that updated. He had 25 total tackles, 3 special teams tackles, and 1 interception. Shakur Brown, 26, American, 4 games played, 17 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Gavin Heslop, 3 total tackles and 1 tackle for loss. Just bear with me 1 moment. We have Eric Cumberbatch, 2 defensive tackles last year. Charlie Ringland did not play last year. He was signed this offseason. Alonzo Addy, 1 game, 1 tackle. King Ambers was signed this offseason for a 2-year deal. He's 26, national player. Lucas Cormier, 10 games played, 40 total tackles, 32 defense, 8 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, 1 interception. Aiden Fry, I think, was signed this offseason. The name sounds familiar. Him and Amari Anderson, I believe, played last year. I just forgot to enter them in. And then Bennett Williams is signed for this year. 9 games played, 26 total tackles, 17 defensive tackles, 26 total, 17 defense, 9 special teams, 1 tackle for loss, and 2 forced fumbles. We have Lewis Ward as their kicker, signed for 2027. Noah Getman was one of the punters last year, is 24. Richie Leone was released. He's one of their punters, so he will not be back. And then Pendleton had their punt returns and kickoff returns last season. Next up, we're going to go toward up north or down south. We're going to go to Toronto. We're going to start with the Toronto Argonaut rumors. So Toronto's only signed 3 players during the negotiation windows that were with other teams that were not released. We're going to start with Jonathan Kongbo, national defensive end that played with Edmonton. For those that don't remember, he was known for his drama that he started with the team a few years ago in BC. With not getting playing time, he made a big stink about it. They released him, they traded him to Hamilton, and then he played a year or 2 with Hamilton, and then got released and signed with Edmonton. He had 6 total tackles last year, 4 quarterback sacks in 16 games. So he's going to be joining the double blue defensive line. Robert Priester comes back from Ottawa, who was with Toronto before he went to Ottawa. It's on a 1-year deal. 30 total tackles, 20 defensive tackles, three special teams tackles, 2 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble. And also coming back to the double blue after joining Hamilton for a season or 2 is Deshaun Amos. He's an American. 45 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 5 interceptions, and 2 fumble recoveries. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything yet for re-signings or anything like that. Let's take a look at the Toronto news, or Toronto roster, I should say. Just want to make sure that this is still. Oops, no, we want to be able to view it on screen. We have leading the way with his contract here. We have Chad Kelly. Broke his leg in the 25 playoffs, so he didn't play at all last season. Leading the way in quarterbacks last year was Nick Arbuckle, 32, also a contract year. He played 15 games. He went 365 for 504, 72.4 completions, 4,370 yards, 26 touchdowns, 15 interceptions for 45 carries, 161 rushing yards for 2 rushing touchdowns. After him is Jarrett Doge, 28 years old, American, also contract year. 18 games played, 97 for 142, 68.3%. We have 905 yards, passing, 4 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 9 carries for 9 yards, and 1 touchdown. We have Max Duggan. That's 1. I believe it's 1G. I could be wrong. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. That's my device. Can pull it up faster. She is 2Gs. Okay, I just want to make sure. Oh, but there's no N. That's why it looked different. That's why it looked weird for a second. So then we have Max Duggan, 24 years of age. He's an American. This is his contract year. 3 games played, 13 of 17 for 76.5%, 109 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, 6 carries for 46 yards, no rushing touchdowns. Tucker Horn, 26, American. I'm pretty sure this is his contract year as well. He went 8 for 13, 61.5 yards, 53 yards for 1 interception. So it's interesting to see that they have 5 quarterbacks. I assume 1 will get released and 1 will go on the practice roster. Now, depending on who they put on the practice roster, keep in mind players from other teams can still sign practice roster players. So you may need to get a good look at each player, because if I can tell you, if Max Duggan or Tucker Horn get put on the practice roster, some team's going to swipe them up. So Jarrett Doge may end up released. Matt Duggan or Horn might be the 3rd string, and then the other one will be put on the 1 game. You have Spencer Brown, 9 games played, 74 carries, 314 yards, 1 touchdown. He had 42 of 50 targets for 290 yards, receiving 1 touchdown. J-Ron Mitchell, 26, did not play last year. Peyton Logan spent time with Winnipeg last year. He had 1 carry for -2 yards. He only played 3 games. Sam Hicks is brought in for camp reasons. Moving on to the wide receivers, we have Kevin Mattal in his 2nd year of a 3-year deal. Or last year, I'd have to look up. I think he's only been there for 2 years, so he still has 1 more year, if I'm not mistaken. We have 18 games, 102 for 124, so had a very good receiving year. 886 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 carries for 1 yard, 0 receiving or rushing touchdowns. Next up is DeMonte Coxey. This is we can delete that. 27 years old, and he's an American. 26. He signed for the 2026 season. He went 48 for 75. Only played 10 games. 854 yards. 6 touchdowns. He had 10 passes for over 30 yards. Jake Jumpin Hirschlow, if you wondering why I gave him the jumping or hurdle Hirschlow, I should say, because he likes to hurdle over players. He's 26, American, signed for the 2026 season. 59 of 79 receiving, 756 yards. I probably have that wrong. Yeah, because I have that moved over to the wrong thing. 256 yards after catch. 70 was his longest. 9 touchdowns. 5 over 30 yards. 1 carry for 10 yards. Mike Polk, 24, American, 2026 season is his contract year. He only played 7 games last year because he was in the NFL and then came back. 30 of 58, 356 yards, 62 yards after catch, average of 11.9. 58 was his longest. 2 touchdowns and 2 passes or 2 catches for over 30 yards. Ezekiel Tidy, 26 national, did not play in the league last year. Tristan Reddy, 24 national. He's coming up to the league this year for camp. David Unger III, 30 years old, national contract year, as he was just signed in the offseason for a 1-year deal. 53 of 82, 653 yards, average of 12.3, 2 touchdowns and 2 catches over 30 yards. Came on American. He's a camp body for Toronto. Janarian Grant is back for return body. 32 years of age. He's an American. He had 3 receptions for 3 of 5 for 5 yards, average of 1.7. So it'll be him and Peyton Logan for return this year. And Solomon Davis was just signed yesterday for the Double Blue. As we go on to their offensive line, John Boese, drafted in 2024. This is his contract year. Dakota Shipley came back. He's a national, was in the NFL, came back. Up north, he signed to a 1-year, $280,000 deal. Give me 1 second. We have Ryan Hunter, 285, I believe, for 2027. George Moore, 29 years old. He's an American, signed for this year. Peter Castro, 26 national, signed for this year. Anthony Vandal, drafted in 23. He was re-signed for this year because it would have been 23, 24, 25. So this is his contract year. Sage Dockstader, national, 27. This is his contract year. Anium Dankwa, 25 years old, national. This is his contract year. Brandon Kemp, 28 years old, national. He was with Hamilton and then decided to come to Toronto. 26-year, signed for the 2026 season. Gavin Coates, drafted in 2025, so he's signed for. He must have been signed in this offseason, so he still has 3 more years on his deal. Marcus Harper III, American, 23, signed for 3 years. Desmond Blonde, Joshua Donovan, and Rusher Reimer were all signed to 1-year deals. They're Americans for down south. As we move on to the defensive line, we have. Let me just bring this up. We have Andrew Chatfield, who led the way for their defensive line last year. 42 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 7 quarterback sacks, 1 fumble recovery. Demarcus Johnson, 25 years old, 2026. So it's his contract year. 18 total tackles, 12 defensive tackles, 6 special teams, and 1 quarterback sack. Jeremiah Ojo was drafted in last year's draft. I was hoping that he would get drafted by Hamilton, but we passed over him and we went Ferris-sick in the first round. He signed until the 2027 season. We have 11 total tackles, but he played mostly on special teams last year. Ralph Hawley, 26, American. I didn't find out what his new deal is because he was with the NFL last year. Greg Reeves and Charles Lewis, both of them were in college last year or the NFL practice roster, so they're up here this year. DeMarcus Christmas was with the team last year. I got to find out what his new deal is. He only played 2 games last year. He had 4 defensive tackles and 1 quarterback sack. Dwayne Hendricks, after playing with, I think he was with Toronto before, if I'm not mistaken. On the roster, Dwayne Hendricks. Okay, yeah. So he spent 3 seasons with Toronto, went to Hamilton for 1, and then went to BC for 1. Now he's back with Toronto. He had 13 games with BC last year. 21 defensive tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 4 sacks. Sony Tua, global player, drafted in the 25 global draft. He's their second global pick of this past year. So I got to find out what his contract is, as he didn't play in the CFL last year. And then Thadrick Hansen, 33 global player, signed for this year, 11 games played, 9 total tackles. Move on to their linebackers. Cameron Judge plays weak side linebacker, 31 national player, signed a 2-year deal. He is getting paid $210,000 for 2026, $210,000 for 2027. 83 total tackles, 79 defensive tackles, 4 special teams, 6 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback sacks, 2 interceptions, and 2 forced fumbles. Aaron Casey, 25 years of age. He's an American, 2026. 36 total tackles, 29 defensive tackles, 9 special teams, 1 tackle for loss, 6 quarterback sacks, 1 forced fumble, and 2 fumble recoveries. We have Jake Kazar, 28 national, 2026 contract. In 12 games, he had 9 total tackles, 2 defensive tackles, 7 special teams. So a couple of good friends of mine, they know who they are, told me that he's a big player on special teams. So he is he's going to be mostly getting a bigger role this year. We have Brian Haley Maya, 5 total tackles. 5 of them were special teams, so another big special teams person. We have Ryder Varga, who came over in the Deshaun Allen trade last year. 13 games played, 13 total tackles, 3 defensive tackles, and 10 special teams. We have Jordan Herman Reed, who is a free agent, so we can get rid of that. We have Isaac Darkangelo, who will be taking a bigger role this year with with Wynton McManus leaving Toronto. So we have an American, 25 years old, contract year. They 82 total tackles, 60 defensive tackles, 22 special teams, 3 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, and 4 forced fumbles. And then Jalen Radom, national, drafted in 2025, just signed this offseason, so that's why it's a 2028 contract. He didn't play at all this year because most likely he probably went back to school this past season. We're going to move on to DBs now. We have Derek Slywaka, 24, American. This is his contract year. 52 total tackles, 6 defensive tackles, 6 special teams tackles, 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Travis McFadden, 28, American contract year, 43 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 6 interceptions, and 1 fumble recovery. Mark Milton, I believe I have him on 2 teams. I'm not sure why I have him on 2. Well, I can safe to say he is not on Toronto, so we can remove Mark Milton from Toronto. So we have next up, we have Deshaun Blackburn. So he had, he was drafted in 2024 draft. This is year 3 for him. 18 total tackles, 15 defensive tackles, 3 special teams, and an interception. We have Delonte Hood, 2026 contract, 25 years of age, and he's an American. He had 5 games played, 16 tackles. Jonathan Eduardo, 29, national, 26 contract, 12 total tackles, 1 defensive tackle, 11 special teams. Benji Franklin, 29, and he's an American, also 2016 contract. 18 games played, 61 total tackles, 61 defensive tackles, and 2 tackles for loss and 4 interceptions. Jalen Jones was signed this offseason. Demaji Yancey was also signed this offseason. Darius Pickett was released by Ottawa, and he's been re-signed he's back with Darius Pickett. 191,000 for his deal, max of 202 with incentives. It's a 1-year deal. 98 total tackles, 84 defensive tackles, 14 special teams, 5 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, 1 interception, 2 fumble recoveries. Ed Woods and Owen Gross were signed this year. Still got to look up their terms. Peyton Buckley signed a 3-year deal. Caleb Nelson signed a 2-year deal. Anthony Wilson signed the other day. You got to look up that one. And then Trey Rucker is signed for the 2026 season. And then we have Liram Rahu. I butchered his last name. I know that for a fact. 35 years of age. He's a national, signed for 2026 season. The interesting thing is that they have 2 long snappers on their team for this upcoming season. I'm not sure why they have 2, but I believe it's because Adam was Golimate was injured last season, so that's why they brought in Simon Chavez. Reed Martin and John Haggerty are both signed punters for this upcoming season. And you had David Unger and Jake Hurtlo is where they're returners last year. As we move down to the QEW, we go to Hamilton. We have 3 rumored signings. We have Tyson Milmos, who is a national. He's not from Hamilton, but he's from the Hamilton area. He is from the Dundas area. Well, he grew up in the Dundas. He had 5 of 7 receptions for 34 yards. 6.8 on average. 11 was his longest. He's more of a depth receiver, special teams player. Eric Lofton, American, 31, was with Winnipeg. Didn't have much of the last 7 seasons, as he's missed a lot of games since he's been injured. We also have Kenye Onyeka, defensive end, national from Ottawa. I believe he was a special teams player, so he didn't play last year. Those are the only signings that we have. One thing that I want to mention is I appreciate all the people over on X and YouTube who are watching today's most of the 10 to 11 hour live stream. So let's continue on with the Hamilton roster. We are going to go with let's go. We're going to start at the top. We have Uh, So we are going to do quarterbacks first. Bo Levi Mitchell, yet another amazing season. His deal was renegotiated, so those numbers I have to find out what his new ones are. I believe he's in the 425 range, but I gotta wait for 3Down to come out with their article with the signed quarterback salaries for the upcoming season. 428 yards, 626 attempts, 68.4 completion, 5,296 yards, 36 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. Jake Dolegala was our short yard quarterback last year. 29 years old, an American, signed for this year. 22 carries for 50 yards, 12.3 on average. 14 was his longest run. And he also had one rushing touchdown. Harrison Frost did not play last year. He was mostly on the practice squad. And then joining us from Edmonton this year, after he got released, after Edmonton didn't want to pay his signing bonus of $110,000, we signed 26-year-old national quarterback from Niagara Falls. I played for the Waterloo Warriors and the OUA. His contract is for 2027. He threw for 82 for 121, so 67.8 percentage, 984 yards, 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 16 carries for 152 and one. Oh, that should be 1 touchdown. So it'll be interesting to see what Scott Milanovich brings up for Trey Ford for this offseason for the playbook. Our running backs are looking a bit different this year, as we have Antoine Milanovich Litre, National 31 contract year. He signed a 1-year deal. He had 21 carries for 75 yards, 3.6 on average, 2 touchdowns, 1 run after over 10 yards. He went 10 for 11 for 69 yards on receptions. Litre is more of a fullback role now. He used to be running back, but he's now a fullback role. Johnny Augustine, National 32, signed a 2-year deal with Hamilton last year. 61 carries in 17 games, 242 yards. 23 was his longest, 5 runs over 10 yards. 1 over 20, and he had 12 for 16 for catches for 134 yards. Avery Morrow signed a 2-year deal. Larry Roundtree also signed. I'm not sure on his deal yet. So we will have. Sorry, excuse me. Johnny Augustine with Avery Morrow or Larry Roundtree as our running backs. Antoine Milanovich Litre will be the fullback. For wide receivers, we have Keandre Smith, 26 national, who signed a 2-year extension a few years ago. This is his contract year. Or did he sign in the off season? I'm sure it was one of the two. I'll have to go back and look. It's been a really long off season. He had 86 for 117, 1,126 yards, his best season so far. 431 yards after catch, 13.1 on average, 63 was the longest, 5 touchdowns, and 7 over 30-yard catches. Giovanni Robinson, global player from Jamaica, 33, contract year. He's 14 of 19, 214 yards, 95 yards after catch, 15.3. 31 was his longest, 2 touchdowns, 1 catch over 30 yards. Giovanni Robinson is a tight end most of the time, so he's brought in for more of his blocking. He is 6'6", so I mean, if they 6'6" or 6'7", so they can always use him to catch. He's a tall guy, so I don't think any of these 5'9", 5'10" people will be able to get jumping range unless you jump before him. I've never seen anyone intercept off of him. We have, let's just pull this up. Oh, I don't have it on the screen. Kenny the King Lawler, 31, American. He was about 287, 200 last year, or maybe that's this year. I got to double check on those figures. 86 of 144, 1,443 yards, 218 yards after catch, 16.8 on average, 79 was his longest catch, 14 touchdowns, and 14 30-plus yard catches. Now, this was Caddy's first full season since he's came into the CFL. He's been mostly injured. I shouldn't say mostly injured. He's played lots of seasons, but they haven't been full seasons, so this is his first one. Myron Mitchell and Moochie Dixon were both on practice squad rosters last year, so they both signed a 2-year deal. Tyler Chanowski signed a 1-year deal. 11 of 15, 119 yards, 47 yards after catch, 10.8. 23 was his longest for 1 touchdown. Keep in mind, he is a depth receiver, and he also is big on special teams. We have Shelder Fervius, National 26. He came off of Montreal's development, so he is on our practice squad near the end of last season, so he's brought back. Trajan Bridges, Jurjan Newton, Jesse Matthews, and Oliver Malone were all Americans brought up this year. Keaton Berglund, fun fact, is he's actually with the Canadian national team right now in Milan, Italy. As he was named to the bobsled team for Team Canada. So he's actually 7 for 7, 63 yards, 30 yards after catch, 9 on average. 30 was his longest, and he has 1 pass over 30 yards. Our offensive line this year looks different. You'll see why later on. Arvin Husani, drafted in 2025, so he's signed until 2027. This is his second year, plus they still have option year for next year. Nathaniel Dugay, this is his contract year, his option year, as he was drafted in 2024. Braden Swartout, contract year in 2026. Liam Dobson signed a 2-year deal with Hamilton last year, coming out of Winnipeg, 27 years old, national player, 226. Give me 1 second here. So when I just give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute. Just had to respond to someone's tweet. Just want to make sure that we not missing any news. Nothing so far. So Liam Dobson signed a 2-year deal last year, so this is his contract year. Nicholas Mislov and Darian Polo were on the suspended list last year. Don't know what that was all about. Brandon Revenberg was the anchor to our offensive line last year, 33 national. I'd say 210, 221. I gotta wait to 3 Down Nation's article does come out. It's his contract year as he signed a 1-year extension. Chris Kolinkowski was released by Winnipeg and signed a 1-year deal. Don't know what his dollar value is. Quinton Barrow re-signed with Hamilton this offseason for $220,000 for 1 year. And then Quinn Carroll is a 6'6", 315-pound offensive tackle. Give me 1 second. I just seen someone come up. No, it's just someone posting something about a player. So on to the defensive line was Philip Osei, came out of nowhere last year. 39 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. Miles Fox signed a 2-year deal with Hamilton last year, $90,000 last year. Don't know what it is this year. Probably around 90 to 100. 26 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 fumble recovery. Mario Kendricks also came out of nowhere the last few years. This is his contract year. 18 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback sacks. Owen Hubert, he is a McMaster alum. 25 years old, national player, 26, 14 total tackles, 8 defensive tackles, 6 special teams. Tajon Garbett signed last year for $126,000. I'd have to wait to see what he got this year. 26 years old, 9 tackles, 1 total loss, and 1 quarterback sack, 1 forced fumble in 6 games. He got injured last year and spent the last season on the injured reserve list. Isaiah Bagna, 2nd-round pick of the draft last year, 24 national. 4 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback sack, 5 games. Again, spent the season on the injured reserve list. This is Lou Brubaker's contract year. This is his option year. He spent most of the last season on the injured list. Ty Anderson, drafted in 2025, mostly on the practice squad last year. Cade Deva, 25 years old, national. He's a camp body. He may spend time on the practice squad. Julian Hauser is back for another year. 33 years old, American, signed a 1-year contract extension. 43 total tackles, 13 sacks, 1 interception, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. And then Brian Ujwu, 25 years of age, an American, so he'll be getting a look at this year. Linebackers, we have Kyler Fisher, came out of nowhere last year. American, 24. He signed for this year. 69 total tackles, 9 special teams tackles, 1 quarterback sack, and 1 forced fumble. Reggie Stubblefield, who signed with us last year, 27 years of age, American, signed a 3-year, $500,000 deal, so roughly 150 to 160 per year. 56 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback sacks, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble. Braxton Hill also came out of nowhere last year. 26 years of age. He's an American contract year. He had 30 tackles, 16 defensive tackles, 14 special teams tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 2 interceptions in 8 games alone. That's impressive. Ryan Baker, it's his contract year, 25 national. He was drafted in 2024. 20 total tackles, 9 defensive tackles, 11 special teams tackles. Ryan Mead and Chris Young were at some point on the practice squad last year, so they were brought back. Marion Wilson was signed in the offseason to join us on a 2-year deal. Again, contracts are not mute. No, I'm not, because my microphone kicked out for a second. We have our good old Winston McManus for his 31. American signed a 1-year deal, 6-2 defensive tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback sacks, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. So he'll be anchoring the middle linebacker position this upcoming season. We have for DBs, Mac Banate, 24 years old, national, drafted last year. So this is the second year of the 3-year deal. He had 30 total tackles, 8 defensive tackles, 5 special teams, and 1 fumble recovery in 15 games. Zamari Wilson, who joined us last year, off of the practice roster, or was on the practice roster, but he was re-signed. 26 years of age, an American, 2 games played, 7 total tackles. Renan Harrell, 22, national, drafted also last year, 7 games he got in, 2 tackles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Robert Pennebaker, 26, national. This is his contract year, drafted in 2024. 7 games played, 4 total tackles, 2 defensive tackles, 2 special teams. Quavon White, 25, an American, 26 years old. Got in 2 games, 1 total tackle. Cameron Bergeron, 23, American, brought up for this year. Jake Nedrock, drafted in 2025. Did not play last year, spent last year on the practice squad, 22, national. Kendall Bollar, 24, American, brought in for camp this year. Jamal Peters, big part of our defense secondary last year, 29 years old, American, signed a 355-year 2-year deal, roughly $175K per year. 2-year deal, 50 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 6 interceptions. Stavros the Moose Kachatonis. Moose is on the loose. 29 years old, national. Signed a 3-year extension in the offseason to show that he and his wife are making Hamilton their home for the future. As he I know he hasn't. You know, I think it was. Give me 1 second here. Just want to make sure that I get this right. So this would have been his third contract, because he was drafted in 2020. So he has 200,000 and 26, 210 and 27, 215 and 28. He had 72 total tackles, 69 defense, 3 on special teams, 3 tackles for loss, and 6 interceptions. Caleb Ford, Dement, American, signed a 2-year deal. Caleb Hayes, also 26, American, signed from the States. Dustin Talbert, who is going to be playing again in between Peters at corner and Stavros at safety. So he's going to be the one halfback, had 58 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, and 1 fumble recovery. And then we have Mark Leggio, signed for this upcoming season, who was amazing last year. Made 52 of 56 field goals for 92.9%. Longest was 55, 1 single, and then was 46 of 48 on the converts. Now Nick Constantino has signed with the Cleveland Browns, so we'll be drafting probably another punter in the global draft. So now that we've done Hamilton, we have 2 hours to go to get to the free agent window. So we have 5 more teams to go. We have Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, Edmonton, Calgary, and BC. So next up, we have Winnipeg's tampering rumors. They offered a handshake deal. Tommy Neal, 25, national that played with Saskatchewan last year after spending a few years with Toronto before Saskatchewan was offered a 2-year deal. 42 of 53 with receptions, 535 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 catches over 30 yards. He had a few big plays in the Grey Cup that won Saskatchewan the Grey Cup this offseason. Next up is Gerald Broxton, 31, American that played with BC last year. They signed him to a $250,000 per year deal for 2 years. Jake Serezna, who started with Toronto for a few years, went to Edmonton. He's a defensive tackle. He signed a 2-year deal. 1 for 235 and 26, 1 for 255 and 27. He had a down year this past year. He usually has big years, but this past year he only played 11 games, 16 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, and 1 interception. Then they're also bringing in Jonathan Moxley, who spent most of his career out in Calgary before joining Hamilton for a few years. He's an American, 31 years of age, rumored to have a 1-year deal with Winnipeg for 41 total tackles and 40 defensive tackles for 1 special team, 3 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. That is the boundary corner, I believe it was. So that is it for Winnipeg. Let's go over to the roster. So for quarterbacks, they have Zach Claros, 37. This could be his last year. I'm saying it could be. He could come back. He could sign an extension. All depends on how well he does this year. This is his contract. He only played 13 games last year, 254 completions out of 350 attempts, 72.6% completions, 3,048 yards, 17 touchdowns, 16 interceptions, 18 carries for 130 yards, and 1 touchdown. They have Terry Wilson, 27 years of age, American, also contract year, 11 for 21, 52.4 yards, 79 passing, 1 interception, 23 carries for 78 yards, and 1 touchdown or 1 rushing touchdown. Chase Artopoulos, apologize if I butcher that last name. 24, American, spent time on the practice squad last year. Bryce Perkins came up from the UFL this offseason. Not sure what his terms are, so I have to look that up. This year for running backs, it's the same group as last year. We have Michael Chris Ike, who is drafted in 2024, so this is his contract year, 26 years of age. 4 carries for 69 yards, 0 touchdowns because he's a running back turned fullback. 1 carry for over 10 yards, 1 for over 20, 3 for 5 on receiving for 28 yards. Excuse me. Matthew Peterson, who came over in a trade a few years from Hamilton. 15 games played, 66 carries, 329 yards, 5 on average, 1 touchdown, and then went for 10 for 15 on receiving for 51 yards, 0 touchdowns. This offseason, Brady Oliveira signed a 3-year deal. He's making in 26, he's making $290,000 to be the highest paid running back. And then in 2027 and 2028, he's making $300,000 for a 3-year deal. He had 201 carries in 15 games for 1,163 yards, 5.8 on average. 43 was as long as 3 touchdowns, 31 carries for over 10 yards, 7 for over 20, 61 for 76 for 546 yards on catching. So he's a dual threat running back that can both catch and run. He had 0 receiving yards. For their running backs, we have Kevin Clarcius. This is his contract year. He's drafted in the 2024 draft. 25, he's a national. He went 40 for 57 with receiving 411 yards. Average of 10.3, 0 touchdowns, but he also had 2 catches over 30 yards. Ontario Wilson, 26. He's an American. He's signed for 3-year contract offseason. 6 games played because he was with the NFL last season before he came back. 21 of 36 for 382 yards. Average of 18.2, 3 touchdowns and 3 catches over 30 yards. Joey Corcoran, 24, national, 18 games played last year, 10 of 12, 8 yards, 8.8 on average, 0 touchdowns and 0 yards over 30. Gavin Cobb signed a 1-year extension, 27 years old, national, 6 of 8 in 4 games, 51 yards, 8.5, 0 touchdowns, and 0 passes over 30 yards. Nick Dembski signed until 2027, 32 years old, national player. 16 games played. He went 67 for 92 in receiving, 101 yards, so just made it over the 1,000-yard threshold. 14.9 in receiving, and then also 7 touchdowns and 7 catches over 90 yards, 9 carries for 67 yards, and no touchdowns. Gerald Monroe, an American that they brought up from the South this year. We also have, or not we, but Winnipeg, Keyshawn Smith, signed a 2-year deal. Hamilton ended up releasing Tim White because they weren't planning on resigning him. He signed a $225,000, 231K max with incentives. He had 84 for 126 for receiving, 1,016 yards, 410 yards after catch, 12.1. We have, so let me check. Usually the morning of, they usually have like re-signings or something like that sometimes. So we're 12.1 on average, 54 as long as 7 touchdowns and 2 catches over 30 yards. So he'll be either the number he'll either be the number 1 and then Dembski will be number 2, or Dembski will be number 1 and Tim White will be number 2. Let me just check that. Next we have Jamal Banks, Bryce Kritz, Kenneth Womack, Tyron Davis, and Dorian Singer. All Americans that they brought up from the States. Now, keep in mind, these people that they're bringing up from the States, they are mostly for rookie camp. So rookie camp is, let me just pull it up here. So rookie camp will consist of, where's the dates on my phone? So rookie camp is May 6th to May 9th. It's 3 days. It will consist of all the quarterbacks, any players drafted in the rookie draft that have not played a year of professional football. So anyone from this upcoming draft or any Americans that have been signed this year that are coming up. So that's the rookie camp. And then depending on if they get, because you got to remember, they have each team will have probably 100 to 110 players going into rookie camp, and then rosters as of May 9th, 11:59 local, rosters have to be reduced to 85 players, excluding non-counters. So non-counters could be players that are just coming up for camp and then going back to school. I think that's how it works. I'd have to look up to see what non-counters are. I'm not familiar with that. And then the 10th, training camp opens. And then 2 days later, roster reduced to 75 players, excluding non-counters. Actually, you know what? Let's look that up. Give me 1 second. Counters. Okay. Non-counters are specific players, often rookies, draft picks, or tutorial juniors who are attending camp but do not count against the mandatory 75-player roster. So, rookies that are signed from the States that have not played, draft picks, or territorial juniors, which are basically or participants in the Canadian quarterback internship program. It says here that the purpose for this was to these spots encourage the development of national Canadian talent by allowing teams to look at more players without using up their limited roster spots. So that's what that is. I just want to take a look at something here. Just refresh this. Okay, so there's that. So that's how that works. So let's go on to offensive line. So they have Kendall Randolph, and Micah Vanderpool, Chris Walker, all signed for this year. And then we have Gabe Wallace, drafted in 24, so this is his contract year. Ethan Verbit, and Hunter Poncelis, Ponsidius, both players that were not with the team last year. Same with Joseph Moore. Estuni Eli signed a 2-year deal, most likely this offseason. So he signed for 26 and 27. He's a 20-year-old national. Patrick Newfield, 36 national, 20 signed for the 2026 season. And Stanley Bryant, 39, an American, signed for the 2026 season. Let me just double check on this. Still nothing yet on any resignings because teams have nothing yet. So let's go down to defensive line. So we have Tanner Schmeckel, national. I got to see what his new contract is. He played 4 games last year, 2 total tackles, 1 quarterback sack. Kamari 1 year, Bailey, global, 24 years old. 1 game played, 2 total tackles, 1 defensive tackle, 1 special teams. Kadron Jenkins, 23, American, played 1 game, had 1 tackle. Matt Jaworski did not play last year, 22, and an American. Cameron Lawson signed probably a 2-year extension this offseason. 16 games played, 21 total tackles, 21 defensive tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. Colin Cornelison did not play last year. He signed for this year. We have Willie Jefferson, signed a 1-year extension. 34 years old, American contract year, 15 total tackles, 3 quarterback sacks, and a forced fumble. Warren Peoples signed for 2027, and then Chris Bogley, Arnold Young, and Michael Fletcher all signed for most likely camp and beyond. We'll see how well they do. Going to the linebackers, we have Tony Jones, 29 years old, contract year, 104 total tackles, which of 102 defensive tackles, 2 special teams, 2 forced fumbles, or 2 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback sacks, 2 interceptions, and 1 fumble recovery. Michael Allairs, 26, American. This is his option year, 27 tackles and 2 interceptions and a forced fumble. Jalen Smith, 23, national. Believe these guys are all signed for this year. So let's change this because if they play last year. And he is, let's just double check this. Fact check, people. This is why we fact check. Okay, so we have to remove him because he's not here. Just give me 1 second to fix this. I'm not sure why that happened, but do that. Okay, so Jalen Smith, 25 total tackles, 3 defensive tackles, 22 special teams, so a key piece on the special teams, and 1 fumble recovery. Lane Novak, 23 years of age, and he's a national. Let me just put this ticker on the bottom. 3 total tackles in 5 games. Connor Shea, contract year, 10 tackles in 18 games. Reda Kremdi signed an extension this past season, or our current offseason, signed a 2-year deal. 49 defensive tackles. Of those 49, 2 were special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble. Tanner Gaisil, Cal Wander, 15 defensive tackles, of which 1 was 1 defensive tackle, 14 special teams, so another special teams player. 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. Kyrie Wilson, I got to see what his contract is, as he is, let me just double check this. He had 51 total tackles, of which 49 were defensive tackles, 2 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback sacks, 2 forced fumbles. And then we have Micah Kressinger and Aaron Smith, both Americans, coming from down south, so they will be at their rookie camp. We have, let me just, because that extra space at the top is driving me nuts. So let me just fix this quick. We have Jake, 25 national, 11 games played, 5 total tackles, 1 fumble recovery. Cam Allen, 27 total tackles, 2 interceptions, 1 fumble, forced fumble. Ethan Ball, drafted last year, 9 total tackles. I could see him getting a bigger role this year. Trey Vavel, their specialist with their kick return. 25 years old, American, 25 defensive tackles, of which 4 were on special teams, and he had 24 regular defensive tackles, 1 forced fumble. Jaden Woodley, 8 games, 25 years old, an American, 31 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Bridge Texta did not play last year. Major Williams did not play last year. Dedrick Nichols signed a 1-year extension, 37 defense or total tackles. Evan Holmes signed a 2-year extension this offseason, 61 total tackles, 55 defensive tackles, 6 special teams, 1 tackle for loss for 4 interceptions and 2 forced fumbles. Brian Addison, American, came up this past year, so he did not play in the league. They brought back Michael Griffin II for his contract year, 55 total tackles, 47 defensive tackles, 8 special teams tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback sack. Warren Barrel and Shimmy Battle, both camp bodies, signed deals to come up north. So we'll see how well they do in the offseason or this upcoming camp. Sergio Castillo is back this year, was their kicker from this past season. Also back this year is Jamison Sheehan, who is the holder for the field goals for Sergio Castillo, and is their punter. And I forgot to put the Vavel stats, so we won't have those to look at. Next up, as we continue west, we have Saskatchewan Roughriders. Let's see, what do we have? Well, that's only that. So actually, give me 1 second. Let me turn on my other device because it's free agent day, so you got to have multiple devices, people. Because you never know when you have breaking news. To do. So we got to make sure we have all of our devices set. So we got 2 phones, an iPad, TV, 2 monitors, and my other big phone in front of me. So we have lots of devices to make sure that we don't miss any news. So we were going over to Saskatchewan's rumors. So Saskatchewan only has one. James Waters, an American defensive end, was with Winnipeg last year before he joined over from Calgary the year before that. He had 36 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 6 quarterback sacks, 2 forced fumbles. So he's going to be joining the Grey Cup champions this upcoming season, as Saskatchewan has was the winners of the Grey Cup this past season. So let's go see their past season. So Trevor Harris, who was their leading quarterback last year, 3 for 348 out of 473 passes for 73.6 completion percentage. 4,549 yards, 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 8 carries for 53 yards, and no rushing touchdowns. Jack Cohen, also contract year, 5 games played, 2 for 8 for 25%, 38 yards. Tommy Stevens, 20. He signed a 2-year extension, so he's played 14 games. Last year, he's their short yardage quarterback. He went 1 for 100 yards, 1 yard for pass, 50 carries, 183 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Brandon Shagar and Jordan McLeod will be both camp bodies. One will most likely get a practice roster spot. One will be cut, most likely. As we continue to go down to the running backs, Albert Awachi is most likely their fullback. He played last year but didn't get any stats. Thomas Burden Hudon played 7 games last year. This is his contract year. 34 carries, 166 yards, 1 touchdown, and 5 rushes over 10 yards. Mario Anderson, who is the backup running back. So Thomas Hudon is the 3rd string. Mario Anderson was their backup last year, 9 games played, 24 carries, 134 yards, 5.6 on average, 2 touchdowns, 5 rushes for over 10 yards, 2 for over 20. And AJ Olette, American, 20. He signed a 1-year extension just before the tampering window began. 17 games played, 248 carries for 1,222 yards, 4.9 on average, 8 touchdowns, 19 carries for over 10 yards, 4 over 20. Now we have the wide receivers. Keon Schaefer-Baker only played 5 games last year. He's 26 national because he spent most of the season on the injured reserve list. He had 15 of 18 receptions for 177 yards, 0 touchdowns last year. So hopefully he can get healthy this year. Still don't know the number of the term, but we do know that it was a 2-year extension that he signed. Because of the injuries last year, we have Keyshawn Johnson, who signed a 2-year extension with Saskatchewan after coming up for his rookie deal last year. He blew the team out of the water. So he signed a 2-year deal, and he'll be making $215,000 in 26 and $220,000 in 2027. He had 86 of 120 targets for 1,159 yards. So he was their leading receiver. Averaged 13.5 on average, 4 touchdowns and 6 carries over 30 yards. DL Duncan Busby. Let me just check this for a second. Give me one moment here. Oh, it's just saying all players can sign yet. Okay. Duncan Busby was drafted in 24, so this is his contract here. 29 of 47, 355 yards, average of 12.2, 2 touchdowns and 2 passes over 30 yards. Deshaun Mims, he'll be back this year. 24, he played 4 games. Last year he had 1 catch for 5 yards, no touchdowns. Joe was with the NFL for a bit last year. Drafted in 2024. So he was signed in last year. So he has signed till 2027. No, I think that's 2026. No, because if he signed last year, I'll have to double check that. So we'll just put a question mark here for a second. 5 games played, 38 or 22 for 38, 212 yards, 9.60 touchdowns. Abdul Beneth Jr., 23. He's a camp body. Samuel Amelis, who was the most outstanding Canadian for the playoffs last year, 28 national, 285,000 for 2026, 290,000 for 2027. Played 7 games last year, 37 of 48 for 588 yards, average of 15.92 touchdowns, 6 passes for over 30 yards. Eli Jennings and Tari Cleveland were both Americans brought up from last year or for this year in the offseason. James Letcher Jr. was the returner for Montreal. He will be replacing Mario Alford on the return game this year, so he didn't have any receiving yards this year, and he signed a 1-year deal. As we go to the offensive line, Logan Ferland, 27 years old, contract year for him, I believe. So I'm just going to change that so that I can figure it out later on. And one more. Brandon Kemp. I seen him on Toronto last year, so I don't know which list he is on, but we are going to look this up. So he is not on this team, so we'll take him out for there because he's with Toronto. So they have 8 offensive linemen, which I believe they will they'll bring someone. So we have Logan Ferland, 27 national contract year. Zach Fry, 24 national contract year. Daniel Johnson, drafted in 24 draft, 2026 contract, 25 years of age. Nick Jones, 24, contract year, American. Yoshi Hardrick or Jamarcus Hart. So Jamarcus Yoshi Hardrick, Yoshi's his nickname, 34 years old, American, contract year. Dayton Black, he was with Hamilton mostly, spent time most of the season last year on the practice squad, if not injured. So he comes over from Hamilton. He was 20, he signs a 1-year deal. Spencer Brown, 20, signs a 2-year deal, and then Jacob Brammer resigns, but I haven't been able to find the terms. We also have, as we continue, defensive line, we have Aaron Patrick, 28 years old. I was not able to find his contract status. 16 games played, 7 total tackles. Chico Bennett Jr., I'm pretty sure he is 2026. Devin Adams is 2026. So Chico Bennett Jr. is 2 games, 2 total tackles. Aliz Syed, Syed, 23 national. He's coming out for camp. Devin Adams, 26, 10 games played, 9 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 2 quarterback sacks. Caleb Sanders, 2026 contract. He's an American, 4 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, and 16 games played. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Jalen Pate, and Desmond Evans, both Americans from last year, or coming up this year on 2-year deals. Lake Corte Moore, national, signed a 1-year deal, 7 games, 3 total tackles, and 1 fumble recovery. Marcus Janus, JJ Weavers, and Benoit Marion. Benoit Marion, I'm pretty sure played last year. I just forgot to enter the stats. What you call it? I just haven't added Marion's information. So we have Jameer Thurman, linebacker, 30 years of age, American. He signed a 2-year deal. So he's signed for 2027. 87 total tackles, 86 defensive tackles, 1 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback sacks, 3 interceptions, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. Seth Hoodbay, 23 years old, national, did not play last year. Miliku Straker, national, drafted in 2024. This is his contract year. 13 games played, 4 total tackles, 1 fumble recovery or forced fumble. Nick Wiebe, 25, national. He's coming up this year. Probably contract year, as he played with the team last year. So he is 22 total tackles. 2 defensive tackles. So he's a big person on special teams because he had 20 special teams tackles. Audrey Miller Jr., American, 9 tackles. 9 games played, 19 total tackles, 14 defensive tackles, 5 special teams. And then Josh Woods, who was released by BC and signed with Saskatchewan, will be their weak side linebacker, American, 28 years old, signed a 1-year deal. 65 total tackles, 62 defense, 3 special teams, 6 tackles for loss, 1 quarterback sack, and 1 fumble recovery. As we move to the DBs, we have Roland Milligan Jr., 30 years old, American, contract year, 53 total tackles, 52 defensive tackles, 1 special teams, 4 tackles for loss, 4 interceptions. Marcus Sales, 30 years old. This is his contract year. 49 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 2 quarterback sacks. Jaden Delicay, national contract year, 16 total tackles. Tevion Campbell signed a 1-year extension, 19 total tackles. 19 total tackles, 6 interceptions, and a 4 fumble recovery. Brendan Sapp III, 25 years old, American, 6 games played, 22 defensive tackles. Antoine Brooks Jr., this is his option year. 19 games played, 30 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, and 2 interceptions. Cedric Redwine, 29 years old, American, 4 games played, 8 total tackles. Navis Leon. Give me 1 minute. Leon, who was with Montreal before he came over from to Saskatchewan last year. He had 3 games played, 2 total tackles. Gideon Adji, 23 years old, national, did not play last year. Jackson Ford, national, 10 games played, 11 total tackles. We have Garnett Hollins Jr., 27. He didn't play last year, so he signed a 2-year deal in this offseason to come up to Canada. Nelson Lacombo signed a 2-year extension, 23 total tackles, 1 interception. Corella Exime, national, 12 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. DeMarcus Fields, American, signed a 2-year deal. 68 total tackles, 57 defensive tackles, 11 special teams, 2 tackles for loss, and 2 interceptions with a fumble recovery. We have special teams. They released Brett Lothar this offseason, so we have Jonathan Kim and Michael Hughes, both Americans, coming into camp to kick. And we have Joe Couch and Jesse Murko as punters for this upcoming season. Okay, what do we have here? Do we have any news yet? As we are an hour and 15 minutes away from free agency officially starting. And so we have that. Let me just delete those. So again, I do appreciate everyone for joining us. We have 47 people watching, people from both X and over on YouTube. Greatly appreciated for that. Next, we will be going over to Edmonton's rumors, as Edmonton was the big team in the West. Ottawa's the big team in the East that signed 11. Edmonton, I think, signed 8. So we're going to start with Taylor Powell, who came over from Hamilton as their backup. He's an American. Rumored to be 2-year deal, 6 for 8 for 75%, 47 yards. This is what happens when your starting quarterback does not get injured. And they have so when your quarterback is not injured, your backup doesn't get much playing time. So hopefully with Cody Fajardo over here, who was debating on retiring in the offseason, either was going to be re-signing with Edmonton or he was going to be retiring. So hopefully Powell can take over for Fajardo if Fajardo does retire. Next up is Joe Robicelli, who was another key receiver for Saskatchewan during the injury phase of the receivers last year. 27 American, no term as of yet as to what it's rumored to be. He had 38 for 59 targets for 544 yards, 182 yards after catch, 14.3 on average, 3 touchdowns, and 5 catches over 30 yards. Also, we have Brendan Larry Orange from Hamilton, national, signed, rumored to be a 1-year deal, 16 games, 22 of 37 receiving, 336 yards. That is his career high last year, 4 touchdowns and 2 carries over 30 yards. Edmonton has brought over 3 offensive linemen from Hamilton. Brendan Butner, who was our left tackle, 25 years of age, coming off his rookie deal, American, signed to $192,500 per year for 2 years. We have Coulter Woodmansey, national. He was our guard for most of his career before he moved to center last year. Had some weak spots in center because he's a natural center. He comes over, not sure on the term yet. And then Jordan Murray, who split the time with Brendan Bordner for left tackle. 27 years of age, as well as an American signed, or rumored to be signed for 2 years. With that, we move to defensive end 2. The Edmonton paid up a boatload for Malik Carney. He comes off from Saskatchewan. They paid $270,000 per year on top of a $120,000 signing bonus. So he is over 500,000 for Malik Henry. So Malik Henry got paid the big bucks. 39 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. No other rumored players, so let's go on to their roster. So right now they have Cole Schneider and Cody Fajardo signed. I know Fajardo signed a 1-year deal. I think he redid the deal. I'm not sure. Cole Schneider was their short yardage QB last year, 15 carries for 16 yards and 3 touchdowns. Cody Fajardo was 282 for 385 attempts, 73.2% completion, 3,408 yards. 14 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for 55 carries on 319 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns. We have Justin Rankin as a running back, signed a 2-year deal, 191 carries for 1,013 yards, 9 touchdowns, 30 rushes over 10 yards, 12 rushes over 20, 56 for 73 on receptions, 713 yards and 4 touchdowns. Javon Link, 27 years of age, American, 27, so he also signed a 2-year deal. 57 carries for 215 yards, 1 touchdown, 5 rushes over 10 yards. Also went 13 for 18 for 113 receiving yards, 0 touchdowns. Isaiah Knight, 22, national, 6 games played. Sorry for that. Apologize. 2 carries for 12 yards, 6 yards on average. And he had no touchdowns. So let's see what we have now. So we have, after him is Bradley Halatic. He's their fullback. Didn't have any stats last year. If we move over to the wide receivers, Odu Hilaire, 24, rookie year. 8 games. Well, no, because he was on the practice squad the year before. He was at our camp, and I think we released him at our camp last year. So he had 32 for 43, 400 yards, average of 12.5, 0 touchdowns, but 30 catches over 30 yards. Benjamin Victor, contract year, 28 years old, 34 for 44 on receptions, 331 yards, 1 touchdown, average of 10.3. Jalen Cologne, 24, American, 2026 contract. 4 for 4, 68 yards, 33 yards after catch, 17 on average. Longest was 27, and he had 1 touchdown. Zach Mathis, 25 years old, national. Drafted in 2024. So this is contract year. He went 14 for 22 in receiving. 143 yards, 28 yards after catch, 10.2 on average, no touchdowns. TJ Luther and Skylar Griffin are both Americans brought up in this offseason. One's an American, one's a national. Kalen Julian Grant, 28 years old, national, contract year. He went 57 for 88 receptions, 850 yards, 7 touchdowns. Catch run Jackson Jr. and Keyshawn Johnson. Not the Keyshawn Johnson from Saskatchewan. This is a different Keyshawn Johnson. Both Americans from the States. Austin Mack was released by Montreal, as mentioned when we spoke about Montreal earlier. So he was released by them during the tampering window. So he decided to sign with Edmonton for $205,026, $220,027. He's a 28-year-old, so that will make him 30 before the contract his season's over. He is American. He had 48 for 73 in receiving for 674 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 catches over 30 yards. And Adeli, an American who is coming up this year. Moving on to Edmonton's offensive line, we have David Beard, national contract year in 2026. Gregory Eland, 27, American, 2026 contract year. Mark Evans, the second, 30 years old, American, contract year. Martez Ivy, 29, American, 2026 contract year. Mark Corte, 28, national, 2026 contract year. Patrick Lovey, 25, national contract year. Jackson Morgan, 23, drafted in 24, contract year, national player. And then Carter Odell, 26, national and contract year. Has nothing to do with us. We have, for defensive line, Jared Brinkman, 25 years old, American, 2027 contract, 23 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks. Robbie Smith, who redid his deal, so that has now changed, signed a 2-year deal, 16 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 10 games. Those two, him and Jared Brinkman, had down years this past season after spending the 2 with Toronto, who had big seasons. Next up is Silas Hubert, 24, contract year, 14 defensive tackles. Tariq Johnson, American, 26 years old, contract year, 13 total tackles, 1 quarterback sack. Luke Burton Cron, 25, national, 7 total tackles. Jacob Plamdon, 26, American, 7 games, 7 total tackles. Tamari Fox, 24, American, did not play last year. Richard Gibler, did not play last year. I think they signed him this offseason. He's a global player. Jordan Williams, who came over from Toronto, did not play last year. Noah Curtis, didn't find any stats on him. Not sure if he played or if he was injured or just CFL didn't have any stats. Noah Taylor, 25 contract year, 27 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback sacks. Brandon Barlow, 35 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, 1 interception, and 1 forced fumble. We have Francis Bemi, national, 26. He did not play last year. Linebacker group. Let's fix this because this is going to drive me nuts. So Jacob DeBlanco, who is the reason why Niles Morgan got traded to Ottawa, because DeBlanco is ready to step up his game. He was drafted in 2024. He's 27 national, so this is his contract year. 86 total tackles, 6 special teams to make up the 86. 3 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks. Brock Mogensen, 25 American, contract year of 2026. 45 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and 1 interception, 1 forced fumble. Nick Anderson, who had a regression season due to injuries, 24 American, 2026, just after he had a big season of almost 100, if not 100 tackles the year before. Only had 41 this year, 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback sack. Etivia Clements, global, 26-year-old, 2026 contract year, 15 total tackles, 5 defensive, 10 special teams, 1 quarterback sack. Alexander Rich Brochet, Not sure how to pronounce it. He's a global player, 28, 2026, 10 total tackles. Oliver Miyumbi, 25, national, drafted in 2024, so it's his contract year. Man, Edmonton has a lot of players to sign this year, so this is going to be an interesting year to see who comes back and who does not. 7 total tackles, 1 defensive tackle, 6 special teams, and then DK Bahami, 25, national, drafted in 2024. So this is his contract year. 3 total tackles, which were 3 special teams tackles and 9 games played. As we move on to their special teams, or sorry, not their special teams, their DBs. I think I gotta make that bigger and see how that looks. I think people will be able to see it now. So we have Goodell Jackson, 25, American, 2020. So he signed a 2-year deal. 78 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, 1 interception. Keelan Games or Garnez signed a 2-year extension. It's going to be for 210,000, 63 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 interception. Kenneth Logan Jr., 24, American, 2026, 62 total tackles, of which 47 were defensive tackles, 15 special teams, 3 quarterback sacks, and 3 interceptions and a forced fumble. Tyrell Ford, 26, national, 230,000 this year, 236 next year. 57 total tackles and 2 interceptions. Had a down year from the year before that. JJ Ross, American, 23 years old, contract year, 52 total tackles, 3 interceptions and 2 forced fumbles and 1 fumble recovery. Royce Metier, contract year, 28 years old, national. Only played 10 games last year, 31 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Leonard Johnson, 26 years of age. He's an American. 26 is his contract year, so this is his big year. 19 total tackles, 5 defensive tackles, 14 special teams, so another special teams player. Jalen Williams, 25, American. I'm not sure why I have him down as suspended, but he played 4 games. I'll have to put a question mark on that and look that up later on. 8 total tackles, 7 defensive tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Jarrell Cummings, 23, national, 26 is his contract year, 1 tackle. Javon Bird and Tevion Blaylock and Ian Cannell, they all signed 2-year deals, so they're all here until next year. Again, no contract is guaranteed. They can be cut during training camp or rookie camp or during the rest of the season. Who knows? And Kobe Williams. So we have our first free agent signing. And it is, let's bring in our breaking news. Give me 1 second here. Let me send this to. So we have our first breaking news. Let's go. The breaking news is Javonte Santos Knox has agreed to terms on a 1-year deal with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So he comes off the free agent tracker. So the reason why he gets to sign before 12 is because he was released by the. Give me 1 second. To Winnipeg. Just reported it. So my co-host of Canadian Football Central, I just texting him to let him know that Winnipeg signed Javonte Knox Jr. He says, "Are you effing serious? The one thing we didn't plan for." Yeah, well, I mean, he was released. Who knows for that? But I'm sure we will make a video for that. So let's move Santos Knox over to Winnipeg as we just finished signing them. So now Winnipeg. Oh, that's defensive line. So let's add him here. And now so actually we got to move this. I don't know why the spreadsheets always add 2 extra spots, but we got to move this here. Take these out. Move him there. And this is for 2026. So we have that. So again, Javonte Santos Knox has been signed by Winnipeg for 1 year. Previously played from Ottawa, 80 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 1 interception. So he'll be joining Tony Jones. So it'll be interesting to see where they go for that, as it'll probably be Tony Jones or Javonte Santos Knox. One will be weak side, one will be a middle linebacker. And then we have Cramdy, who will be Sam linebacker. As we were discussing over with Edmonton, we were discussing the DBs. Kobe Williams, 60 total tackles. So that's 54 defensive tackles, 6 special teams. Let's do that. Give them some love. What do we have here? So we have a punter. So we have more breaking news. So let's do breaking. Just got to finish this. And let's give me 1 second. I'm trying to think of what he goes by on no. So Ty Cats, why did you gotta be like this? Just gotta send out this. So Ty Cats have signed. Gotta add it over here. So they will not be going to free agency. So they have signed global punter Fraser Mazin to a 2-year deal. So he is a global player, 24, a 2-year deal. So he's on for 2027. So I just got to swap this over here and go to this. Forms and come on, work with me here, people. Give me 1 second, because this is what happens when you have to do all three things at once. Break news, update your spreadsheet, and mention this. Go here, here. Post, paste, and post that on the forums. So he had spent the 2025 season with Calgary Stampeders, 5 regular season games, 27 punts, 4-point average of 46.0 yards. He's a 6'4", 230-pound native of Australia, selected first overall in last year's global draft by Calgary, went undrafted in the NFL. So Fraser Mazin. So his longest punt was actually 77 yards. So he played for Ole Miss between 22 and 24, appearing in 37 games, totaling for 125 punts for an average of 43.5. So he will be our new punter for this upcoming season. So again, Hamilton Ticats have signed 24-year-old Fraser Mazin as our new punter. As that gets signed before noon, because he was most likely a unsigned free agent. So we have to. So let me just send this off to him, him, and him. So we got that. And let's continue to keep an eye on. This is why we have multiple devices, people, so that we can keep an eye on signings throughout the day as we continue. So that's new. You know what? I have to add that to. Nope, we want this. Let's go to banners. Hide that for a second so I can edit it. Agent sightings so far. Santos Knox, 1 year to Winnipeg. Hunter Fraser Marin Global. Hamilton 2 year. And put that on the ticker so that people can keep up with the signings. So he will be our punter until we find out what happens with Nick Constantino. So again, Sante Knox has gone to Winnipeg on a 1 year deal. Fraser Mazin signs a 2 year deal, 24 with Hamilton. So we have that. So let's go back to where we were with Edmonton. I apologize. This is what happens when we have breaking news. I'm sure it will happen throughout the day as we bring players to signings. I gotta send this to him. Since I am a one-man wrecking crew, I have to enter stuff onto the spreadsheet, post it on the ticker, on the forums, on Twitter, update the people that I need to update who told me to keep them updated for the signings, and also keep my eye on the phone. So there's Calgary's. Okay, so let's go back over to Edmonton. We were just finishing up Kobe Williams, 60 total tackles, 6 special teams for 54 defensive tackles, 2 tackles for loss. And then they have Vincent Blanchard as their kicker, 26 years old. I'm sure he'll be back this year. And then Cody Grace. I think this is for. Oh no, that was. I don't. Oh, what did I put here? 8 games played. Oh, I put this backwards. So that should be. Okay, so that's yards. So he had 8 games played. And then Javante Leake did most of the returns for them. So now with that, let's continue heading west as we go to Calgary. Okay, give me 1 second. People are just asking me about some signings. So nothing there. So let's go over to Calgary's rumors. So Calgary has 2 rumors. One is Deshaun Brissett, 29-year-old national, came over from Toronto, rumored to be a 2-year deal, 65 of 85, 907 yards, 272 yards after catch, average of 14. Longest was 62, 3 touchdowns, 6 catches over 30 yards, and 1 rush for 12 yards. The other player for Calgary is Devdrock Bynum, American, came over from Edmonton, rumored to be a 1-year deal. 5 games played, 17 total tackles. For that, as we move on to Calgary's roster, we have Vernon Adams was the primary quarterback last year, 280 for 429, 65.3% completion, 4,247 yards, passing yards, 24 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. His first year with Calgary last year after coming over from BC in a trade. He had 40 carries for 332 yards and 2 touchdowns. Their backup was PJ Walker. Only played 3 games or 13 games last year. He'll be back this year. I just don't know the term, so I can delete 2025. 35 of 59 completions to attempts for 59.3 completion percentage. 395 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Josh Love got in 6 games. He's a 28-year-old American, 5 for 8, 62.5. Completion percentage, 67 yards. And then Quincy Vaughn, who was drafted last year, 24 years old, national, went 1 for 1, 100%, 5 yards, but he's their short yardage QB, 37 carries for 67 yards and 6 touchdowns. We have Ludovic Chirquet, 24, national, played last year. Don't know what his contract is yet for this year. 40 carries, 237 yards, 5.9 was longest, 1 touchdown. 6 rushes after 10 yards, 2 for over 20, 5 for 6 on receiving for 2 yards. Dedrick Mills signed a new 2-year deal in the offseason. Let me just check this. Okay, that was their PR just announcing it, so we got that. Dedrick Mills, $196,500 for the this upcoming season. Then we have for 2 years. We don't know what his 2027 contract is yet. He had 250 carries for 1,409 yards, led the league in rushing last year. 5.6 on average for 11 touchdowns, 46 rushes over 10 yards, 6 over 20. He went 33 for 40 for 292 yards and no receiving touchdowns. K'Ron Lynch Adams, 25 years old, American, coming up for his first year at the CFL, so don't know the terms on that deal. Yep. Devontae McMahon joining Calgary from Toronto last year on American, 26 years on a 1-year deal. 42 carries, 156 yards, 3.7 on average, 12 is longest, 1 touchdown, 3 rushes for over 10 yards, 25 carries. 18 for 25 on receiving for 130 yards and 0 touchdowns. As we go to Calgary's receiving group, we have 31-year-old American Reggie Begelton. So let's see here. Oh, that's nothing. Okay. Reggie Begelton, 31-year-old American. This is his contract year. Spent most of the season on the injured reserve list last year. He played 2 games, 6 for 8 on receiving for 65 yards. So it's almost like getting a free agent this year, except for he is just coming off injury. Average of 10.8. Longest was 20-yard reception. Jalen Philpott, 24 years old. National contract year for Jalen. 61 of 96 for 830 yards, 295 yards after catch, 13.6 on average. 6 was as long as he had 3 touchdowns and 6 catches over 30 yards. Bashon Juvenis, 24 years old, national contract year, played 10 games last year. He went 2 for 2 for 14 yards, average of 7, longest was 10. No touchdowns. Hyman, I want to fact check that to see if he is. So he's not on injury list, so we can, safe to say, he signed for the 2026 season. Rayshawn John. Rayshawn John is signed for this upcoming season. Let's fix this. Give me 1 second. So we have so he's drafted in 20, signed for 23. I don't think he had any yards last year. I'll have to double check that. Melquan Stovall, American 24, signed for 2026. Most likely PR spots last year. Mike Harley, American 27, coming up for camp this year. Kaylon Horton, 24, American, contract year, 8 games, 1 for 3, 21 yards, average of 21, longest was 21. Corey Deitches, 23 years old, American, coming up for camp. Ryan Jones did not play last year. Clark Barnes, 24, national contract year, 14 games last year, 35 for 51, 601 yards, 179 yards after catch, 72.2 was average, 65 was longest. And then we have 21 was longest. We were on Clark Barnes, sorry. 17.2, 65 was longest, 2 touchdowns and 4 yards of 30 catches or more. Jeff Freeman and Jeremiah Hunter, both Americans, signed for this past season or this offseason. Tevin Jones is back this year. Not sure on his contract. 40 of 51 target for receiving, 731. Let's see, 731 receiving yards, 250. What do we have here? Oh, that's just that. I already knew about that. 1 year. Be interesting to see where he plays in Winnipeg. Got that. Okay. Let's see. 18.3 average, 93 longest, 5 touchdowns, 3 30-yard catches. Eric Brooks signed a 2-year extension. 25 years old, American. 18 games played, 51 of 69, 824 yards, 16.2 on average, 74 as long as 2 touchdowns, and 5 catches over 30 yards, which ends with Jordan Curley and Rashad Owens, both Americans, coming up for training camp. We have Rodim Brown and Deontay Demir, Christy Nakanu, Eric Smith, Bryce Bell, and Thomas Kujala. All contract years. I'm just going to add this just for now. That only gives you 6 offensive linemen for camp, so I'm sure there's other players that I've missed or that they haven't sent yet. Going to the let's see here. We have 4 defensive lines for Calgary, Flo or Marlade. Contract years 29. Total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble. Keelani Thomas, 24, contract year. He's national. 8 games played, 10 total tackles, 9 special teams out of those 10. Anthony Federico started his career in Hamilton. moved to Calgary. I just want to make sure that Federico is not on the list, so we can add an extra year onto that for now. 3 games played, 1 tackle last year. Jason Javier Messier, drafted in 24, did not play last year, most likely due to injury. So he has a contract year. We have Sean Peterson Jr., training camp body, 25 American. Miles Brown, 27 years old, American, contract year, had 16 games played, 13 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback sacks, and 1 forced fumble. We have Devontae O'Malley, Elijah Hills, and Savio Frazier did not play last year. Charles Wally, I think. I know it's not WLLEY. He's coming up from down in the States. Clarence Hickson, for some reason, I deleted the stats. I don't know why, but he signed a 3-year extension, so he'll be back. Trayvon Morris Brash, American, did not play last year. He's coming up this offseason. Daniel Joseph, National, 2026 contract year, played 6 games, 6 total tackles. BJ Thompson and Brandon Mania, 3-year deal. Nora Powell, a 2-year deal. So those 3 will be coming up for a training camp. As we move to the linebacker group, we have Kalichi Annie Adeli Beachy. Definitely butchered that in the last name, and I apologize. 24 years old, American. Played 6 games last year, 4 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Kyle Wilson, former Ticat last year, got released by Hamilton, signed with Calgary. 16 games played, 73 total tackles, 6 special teams with 67 defensive tackles. Let's see here. 1 forced fumble. Morris Blakewell, 22, American. 6 total tackles out of 8 games played. Nikki Farina Seco, 26 national. What else am I missing? I got all these notifications coming up on my phone and not ones that. Let's put it on priority so that way I only get notifications for what I need. He had 5 total tackles, 3 defensive tackles, and 2 special teams. Kalen St. Clair, 27, national, 13 games, 7 total tackles. Marquel Lee, American, signed. This is his contract year. 3 games played last year, 8 total tackles. RJ Moulton, he didn't play at all last year. I would think he was in a practice roster. This is his contract year. Micah Tights, contract year, 22 total tackles, 10 defensive tackles, 12 special teams tackles, so a special teams player. Then we have 1 forced fumble and 1 fumble recovery, and Tareem Powell will be the American joining their linebacker group. Next up is Calgary's defensive backs. Sheldon Arnold, American, 23, had 43 total tackles, 1 interception, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. Bentley Sanders, 26, American. I'm pretty sure this is Saunders. He's not on there, so he's at least signed for this year. 45 total tackles, 1 quarterback sack, 2 forced fumbles. Ben LeBrose, drafted in 24. He's 25 years old, national. This is his 2026 contract season. 36 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss. Jackson Sambach, 25 national, 5 total tackles in 11 games. Demiley Robinson, 26 years old, national, 9 total tackles in 8 games. Anthony Johnson, 25 years old, an American, 36 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and 2 quarterback sacks. Damian Webb signed a 1-year deal last year. He signed an extension this offseason. We have 60 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions. Adrian Green, 25 national, 39 total tackles, 6 interceptions. Brady Breeze, 28 an American, 7 total tackles in 4 games. Jadon Grant, 38 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 3 interceptions. Anton Haiti did not play last year. Lance Robinson. Let me just. Oh, that's probably that's non. Lance Robinson played 2 games last year, had 1 tackle. Josh Proctor signed in the offseason. Corey Coley signed in the offseason. Millard Bradford signed a 2-year deal. Godfrey Onyaka, 31 years old. His brother signed with Hamilton in the offseason. I assume that they're brothers. Give me 1 second. We are being joined by our good friend Nick Small from the Argos Bounce, my friends. Morning.
Morning, Rick. Sorry I'm a little late to the party, but we've got half an hour before before free agency becomes official, right?
Well, I mean, we've already had 2 signings, 2 that were released. Santos Knox went to Winnipeg on a 1-year deal. Fraser Marin, global player, was drafted by Calgary last year in the global draft. It actually signed a 2-year deal with Hamilton. So we are just waiting for it. If anyone doesn't know, Nick, I would say, is the Toronto Argonauts. How do I put it in a polite way? Historian, I would say. He knows anything and everything about the Toronto Argonauts. If there's an encyclopedia about Toronto, his face would be on the cover.
Well, I don't know about everything. There's a lot of other great people who I would argue are more knowledgeable.
Well, one that I know anyways.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking for individuals to talk to, you should talk to Paul Woods, who wrote the Year of the Rocket book and Bouncing Back. 2 great reads talking about the 82 team, but broke the drought to win the Grey Cup. Longer drought than Hamilton's currently undergoing right now, might I add. And then yeah, the Year of the Rocket, of course, with Rocket Ismail, John Candy, Wayne Gretzky, an insane year of football and in Canadian football history. So, and then you've also got James Fraser, the professor at the University of Guelph, who is working on a book right now about the early days of the Toronto Argonauts and Canadian football in general.
This is why I call Nick the Toronto Argonaut historian, because I would not have known any of that.
Yeah, well, I'm fortunate enough to call both of those fine gentlemen my friends, and yeah, really, really outstanding individuals. And of course, you've got guys like Mike Hogan as well. I think one thing I've really liked as a fan over the last year or so is, if you've seen the Argonauts page, there is now a history section that talks about records and statistics and teams and players and alumni. So, and it's something that I don't think any other team has put on their website yet. So that's really fun as a fan, just to learn all this exciting history stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but this offseason has dragged on, my lord, forever. It seems like it's almost been a full year, even though it's only been, since November? We're going on, 4 months now? And combines next month, and then we have the draft in April, rookie camps May 9th, and then training camps, May 6th to 9th is rookie camp, and then training camp begins on March 10th.
Yeah, exactly. It's especially if you don't watch any other forms of football or aren't interested, it is quite a long wait. At least now they've got that new event coming in March, the Coach of the Year. talk. That was a new announcement
There's
yesterday.
actually I don't know if you caught the news last night. They're actually having 2 awards at the combine every year. Coach of the Year is one of them. They actually just started the Ted Govea Award.
Mm-hmm.
This one was for the operations personnel for exceeding scouting and player contracts, and so that's a new award that they've named after the late Ted Govea. That's going to be at the combine every year.
Yeah,
just yesterday.
Yeah, it's exciting to see, and really nice that there's now a way to honor Ted's legacy, that there's this award in his honor, and a way of recognizing people behind the scenes, sort of, I don't want to say lower levels of management because that sounds a little mean, but people who do more things behind the scenes that don't necessarily get the praise often that they deserve for things going well. Like obviously the GMs, if things are going well, they're going to take a lot of the get the praise and the credit, but there's a lot of important individuals. It's scouts who typically work over the course of a few years that build these rosters and put just as much into it as the GMs and anybody else. So it's nice that now there's a way for some of them to get recognized and continue the pipeline of bringing new blood and new energy into the systems of the clubs, because it as we've seen in sometimes in football and in other sports, it can't be the same 8 coaches and GMs being recycled all the time. You got to have new people in there.
So for those that don't know, I don't know if Nick's coming or not, but I just thought, sorry, Nick, I have to do this. So we are going to be auctioning off a Wynton McManus signed jersey that we will be signing at the CFL Fans Fight Cancer event this year as one of the donated prizes. Tomorrow night, I'm getting him to sign it.
It just doesn't feel right yet. It doesn't feel right.
It will come around, my friend. It will come around. Wait to the preseason games when we play you guys in Guelph and in Hamilton when you see them, and you will be like, no, that doesn't look right.
No, not in the slightest. But yeah, that's a huge loss, a big gain for you guys, of course. Especially if he manages to stay healthy. He did have a couple injury troubles the last 2 seasons, but when push comes to shove in the games that matter, he shows up big and he continues to prove that. So it's a good pickup. We're in a spot that I think was one of the only real spots I could think of Hamilton's that was kind of lacking compared to the rest of their lineup. But flipping it over here to Toronto, like we also have a really strong pipeline right now with guys we've managed to retain between like Isaac D'Arcangelo, Cam Judge, Varga, Kassar, Harlow, and Mana. So there's still a lot of solid pieces that Toronto still has to work with in the linebacking core.
Hey, don't forget, you guys also brought back Pickett. You guys took Amos from us and Priester.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because it's like we're going back to the 2020 23 team. It's a lot like with all those guys coming back. And then you still got like Derek Sluka, who was a star last season, coming in now to play more. Blackburn's still there. Delonte Hood is there.
McFadden.
Yeah, and McFadden as well.
It's going to be interesting because you guys also brought in Peyton Logan, who was injured most of the last season, but now that Dante Makmahan has moved on to Calgary on a 1-year deal, now it'll be interesting to see how Peyton Logan, you have Spencer Brown, J-Ron Mitchell, Sam Hicks.
Yeah, for me, it's not so much about the running backs that I'm concerned with. You guys, if you guys seen us on the Argo Bounce, you kind of know my stance with running backs. But for me, it's the pieces they picked up on the O-line, like the guy they signed out, who Calgary held the rights to.
Dakota Shipley?
Yeah, Dakota Shipley. Like there's a renewed focus now with everything that kind of went on last year and the challenges the O-line faced, that they really need to step it up. And you see like the guys who are still here, like they all kind of struggled last year. So you're except for maybe Nick Castro at center. But like everybody, Hunter struggled, Boss struggled at times, Dox Tater struggled, Vandal struggled. So it's trying to figure out that way of just improving that O line to give Chad Kelly or Nick Arbuckle more time in the pocket, and you're running. It'll open up the holes for your running game. It doesn't. My stance with running is that like you don't have to have the all-star running back to be a good CFL team. If you have good blocking, that's far more important than who you're giving the ball to, in my opinion.
It's going to be interesting because not only that, but you guys also, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to go over to the tab here. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you guys changed most of your coaching staff. I mean, you got Kadeem Carey, who retired in the offseason. Greg Quick came over from Montreal. Mike Miller's now the offensive coordinator and coach. Mickey Donovan's still there. Picard, offensive line coach. You have new quarterbacks coach, receivers coach. Maxey came back from Edmonton. So, I mean,
yeah,
it's there. It's just putting.
Sorry, you can amend your DB coach. The DB coach this year is Jovan Johnson.
Okay.
D-Max is the D-line coach.
Johnson.
Actually, I've had the pleasure of talking to him over social media a little bit. So, outstanding dude. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table. As if you might remember back in like kind of the late 2000s, played a number of years for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Was a star linebacker back then for them. So it's exciting to see what he brings as a coach. And if you follow him on social media, he's really open to engaging with people and helping out with other coaches, people in like youth football programs, helping show some playbooks and some schemes and how you can kind of look at framing coordinating a defense just with some basic like, okay, this is cover 1, this is what it means, this is cover 2, cover 3, cover 4. So a great way too for people who maybe don't know a lot about like the formations or how to look for whether they're doing like man coverage or zone or whatever. There's some little basic principles in there that you can kind of see and look for when you're trying to read that out in the middle of a game.
Yeah, and I was also saying that I don't know if you know, have you heard if Kelly's going to be is he fully healed now?
My understanding is he is, but I'm not like, as you know, I'm not directly attached to that. I haven't spoken to anyone, but I think the presumption is that with the whole now full year, 2 years now, really, when you think about it, 2 full years of healing and recovery, he should be ready to go right from the start
at least this way, even if he's not, you guys have Nick Arbuckle, so it's not like you guys are really nervous.
It was funny how a lot of the discussions were like, oh, well, what's going to happen for next year? Is it going to be Arbuckle or Kelly? And ironically enough, they both were under contract for next year. So it was never an issue of do you have to drop Arbuckle now that he had such a good year last year? All things considered, I know he got injured late in the year and his numbers dipped a little bit, but when you look at kind of how things went for them, it certainly wasn't the quarterbacking play. It wasn't the issues with the Argonauts last year. It was the fact that their secondary let some of the deepest, the most deep ball yardages, and the O-line struggled to establish a running game through most of the year. So
at least with your receivers, you have your 3 young up and coming players with Matal, Polk, and hurdling Herschlow, as what I call him. Because if you're in Toronto, you're gonna see him hurdle over a lot of other defensive players. But that's why you would see people like Devarius Daniels move on, and
Dejon Brissett is the other big one.
That was the other one.
Yeah.
Calgary. But sometimes that's what happens when you see up and coming players, youth players actually step up their game.
Yeah, I think it's sort of, to me, it probably came down to whether you wanted to keep Dave Unger or Dejan Brissett. Between the two of them, like they both had really good years, and one thing I've kind of noticed with the Argonauts too, with Canadian wide receivers, um, you look at who they've had in that kind of position before, and they tend to get sort of those national guys that have really tall verticals. I'm trying to remember who it was that went to. There's one Tommy Neal went to Calgary, and then there was another guy before that. I should remember his name, but I can't off the top of my head. But um, they they typically have a national player in that kind of tall role. But now that you also have Kevin Mittal, who's one of the best Canadian wide receivers in the league right now, or is shaping up to be in that kind of slot back type role.
Mhm.
There's and you've got a lot of other good pieces. Demonte Coxey's still playing extremely well before he got injured. Polk's back, who can also very similar to Kevin Mittal, and Herslow as well, and then Unger on top of that. And they brought back Janarian Grant too, so there's a lot of versatility there.
But I mean, not that very often do you see many receivers or many teams with 4 over 600-yard receivers.
Yeah,
That's kind of what I like about Toronto. Being a Hamilton fan, yes, I'm going this route. Is they actually spread the ball around.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you look at it the last couple of years, that's kind of one of the strengths that they've been able to do. You can't, it's not like you guys last year where you just had to shut down one guy and it would kind of cripple the offense. With Toronto, they've been so well at distributing the ball where any given day, any player can have a 150 100 yard receiving game, and we saw that both Coxey and Herslow were kind of right in that top of it. If you could have like combined them into one player, because when Coxey went down, Herslow kind of stepped up and filled that role. They were really successful at doing that last year, and the yards after catch numbers that you have there on your board really speak out. That a lot of times it's getting guys open into spots and then leaving it to execute their abilities to break free of tackles, to outmaneuver the one defender and break it out for a long gain.
And then
Johan Breskeson, that was the other 11 I was thinking, number 11 I was thinking of.
He's not playing anymore, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he hasn't. I haven't heard anything from him in a
And then
while.
as we go down the line, you guys brought back Ralph Hawley, who was in the NFL last year. Dwayne Hendricks, who was with you guys before, was in BC before he left Hamilton. Chatfield had a really good. Was it Chatfield's first year last year?
No, I think he was. I want to say he was with Winnipeg. I'm pretty sure he was with somewhere else before. Let me look it up.
Okay. Yeah, but he had an outstanding year last year. Jeremiah Ojo, like I said earlier, he's a big special teams person for you guys.
It was Ottawa, by the way. That's who he was with last year.
Cedric Henson, another depth guy. DeMarcus Christmas, I'm assuming, was injured last year. He only played 2 games.
Yeah, if I remember, it was the preseason game against Hamilton. In Hamilton, I think it was either an ACL or a some form of a leg tear, like right during warmups. He didn't even get to really play. I remember.
You know what? That's Cox Jr. who you're thinking of, because he didn't play at all for you guys last year. DeMarcus Christmas played 2 games for you guys at least last year, so, and then he ended up on the injured list. But looks like you guys are revamping your whole, I wouldn't say your whole defense line, but I'm sure Ojo will get more playing time, because at least you guys didn't lose all your players like us in Saskatchewan did. You guys are tired of that from the previous years.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard too, because like last year they had the really big loss, because you lost all those guys to Edmonton, and then you had the trade where you lost the guy to Calgary. Yeah, you lost Flo. So, but the thing is that the guys they brought in the D line actually did extremely well. Like for the longest time, Chatfield and um, Ojo Johnson, Hendricks, all those guys, our D line, we had more sacks than any of those guys who were on the team last year. So the schemes were still working fairly well. And like I said, the thing that really hurt was that we couldn't stop the deep ball enough that like in some of those 50-50 passes that we were able to stop last year and the year before, we just couldn't do that this past year. So going into this year, this is now I think our fourth defensive coordinator package. Like between the co-coordinators and new coordinators, it's the fourth different one that we've had in the last 4 years. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. So there'll be some new looks, at least not being predictable.
I guess that has to be frustrating if you're a defensive player having new coordinators coming in every year. And I'm sorry, but that co-defensive coordinator was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like,
Well, the
you don't
crazy
know
thing,
who to.
sorry, the crazy thing was that it worked though. It ended up working. We won that Grey Cup in 2024, but then yeah, it just didn't seem to work the next year after that. And I don't know if had to do with coaching chemistry or coaching player chemistry. I don't know, but it's always seemed good in practice, and just I don't know that just couldn't stop those key deep passes when they needed to in the
Yeah, because
games.
it seemed like last year you guys. No, when I say you guys, I'm talking about Toronto.
Yeah,
I want to say, was it? I think it was last year where you guys had 10 out of 18 games where you guys had to score more points than what your defense gave up in those games.
yeah, and like I looked at it, like you go back to it, and all the criticism that originally that was predicted was going to be on, oh, how's this offense going to score points? More often than not, we cleared the 30-point bracket in those games. It's not like our offense wasn't putting points on the board. But when you put up 35 points but you give up 40, it's just inexcusable. And some of them were really ugly, like those kind of one play bombs down the field that led to touchdowns. It was something that they just couldn't stop from happening last year.
Yeah, and then Larham Harkunavanu. I always say his name wrong, and it's gonna haunt me for the rest of my life.
Liram
Um,
Harulahu.
Ralahu.
Speaking of which, speaking of him, I do have to gloat that I did have a chance at showing him, taking him out to Milton. We ended up doing some curling.
Oh, nice.
So quite a huge opportunity, a huge honor to spend some time. We had I think there was 4 or 5 of us instructing, and then there was him, and there was a couple other individuals. So we had a game going on. Managed to have a game with him and a couple other CrossFit trainers, a bunch of athletic people. So it honestly impressed me how quick these professional athletes and like people whose jobs it is to work out like that. It's how quickly they were able to adapt to the curling. It's a difficult sport. But anyways, talking about Liram's football play, though, of course, he had almost a CFL record for his performance last year, and in my opinion, undeservedly earning of the most outstanding special teams player. Like the numbers he was able to put up with his field goals was phenomenal. I think he was 9 for 9 on field goals over 50 yards. It's just insane how good he was, and just how good field goal kicking in general has gotten in the CFL.
Oh yeah, with his longest was like 56 yards. I
Yeah,
mean, he only missed 5, so that's actually not that bad.
yeah, and I forget how many attempts he had. It was like,
Yeah, so
yeah,
he made 57 out of 64, just on field goals.
yeah,
I
not counting it.
think I have. Just let me check my phone. I think I have
Yeah, but that is
Notice.
honestly pretty insane. Like those numbers, like
Um,
those are like Madden numbers that
Let me
it.
go here because I'm pretty sure I have. Where did he post it? I know.
While
Posted.
you're looking that up, I will ramble a little bit too, because like even his kickoff stats were really solid too, and I look at some of those onside kicks that they performed. There was the one that against Montreal, they ultimately didn't get the ball back, and you could argue they probably should have, but it's amazing watching him in practice and his ability to just absolutely dime it up exactly where it needs to go. It's not a matter of just get it somewhere close to there. No, it's like if you wanted to bounce at the 20-yard line or at the 25-yard line on a deep kick, like he will dime it up and it'll go exactly where it
So
needs to. It's
I actually
unbelievable.
found it. Just give me 1 second. I just want to go and save this graphic so that I can actually put it on the screen here. So just bear with me one moment because I was actually able to find it. Click on this, save. Double click on this so that I can open. Actually, no, we'll just use this.
Speaking of which, we've got like 30 seconds until the clock officially hits noon Eastern, which means free agency will have officially started.
I'm actually going to let me see if this will let me change it. Share screen, and we want this. So hopefully people can see it. I'm going to zoom up a bit more. So he went for under 20 yards. He went 6 for 6. He went for 20 to 39. He went 26 for 28. 40 to 49, he went 13 for 15, and then 50 plus, he only missed 3, going 12 for 15.
I like the clutch statistic for like game winning field goals there on the right side.
Oh yeah, 3 for
3.
3.
And we know one was, of course, that insane Labor Day game that took place.
That last catch that
Oh yeah, and then everybody was debating whether or not he stepped out of bounds or
every,
not, and then
everyone was leaving for the concourse to beat the traffic because they thought that Hamilton had it in the bag. Next, Hamilton or Toronto throws the ball down with 6 seconds left or something like that.
yeah,
The guy catches it, and then next, it's like, oh, we're gonna go for the game-winning field goal.
But the other thing that was controversial about it, so he caught it at around midfield, and there was about, I don't know, there's like less than 10 seconds left, I think. He booked it up the sideline, and rather than going down to like leave Liram a 30-yard field goal, he tried to go into the end zone. And what happened though was he had stepped out of bounds, but he kept going as whistle hadn't went and leaped into the end zone. And so then the question was, though, did he step out of bounds and did he go in? And then everybody saw he stepped out of bounds, but they didn't realize the fact that there was still a second left on the clock. The clock hadn't hit 0, and fans thought they did, but it didn't. So he ultimately did leave that field goal opportunity in, and then from like a chip shot at 25 yards or whatever it was, Liram wasn't going to miss that. I think the big question is going to be how is with these proposed field changes, how that's going to affect the kicking game and the special teams, because it's going to be really different.
I honestly want to say that it's going to, you will see. Now this is just my honest opinion is you'll see less kicks from what would technically be 30 yards now.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats have signed Canadian quarterback Trey Ford to a 2-year.
You'll see less 30+ yards, because then it would be technically 40. And I think you'll see more go for it on third down if you're longer than 40 yards than you would like if you're like 3rd and 3 from like the 50, you'd probably go for it. Or what's interesting, I won't say what kicker told me this. What you may see is punters trying to aim it for like the 1-2 yard or the corner of the end zone where it's still in the end zone, but the players have to take it out, because I'm pretty sure that would still count as a safety if they down it in the end zone.
Yeah, it would be a rouge if like you said, exactly. If it's has to be fielded by a player and it doesn't just go through, it will still be the rouge awarded. Now, if it like hits the ground and rolls out of the end zone because there was no opportunity to play it, then it wouldn't be a rouge. But as long as like either the guy catches it in the end zone or it lands in the field of play where someone eventually has to pick it up, then yeah, it will still award the rouge.
John says, "What's up?" John's going to be joining us later.
Awesome.
Later on this afternoon to talk Ticats football. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Toronto finishes this year. Hopefully they have another good season and not a season that they had last year. I mean, to be honest, Nick Arbuckle honestly did not have that bad of a season. I mean, clean up the interceptions. Right. But other than that, I didn't find he had a bad season whatsoever.
No, and I mean with the expectations, like I said, but in terms of the points being produced in the game, and sort of the expectations coming in that the offense was going to inherently be weaker because Chad Kelly wasn't playing, I thought Arbuckle did a phenomenal job, and like his numbers for the longest time before he got injured he had some of the highest passing yardage out of anyone. Like he was out throwing guys like Nathan Rourke, he was out throwing guys like Cody Fajardo and Trey Ford, and he was out throwing Bo Levi Mitchell. Like his stats were good in the same way like 2 years ago where there was a talk of should Bo have gotten the MOP with his passing yards, even though Hamilton didn't have the success in terms of wins and losses. The Argos were kind of in the exact same situation with Nick Arbuckle. Before he got injured, Arbuckle could have legitimately been seen as in that same thing, potential MOP candidate, even though the record of the team wasn't very good. Football's weird like that.
I mean, it just sucks that and I'm sure Brian Cox Jr. would have had a good season for you guys, but just like those minor what is it? Like those non-contact injuries that happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like those ones kind of suck because it's like, okay, well, those you don't see happening.
Yeah, well, it really was a year
often.
of like everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Like it seemed like nothing, like where they had all the success and everything that fell in their favor the last couple seasons for the Argos, just none of it happened, which is why you have this whole spectacular collapse from Grey Cup to not. But yeah, I think it was more just a misfortune thing, and I did kind of shock me that Dinwiddie left, but at the end of the day, like, yeah,
sometimes people need changes.
Yeah, that's how I see it as, and like, it's a new opportunity for him. He's got a bigger role in Ottawa now. It's an organization that's still kind of trying to find its footing, and a fresh start, like you said. And it's not the first time we've had Argonaut coaches go to Ottawa and succeed. So
the only thing that I will say is a kind of a downgrade is I'm sorry, but 3 people don't need to. One person does not need to wear 3 hats. Let's be real here. It does not always work. I mean, last year Scott Milanovic wore 2 hats, and now he's given up one of the hats, and now he's just head coach. And we have a new offensive coordinator, whereas in Ottawa, Ryan Dinwiddie's the GM, head coach, and offensive coordinator. Good luck with that. I do know that, sometimes people do it because the operations cap. Like, look at us this year. Not last year, but the year before that, we got Chris Jones for a free year because his salary was still being paid by Edmonton.
Mm-hmm.
This year we get Bob Dice for a year on a free contract because his salary is still being paid partially by Ottawa. So
yeah, I wonder how that fits for someone like Dinwiddie, because I think he was still technically contracted to Toronto, but like most of the time on these contracts, most of them usually have an out clause. If a higher position opportunity opens somewhere else, there's that leeway that they can break that contract to move up. So,
and I'm pretty sure, I forget who said it to me. I'm pretty sure that there is an out clause for most of the Toronto coaching staff that if Ryan Dinwiddie went anywhere, like a lot of them wouldn't have contracts. That's why you've seen only Donovan and Picard return instead of the rest of them.
Yeah, there were a lot of pieces kind of, not to say jump ship, but moved over there. Like William Fields did. Well, William Fields was there before, but like Pete Costanza went and Drew Tate went with him to Ottawa. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, and that's part of the fun of the offseason and of free agency. As we all know, it's not just the players, but it's the coaching staffs as well.
Okay, I don't know why people keep on saying that always going to Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan has no money, okay? Saskatchewan had to re-sign all their players and then some and gave people new contracts.
Yeah, that's an interesting option for him for all way to go to Saskatchewan of all places. I thought he might be more suited for some place like Calgary or Winnipeg. Even back to Montreal isn't a stretch, I guess.
And then BC is in the same vote. You didn't see them signing any players during the tampering window because, again, BC is most likely up against the cap, and they just lost 2 draft picks last year because they're over the cap this year.
Yeah, that's a tough blow, and that's kind of it's what they lose trying to focus on Trey Ford, and now you don't have that money to spend, or Trey Ford, Nathan Rourke, and now you don't have that cap to go elsewhere, and it's kind of the same with it is kind of the same with Edmonton with Ford, because now they've kind of shifted that to Fajardo, but they've lost all that money now that went to Ford. Yeah.
Speaking of coaching changes, there was coaching change in your famous stomping grounds this offseason with Laurier getting a new head coach after your former coach went to Western.
Yeah, but it was unfortunate. I was hoping that would not end up being the case, but Michael Folds, Laurier's head coach, for left to go back to his alma mater at Western. And I know some made the comparison to the one coach in the States. I think he left LSU for was it Texas or something like that. There was one coach there's one college coach who left to go to a different football program, but it's a little different in Michael Folds' case because there is a lot of kind of, I guess, sentimental attachment, or like I guess his legacy as a player was always with Western, and I think it was kind of at some point he was going to go back to Western, and this just kind of presented itself as a good opportunity. And as you see, OUA programs, they're a lot more loyal to their coaches than sometimes you see in college ball. There isn't that big money factor, so you'll have the same coaches for years and years and years, and I can see Michael Foles being coach at Western now basically until he decides to stop coaching.
It's interesting because was he not the I don't know why this is giving me
He did just sign a new contract extension with Laurier. Like I think he still had another 3 years left on that contract. Yes, I think he is getting paid a bit more at Western, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not so much that like it's more significantly more than what he was being paid at Laurier, but it is still more. And there's part of the argument that Western has in general had the best program in the OUA for the last 30 some odd years. So there's that argument that like you want to be the head coach of the best football program, and Western has consistently proven, even when they've had blips, they're still usually in the top 2 every season if you look, and often they're number 1. The thing that was really weird though last year was like against Laurier specifically, Western just really seemed to fall off a cliff. Like Laurier blew them out when they played them, and that's something that you just have never seen. Like it's usually close, but yeah, but on the flip side, Laurier wasn't able to close it out in the playoffs either. They end up losing to Queens after just barely scraping
60-13.
Yeah, Laurier thumped them by more than 40 points, almost 40 points.
And I'm pretty sure. Oh, where did he go? I think Hilliok signed somewhere, but I can't remember where he went. But Carl Withers, I think he's still back.
Cal Withers back. He played. He was in Indiana, I think it was, and transferred back into Canada. And then, of course, Taylor Elgersma is still trying out at camps in the NFL to try to make an NFL career. So his rights are owned by the Blue Bombers, but we probably won't see him for at least another year in Winnipeg potentially. He also got drafted to one of the UFL teams, but I don't know if he's going to
Birmingham Stallions.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is Laurier also lost Ethan Jordan, who was one of the key receivers for Taylor Elgersma, but he's going to be buried in the receiving group.
Yeah, his rights.
Ottawa.
Yeah, his rights were drafted to Ottawa, but you never know, because like we kind of saw that with Curly Giddens in Toronto a few years back when McLeod Ethel Thompson came in, and he quickly Curly Giddens rose to becoming a big wide receiver there. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Ethan Jordan, because I think his numbers at Laurier were comparable to Curly Giddens, if not higher, and I think he certainly has that potential to be one of those top guys. I mean, I think he was a first or a second round pick. He was one of the first guys taken off the board in the draft last year, and it was kind of it seems more likely than not that he was going to go back to Laurier, and I think it paid off well for him because he got that experience too with Cal Wither, with a different quarterback. So now you've proven that it's not just because of Taylor Elgersma as a quarterback. As a receiver, I have my own abilities that I've proven through this. So that's the way I look at it.
Especially when he puts back-to-back 1,000-yard receptions. So his first year, which I'll call it freshman year, 22-23, he had 643 yards, 5 touchdowns. Then his sophomore year, which is year 2, he had 749 and 5 touchdowns. So still the same amount of touchdowns, but he had almost 100 yards more. Then he had the jump in 24-25 from 749 to 1,010 touchdowns. And then this past year, even though he was injured in the playoffs, he He's still got 1,066 yards and 10 touchdowns. But the thing is, with Ottawa, you have Eugene Lewis, Justin Hardy, Pimpleton, Keelan White, who was drafted last year, Nick Marner, who was drafted first round 2 years ago. So that's 5 or 6 receivers, and then Ethan Jordan. So I'm gonna say if he goes on the practice squad, I'm sure some team will pick him up off the practice squad.
Yeah, I think he will probably make the cut, or like stay for roster management decisions. But yeah, it'll be but we've also seen too that typically teams don't do too much meddling on others' practice rosters. Typically they kind of play nice and don't start poaching other players, because then it just breaks into a war of taking everybody's best players, and it's hard on the players too, because then that uproots them, and then now they've got to travel to another city, and it's like, now what do you do to room and board, family, all that kind of stuff. So it's typically better for everyone that they leave it, but you are right, there is that possibility. So we'll see. I mean, usually there's enough room on those depth charts that for wide receivers that they keep a guy like him will probably be on the roster, even if he's not actively playing much. He'll probably see some special teams play too, with some I don't think he was the kick returner for Laurier, but you might see that. They might mess around with it for at least a couple games.
Unless your name's Kevin Brown or Devontae Knight, where you're on the practice squad for Toronto, and then Hamilton just comes and poaches you from Toronto, and then you only have to go down the QEW.
Yeah, I felt bad with losing Deontay Knight. I met his mom at an Argos game one time. She was really nice. I got to see the ring he won back. That was the 2022 ring, which was really cool.
Yeah, and then the good old replica of the 99.
Very nice. Yeah, mine aren't here. I keep mine in the box. So
yeah, I have the Toronto replica ring in the box, so I haven't opened it out and taken it out of the box.
Yeah, so the 3 I have the I don't have the 2012 ring. I have the 2017 ring. I have the 2020 22 ring, and I have the 2024 ring. But yeah, like I said, they're all in boxes.
I need one more to add to make it 4.
Yeah, get the ringling thing. I've never even really worn them. Because I like just keep them in good shape. I guess you could always I wonder what they're scalping for now on eBay or whatever. Because I remember when they first, like every giveaway, they go out insanely quick, and then everybody's auctioning them for like $50 or $100. And to be honest, I thought last year's rings weren't as nice as the 2022 ones, the replica ones, I mean.
Yeah, or you see people get those free prizes at the giveaways and then turn around and flip them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, I get, and it sucks as a fan, because like you're trying to be in that leeway, because like I also don't believe in like fan entitlement of like, oh, we've been season ticket holders for yada yada amount of years, so you guys owe us this and that. I don't think that's a good mentality as a fan. You support the team because you support the product on the field, the players. It shouldn't be about the stuff. But on the flip side, we have kind of seen where season ticket reps have kind of had to navigate that, and like but even so, like there's still, you just wait, because they have so many of those rings that they go on sale for like 50% off, and then you're only paying like $20 a ring instead of 60 or whatever that are there, and that's it. If it means that much, you can always just buy one.
Last year with the your guys' giveaways that you guys had last year, I was able to get the John Candy shirt, and I was not giving that up. I didn't care what size I got, because John Candy is one of my favorite actors. So I kept that shirt. The Buffalo Bills one that you guys gave away, I gave that to a fan because the size that I got didn't fit me.
I gave mine to a kid as well. I got the couple smalls, and like, yeah, if you, because it's the problem with t-shirts specifically, because you can't have every size available at every entrance, so it's like you kind of leave it up to the will of fans to be willing to exchange. Hey, I got a 2XL. That's too big for me. Do you want to trade me for your medium? Or like often, like I got the small, so I just end up outright giving them to a couple kids who didn't get one. So I'm just
at least with this year should be better for you guys, because you guys will have all round access to entrances this year, now that World Cup will be over and construction will be done. So at least you guys will have access to all entrances now. So it won't be two big lineups going through two entrances.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward actually to how that new northern concourse is going to look. Like I'm worried that they might not get the temporary stands taken down in time, like between when the World Cup ends and when the Argos are back. But when they take it down, that top area should be perfect for something like the Stipley that they have in Hamilton, a way where fans can hang out in kind of the northern concourse like they do in the south end. You have that option to hang up top there, have a couple drinks, enjoy the action, have that chance to maybe catch the field goal, and throw it back into the stands. And then yeah, just like you kind of see in the south end, it's nice to have that viewing, and I think it's actually a better spot to watch sometimes than on like the sides of the field itself. I have really good seats. I'm kind of right in the center of the field, and when the field dimensions change, I'm going to be even more in the center. But the end zone standing there is actually probably the second best spot to watch the game. And there's been plenty of times this past year where
I just stood in the end zone.
It's and you can buy your nosebleed ticket dirt cheap and then head over there for a better view if you don't mind standing and burn some calories.
The other thing that I think is going to really benefit you guys this year will be the opposite sidelines. So hopefully that will give you guys a chance to hopefully have more ushers for the upper bowl on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I don't know yet how it's gonna work. So right now on that far end, they put up those like video billboards on the one end, and then immediately behind that they have the luxury seats, like those soccer bleacher things with like the really huge backrests and that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if there's enough room on that end of the field. Like you'd remove the billboards, obviously, but I don't know about the seats. I still think it's too small a space if you don't move the seats. So there will probably be some lost seating there, which is kind of contradictory to the commissioner's message about the whole reason that one of the ideas was to change it for seating purposes. Well, I'm going to argue, at least at BMO, that isn't the case. If anything, you're losing seating. The one benefit out of Toronto that will come with it, though, is that by narrowing the field, you will be now playing entirely on the grass part of the field. You won't have the parts of the end zones that'll be turf like they are right now. But I just don't see where you're getting the space to add any extra seating, because you're losing the seating in the corner on the far end. You could maybe do something in the one set of corners, but you've got the vomitoriums for the players. So I don't know.
Vomitoriums, is that where your players come out of the end zone?
Yeah. So there's the tunnel. There's like the thing that's different.
Ramp.
Yeah. There's the visiting tunnels in the corners.
And on that side,
yeah. But then the Argos is in the opposite end. But you have the other corner underneath where I don't know if there's any tunnels for players or anything, because I think it's just a flat. There's that wall with the elevator it would be the northwest side, so facing the food building, far back on the left, where the players go far back on the right. That far back on the left side, I think there are like emergency entrances and stuff for like if they need to cart a player off or something, but that whole kind of side is where TFC's stuff is, and all of that is not used for Argo game days. So that kind of lower western half from like midfield to the back underneath, it's like it's all like stuff for soccer for the TFC, but it's not used for the Argos. So
even with our stadium, like when it's not on the regular side, it is. You now have to take all those advertisements off the field that you'd normally have.
yeah,
Because then that's where the away team's going to be. So now you got to make up room for advertising and whatnot. But time will tell. See what they do this year.
yeah.
But no, the reason why I brought that up is because at least with like your stadium, like people will say, "Oh, the away teams have to sit in the sun all the time." So I mean, at least with you guys, you guys will have more fans over on that side. I don't know about, like, I'm hoping that it also brings in more ushers to do the upper bowl on that side too. I don't know if it will or not. Fingers crossed, because then that would be really good for you guys. But
yeah, I mean, I know I'm
time will
curious
tell.
for the away fans, because that'll draw them to the other end of the field where they're not on the same side as the as the home fans are right now. So maybe, like, especially for Hamilton games, I could see that maybe helping kind of resolve some of the attrition that's sometimes there a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the Sun argument, well, when your
I
team
just said
goes
that
to
as a joke.
Calgary or Saskatchewan, you're in the Sun side of the field. So like to me, it's a non-argument. Everybody's going to get disadvantaged by that at some point, and you don't let it bother you, or you look at Danny Webb, ways to be creative to resolve it. You put up some sort of awning or create some sort of temporary shade, or you provide more misting stations. Provide a ton of water and Gatorade and stuff, making sure everybody's hydrated on electrolytes. You can adapt to those kind of things, and that's part of the game. They're the game within the game. You have to suck it up, and if you mentally focus on the game ahead, those kind of things don't really bother you as much, I find.
No, it's just people were just saying it as a joke.
Yeah,
so that fans had to like sit in the other side.
Yeah, it is crispy on that side of the field. I will admit that. Like, I generally don't sit at that side of any of the stadiums I go to, but it is crispy, and I'll definitely we'll have to prepare for that now as we go on some of these road trips for Toronto. Bringing that point up real quick, I don't know at this point what's going on in terms of like, do the Argos take the home side in Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, or do we take the away side anyways? That I don't know yet.
So the way that I've understood it from with what the people that I've spoken to is those 3 away games. I don't know as far as locker. I don't think you guys will have the home team locker room. I'm not sure on the bench. But I know the PA announcers will be the home team's PA announcers. The security will be paid by the home team. The concession staff will be paid by the home team. The what is it? The security will be paid by the home team. The only thing that I think Toronto gets out of them is half of the ticket revenue, possibly. But here's my other problem that I'm going to bring up with this is Toronto just recently announced that they were using Guelph for all practices up until August when the World Cup is done. Those games, they should have just played them at Guelph. We didn't.
The argument I kept hearing was that it is like, while the facilities are okay, like in terms of like for camps and stuff, the problem is that the locker rooms, especially the visitor side one, were not adequate enough for CFL standards. Like, there were lots of problems with like leakage and smell and that kind of stuff. So it would need investment into modernizing it, I guess. And I guess the argument was that, where's the money for that going to come from between like MLSE and the university, and it seemed like no one really wanted to put the money into that stuff. And it is too bad, because the whole thing I've been arguing, that's been the big problem with this whole thing is, and why people see it as a cash grab, is that there's been all this talk about wanting to grow the game in Canada, in Toronto specifically, and the fact that we're an area, GTA's got what, 3 million people, and we can't find one other place in the GTA that can host 2 CFL games, 3 CFL games temporarily, is it's like the complaints with the TTC or the Metrolinx of the GO train. It's becoming a joke. Like, that's frankly what it's about. So, and it's difficult. So hopefully I heard there's proposals that they might put something in Mississauga. I know Brampton, where the Powerade Center, the CAA Center is in Brampton, where the Steelheads currently play. They're planning on getting rid of the baseball diamonds there and turning it into like a cricket stadium.
Oh, nice.
I've heard there's plans in Mississauga to build a similar venue that they could use multi-purpose as like a kind of a medium-sized stadium, which might be a good alternative if it's like, a 5 to 10,000 seat stadium. That would probably be good if the Argos had a situation like this come up again in the future, which, knowing Toronto, it probably will happen at some point. I mean, we've seen, I think, twice when we were in the Sky Dome in the 2000s, late 2000s, 2010s, we were relocated. We had games moved and canceled. We had Dome being left shut because of stadium fixtures for concerts. So it would be nice to have a little bit more opportunity to sort of control our own destiny in that. And of course, I think part of the challenge too is you're always going to frustrate one group of the fan base, because people travel from all over the GTA. If you put it like up north in Markham or something, it's annoying to me. Traveling from like Oakville and Mississauga, especially in the south part, if you put it here, you have problems with those people, or people living coming from Kingston or Oshawa. And it's the same if you put it in Guelph. Same individuals have that issue. So it's really, I like it being in the downtown, because it seems like to be the best compromise for everybody, downtown or like exhibition where it is now. But yeah, it's trying to figure out some of these long-term things, and you hope that as a result of these new suites being put up in the north side, it might encourage some more people who haven't gone to games. They might consider renting out, or especially the corporate rentals. That's where you get a ton of money in, because if you can get like Scotiabank or BMO or TD or whoever to spend the 10 grand or whatever it is for the suite for the entire year, and being able to treat your 20 clients or whatever to games, there's a lot of value in that, and a lot of revenue that can be drawn in from there. So
we actually have, believe it or not, it only took 35 minutes for them to officially announce it. We have, where did I put? Oh no, it was Calgary. Devron Dredick Bynum has gone from Edmonton to Calgary on a 1-year deal. Now, as we finally wait for all these other tampering window signings to go, did you hear what Edmonton gave Malik Carney? Like, it's ridiculous. So they gave him $270,000 per year, plus $120,000 signing bonus.
Wow.
So over $500,000 just from Malik Carney.
Wow, and that's that's crazy.
And that's only like one big year in Saskatchewan since he left. Well, multiple years, but
yeah, I'm trying to think, because I don't think when we had the 2 guys from Edmonton, I don't know if they had
Barlow and Smith, Jared Brinkman.
Yeah, Jared Brinkman and Jake Serezna. I know Brinkman wasn't getting quite as much as Serezna, but I think Serezna was kind of in that ballpark of money.
Robbie Smith.
Well, yeah,
So when
Robbie
he
Smith.
left you guys, he was getting 271,000.
Yeah, I mean, I know it was more other things for Serezna and Brinkman, but I know for Robbie Smith it was mostly money wise, and yeah, his was one two of that hit the finances out of the water.
But it just seems like, I don't know, when people leave, like when Brinkman and Robbie Smith left Toronto, like they were getting career numbers.
Yeah.
In Toronto, and then they go to Edmonton and I'm sorry, but they got shit numbers for the amount of money that they're paying. That's why, like, you'll see when we
well, that was to my point. Chatfield had more sacks than Brinkman, Smith, and Serezna combined. I think more than Flo too.
To BC, like for example, when we released Casey Sales, the guy only had 35 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 4 sacks, and we were paying him $210,000.
I guess the one good thing though is that now that the cap has gone up for multiple years, there's a little bit more money that can be spent. Like the $250,000 salary is a bit more palatable than it was in the past, but it is still a lot of money that you're paying your top guys to perform. And what I kind of felt with the Edmonton moves, it showed that you can't just copy and paste the defensive line from one team that was successful into another team and just expect it to be as successful. There's a lot of other factors involved.
Well, Edmonton brought over 5 players from Hamilton: Taylor Powell, Brendan O'Leary Orange, Brendan Bordner, Coulter Woodmansey, and Jordan Murray. Bordner has only been in the league for 2 years. He came off his rookie deal of $70,000 to $75,000. They signed him. Well, they offered him, because it's not official yet, but he offered him 2 years, $192,500 off of a rookie deal of $70,000 to $75,000.
Yeah, pretty
sick. Like, I'm sorry, Nick. We're both in the wrong business. We need to go become football players. Even if we go kick a ball, we can still make $70,000 to $75,000.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it's not the days anymore where like some of these athletes were making like 30,000-40,000 at the bottom. Like now the floor's gone up, which is really nice to see. And the more I look at it, especially with football, it's that I try not to take any of these signings for money too personally, because at the end of the day, as a professional athlete in football, you've probably got 3 outstanding years, and you've got maybe 10, if you can get more than 10 good years as a solid athlete, you're the exception, not the norm. Like a lot of these guys only play for 2 or 3 years and then their careers are done, and it's so much has to then go into what they studied in school or what their plans are for outside of football. And a lot of these guys do have other careers.
Outside of football,
Liram's a business consultant. So like there's always, it's how you set yourself up for after football, because you're not going to be, as much as everybody wants to and loves the game, you can't play it forever. And I think the hardest part as an athlete, whether you're like a kid when I knew I couldn't play football anymore, not getting to play in college, university, or whatever, or you're one of these guys in a professional career, there is a point where unfortunately it does have to come to an end.
But I mean, it's not even that. It's just like, for example, some of these players, like CFL contracts are not guaranteed like NFL contracts are. Whereas, like, for example, not last year, but the year before, Austin Mack signed a 4-year deal. He was just released by Montreal this past season.
That was hurtful.
And then goes and signs over in Edmonton. Now, I don't know if it's because he had 2 injured seasons, or who else was it? There was another player. Like, a lot of these releases this past week were all because teams didn't want to pay signing bonuses. Like,
yeah,
that cheap that you
same for Ford.
Signing bonuses.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of one problem that might need to be addressed by the commissioner sort of long term, because we've had these complaints about why aren't contracts longer. And there's Max, your case example, where you had a guy sign her long term and you can still lose them out of the contract. And I think something needs to be done to sort of disincentivize that. If it's sort of like you could do the NHL thing where if you buy out someone's contract, you pay half of it over twice the amount of years. So if it's $200,000 1-year contract, well, now you're paying out $100,000 over 2 years against your cap. There's something you could do, something like that, but yeah, there's got to be some sort of safety net or balance in place where it has to stop teams from doing this, but it also, there has to be something to still protect them, because the rosters, the finances, while they've gotten significantly better, they're still not they're not comparable to like the NFL, where some of these contracts are in the millions of dollars as opposed to the hundreds of thousands.
And it's not just that, but like I'm starting to see, like, for some reason there's been a lot of players, I don't know if you've noticed it, like just across the league, like a lot of Americans coming up this year because they have not made it in the NFL. So they figured, okay, we'll go up, play in the CFL, we'll get minimum 70 to 75 Canadian. I know it's a bit less with the exchange rate, but it's just like you're starting to see all these younger players come up. So over the next few years, you'll see all these younger players come up, and then all the, veteran players go out. Like if we look at it here, like look at all, like Rhymes, Gittins Jr., Wheatfall, Rambo, Dunbar, Daniels, Shamar Bridges, Sean Bain Jr., like all these older receivers that aren't signed yet. Some of them were injury prone last year, but a lot of these receivers, you'll start to see some of them retire because all these younger players are coming up from the States. And if they do well, they make less money than having to pay a veteran player. And the going rate for American receivers, at least minimum, is $200,000 for this offseason.
Yeah. I look at it too, at the fact that it's also good that for the league, and that you have players from the States that see our league and find it more secure and legitimate compared to something like the UFL or any other football leagues. Like the fact, it's important to recognize that it is a conscious decision that players who aren't necessarily making it in the NFL, they're choosing to come to Canada to play here. But yeah, it is going to be interesting how that affects salaries going forward, because it seems like for a lot of these guys there isn't the money is still like they desire still being paid as much as they can, like anybody would, right? So yeah, it makes this free agency year really interesting, especially with a lot of players changing parts.
So like Saskatchewan just signed 2 players just within the last 10 minutes. Former NFL draft picks Freddie Swain and Juwan Winfrey. Again, like I was just saying, Americans coming up here. But keep in mind, not every American that comes up from the U.S. that had NFL experience does well.
Mm-hmm.
Example, the one that I always use that I'm sure Nick remembers since he's a big CFL person. Do you remember the days of Johnny Manziel in Hamilton and Montreal? Like he just had
yeah.
And then you find out that he wasn't reading playbooks or anything like that in his documentary. It's like you come up here, you basically came up here because of the money. You did horrible. We fleeced Montreal for the biggest one-sided trade ever.
Yeah.
And then he went and played maybe half, if not one season in Montreal, and then he gets caught drinking and breaking his clause in his contract, got banned for life.
Yeah,
from the
one of the only players to be banned for life from the CFL.
Actually, let me rephrase that. Sean Lemon is almost on the cusp of being banned.
Don't bet
for life,
kids.
and the CFL.
Yeah. The other one I used from Toronto is when Ricky Williams came. John Avery was still a better running back statistically than him, and this was on the downfall of his career. Like he had already played several years in Toronto, and he was basically ready to retire then. He still put up better numbers than Ricky Williams, and they had almost the same amount of snaps and games played. Like almost all of their statistics were identical, and John Avery was only like marginally better. So
Did
yeah.
did
Um,
Chad Owens before he went to Toronto? I know he did well in the CFL. Did he not come from the NFL too?
yeah, he was selected for Jacksonville. But I think he only played like one season for them, and I don't think he even played the whole time. He was mostly a practice squad guy and like preseason, not he didn't get any actual real reps in any of the games.
So he played 05-06 with Jacksonville.
Yeah. Yeah,
Then
he
he
started.
went to Tampa as their practice squad in 7.
Yeah.
Went
And then
back with Jacksonville, played for the Toronto Crush.
yeah, and the arena football. And
Yeah,
then
then he spent 09 with Montreal, 10 to 15 with Toronto, 16 with Hamilton, 17 with Saskatchewan, and then 18 with Hamilton again, and then
yeah.
that was his career.
Yeah, never quite the same without him and Andre Dury together. That's where I
Oh,
think they found.
he was well. And then who was the other player? Dorsey. Was it Dorsey?
Dominic Dorsey?
Yeah. He was with you guys at one point, no?
Yeah.
He came over to us and he was another receiver that didn't work out for us back in the day.
Yeah, he was on the 07 Argonauts the year they should have went to the Grey Cup at home and lost to Winnipeg.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I gotta step out real quick. You can leave me on. I'll be back in just a minute. I just gotta throw some laundry in the fire. Nothing special.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. The other one that brings interest is Brandon Banks. Brandon Banks did very well for his career. In Hamilton with returner, receiver. He's one of the top receivers for Hamilton, and then he goes to Toronto. And he goes to Toronto. I don't know if he had that great of season with Toronto, but he still went to Toronto and what is it? He still went to Toronto and got a ring. But then he also fought with his teammates on the sidelines. So that's one of those things where change of scenery doesn't always work. For some people, sometimes it does. Kenny Lawler, for example, didn't have all of he wasn't healthy all seasons with Winnipeg, and then he comes with us. He has an outstanding season. He has career numbers. He had, what was it? Kenny Lawler, 1,443 yards, the top year that he's had, and he had 14 touchdowns. I think the most that he's had when he was with Winnipeg was like 7. I'm just trying to look. Cats. Since we'll go 2007. I'm curious to see if I can find it, the stats. Okay, all-time statistics. I want to see if it shows. 85 twos was good for us. Ryan Getzlaf's brother, Ryan Getzlaf, Anaheim Ducks, was known for him. He was good. His brother, Chris Getzlaf, was good for us before he got traded to or he signed with Saskatchewan. Luke Tasker was good for us. Arlen Bruce. I know he played for Toronto from 04 to 09. Oh, that's hilarious. I'll have to bring that up to Nick when he comes back. That's hilarious that we had the rights to him back in the 2010. Nick, you want to know something interesting? I don't know if you knew this.
Oh, Arlen Bruce III.
Yeah, do you know that he was traded for the rights for Corey Mace? Like Corey Mace was his rights were owned by Hamilton at one point.
Wow, I did not know that. Because you never played for Toronto, Mace.
No, but I was just looking trying to go over all of the receivers. Like I mentioned Brandon Banks of how he went to you guys and had that ring. Andy Fatouz was a big receiver for us. Darren Flutie didn't play for you guys, but he played for the Eskimos and Lions. He was another big receiver for us. But interesting fact that just came out while you were gone. I guess everyone thought that the Super Bowl was boring because it fell 20% in ratings.
Wow, that's
according to Bell Media's records. So that wasn't.
That's kind of not surprising to me. Like, at least if you're talking Canada, I for sure believe that. If it's US too, that would be really interesting. Shocking. But
so I guess because it's all been quiet, like no teams have announced any signings yet. So 3 Down came out and said, clearly it is the goalpost at the front of the end zone that is blocking all these deals from being announced. There was 30 more signings once they are moved.
I like that job. I like that.
No, but the thing is, so I don't know if most people know this, but the reason why, because this happened last year with who was it on BC? I gotta look up the name. I think he was a free agent this year. Jalen Edwards Cooper. He was supposed to sign with Saskatchewan last year on free agent day. And he failed his physical, so they voided the signing, and he went and signed with BC later on. So that's why you'll see, if not announced today, announced tomorrow, signings, because players have to pass physicals before they can officially make the signing official. That's why, what was it? When we had, who was it? Dwayne Hendricks and Barlow that came over from Toronto a few years ago. Yeah. They weren't announced on day one because obviously players have to come in and pass physicals.
Yeah, so that would make sense.
It will be interesting to see where people signed. Now, I wish, things have changed over the years. I wish they didn't have, I'm not trying to be a butthead, but, I wish things weren't announced earlier. Now there's tampering before the tampering window. I wish everything was just saved for free agent day, not this tampering window week. Because tampering day 1 is mostly free agent day. It's just they can't officially sign until free agent day. So it's just what is the whole point of free agent day when we know who's signing that day?
Yeah, it hurts the coverage of it too, because you could have someone like us, 3 Down, TSN, if they really wanted to. If it's concentrated into that day, you could have a 1 or 2 hour free agent frenzy show, just like the NHL does in hockey. And we're doing that right now. I get it, but
exactly,
it makes it.
That's why I do this for 11 hours on free agent day, just so that you can have.
Yeah, but what I mean is it makes it more thing to talk about, because then as we see, we start digging into all these other topics of statistics and former players and all that kind of stuff. And we're still able to drag it out with all this sub content. But
interesting thing,
it would be neat if you got more live reaction to these trades.
Yeah. I know this is going off topic. Have you been watching any of the Olympics?
Yeah, I've been following it more or less. Watched a lot of curling. Too bad for our
Well,
mixed
that's
doubles
a
team.
given with you.
Eh, yeah.
Did you see the American bobsled?
No, I haven't yet.
Oh. So when the Americans went to go do their bobsled, you know how there's 4 people to a bobsled team?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're going down the hill, and as they're going down, 3 of them fell out, or 3 of them weren't able to get into the bobsled, so they were dragging on behind the bobsled. And then in the end, there's only 1 person in the whole bobsled, not 4.
Oh boy, that's not good.
And then it
No.
sucks because then that lady who was doing the down skiing tore her ACL last week or a couple of weeks ago. And
Yeah,
then she goes and breaks her leg.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was
Like, some of these are
unfortunate to hear.
just freak accidents. So it looks like Freddie Swan, the ones that we were just talking about, he was actually... So he was drafted in the 2020 NFL draft. So he spent 2 seasons with the Seattle Seahawks. Which he actually, the funny thing is, so he made over 3.5 million US while in the NFL. He spent the 23 season between the Dolphins and Eagles, and then 24 with the Chicago Bears. Winfrey was drafted by the Broncos in 29, and then with the Green Bay Packers from 20 to 22, Indianapolis from 23 to 24. And then, so Booty actually spent, this is going down your field, the 6'1", 232 running back spent part of the 2025 season with the Toronto Argonauts practice roster.
Wow.
So he played for the University of Central Florida. Going back to our topic of coaching. So I don't know if you've seen it, but they actually had the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks, the night that they won the Super Bowl, he went over and told the head coach, "I'm leaving for Vegas to go become the head coach of the Vegas Raiders." So you don't even celebrate with your team. You just say, "Yeah, I'm going for a head coaching position." Peace.
That's wild. That's. I'm glad the CFL isn't like that with the sort of revolving.
I mean, you still sign coaches, but at least you have to wait until the championship's over, the off season. Because most teams don't announce coaching changes until like December, January.
I mean, at least,
and even then, we don't even have confirmation on three out of the 9 teams yet.
Especially after winning the championship, like holy cow! At least take a day to enjoy the moment. Yeah, but I don't know.
It's going to be interesting. Oh, so now we have the Gerald Broxton signing that Winnipeg signed for 250 over 2 years, or per year for 2 years, is now official for the Blue Bombers. So we can now move that over here, put that here, and do this to 2027. Do all of this on the fly.
I love the comments on 3 Downs free agency tracker. It's like, see, this is why I prefer the CFL draft.
Was that because it's
the most recent comment? Because of the, I don't know.
Oh,
the lack of finance. This is almost as boring as the Super Bowl.
Oh, this live blog would be probably more entertaining if it were entirely in Spanish, sung while surrounded by, oh my God. They're bringing up the friggin'
Yeah,
the
the
Grey Cup
halftime.
freaking halftime show. Let me just go with this because where is it? Okay, Carter, how did you put this? Next page. Winnipeg Broxton. We will put that as public since that is now official. Let me just do this.
I wonder when I see those ratings. Yeah, I wonder if in general, if it was because none of the Swifties wanted to watch it because KC wasn't in it. I guess we'll never know.
I mean, isn't that how most things are? Like, I don't know if it's just because us fans are so used to the CFL.
Yeah, I mean, I almost wonder too, because it's kind of like what happened with Formula One with Drive to Survive. Like it got big during COVID, people wanted to watch it and got interested, and then now that it's 6 years out of that, like don't get me wrong, it still gets a ton of international money and attention and all that, but it doesn't feel like it hits a lot of the kind of casual fans who bandwagoned on are kind of starting to jump off now.
Is that not the one that you were going to in Toronto before they moved it to Markham?
That's the Indy. That's a different series, but yeah, similar in principle.
I guess you're kind of disappointed now that they've moved that to Markham,
like
right?
yeah, kind of like I mentioned. Yeah. What annoyed me more was that it was a long-term deal, so I can't see them racing both in Markham and in exhibition stadium anymore, exhibition grounds, which is a dang shame because I really enjoyed it, but it's like
I mean, I guess you could take the GO train down to Markham, no?
Well, the GO station is like part of the track, or like the track is right at the GO station, but I don't know how they're going to make that work on race weekend yet. It's part of the logistics that I don't think anybody's dove into planning yet. I don't even know how they're configuring.
No, but what I'm saying is, even if hypothetically you parked at like a different GO station, like say you go to like Mimico or like Burlington or something, you could still take the train to.
Yeah, the challenge with that too, though, is that it's if you're like me and you want to be there first thing in the morning, it was already bad enough at exhibition in that you had to miss the first races on Saturday and Sunday because they wouldn't run the trains early enough. Something I complained about for a long time, but they just never did anything about it. So I don't. Yeah, I guess you could go through like to Union and then up on the Markham line, but I'd probably just end up driving if I'm gonna go there that early in the morning for like sunrise, like
I was gonna say, or just be like our good friend Ginger and just go at like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, just sleep in your car.
Yeah, park in the back of the mall plaza somewhere. I might just sleep in my car in between the race dates. No driving home. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Just like they do in NASCAR when they tailgate in the infield lot.
Oh, I didn't even know about that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, well, I don't know how popular it still is, but back in when it was in its heyday there in the late 90s or 2000s, so people did. You would RV before the race. You'd go into the infield before practice and everything. Go park in the infield in a assigned spot, and people would just spend the day there getting hammered, waiting till the race began, and then you wait till after, and then the next morning get up, go home, drive it home.
Yeah, but note this year, I have one trip planned for a Toronto away game this year. On June 20th. Me and Connor are making the drive down to Ottawa.
Oh, very nice. I'm planning right now. I'd like to do the Ottawa and Montreal games for Toronto again because they're easy enough to get to on the train. And then I'd like to at least do one of Saskatchewan or Winnipeg. I don't know if I'll have the funding to do all of it.
But here, I'll put this offer out to you, my friends. If you want to come to the 20th, let me know. We'll get your ticket with ours, and we're gonna take my car down. It's a 1 p.m. kickoff, and then we're driving back.
Yeah, I might do the same. I'm not sure yet, because my other thought is I could spend an extra couple days there at the library and archives.
Oh
So
yeah, I
maybe even
forgot
just
you're a historian. Go to Parliament.
yeah, I haven't been inside Parliament, but I've been to Parliament. Like you see all the construction on the center block. I'll be glad once that's done and we can actually people can go inside again because everything's done in the West Block right now. It makes sense when you're down there.
Last year we went on that what is it, that boat tour?
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about of how McDonald died in the one house. It's like I'm sure we could have just found like a lot of the information they're talking about on the tour. I'm sure we could have found out online if we were really looking at it, but I just wanted to go on a boat ride.
Yeah,
I mean, it
that's
wasn't
always
worth
fun.
the money that it was, but I mean,
Yeah, it is kind of a different perspective though to look at to actually be on the Ottawa River and actually see it. Can't actually go on the canal itself. For anybody wondering, you can see the lock system that they have there, right as it goes into the Ottawa River. But yeah, you don't really swim or boat up the Rideau.
I mean, you go from like the Ottawa side to the Gatineau and then turn around and come back and
Yeah, the
yeah, it was.
Gatineau
I think it
side.
was like $60 per person or something like that. 40 to $60 per person.
The Gatineau
Just
side is
to
pretty industrial too.
yeah, we just sat there. You could get drinks on the boat, and just a nice warm day. You could just
relax, enjoy the nation's capital.
yeah. We walked around. We did like the outside tour. Looked at all the readings. Found out about the library being burnt down back in the day, and how the one building is the only one standing. Everything was rebuilt.
Yeah, funny enough, it was the Library of Parliament was the part that didn't get destroyed. It was the rest of it.
What's interesting is like when we went there, what was I going to say? They were still building, I think, of the main building. They're still building the top of it. I don't know how much longer. I think it's already been like 3 years.
Yeah,
since they've been working on that.
Yeah, it's been a lengthy project. Like the whole, they said when they started, nobody from the Trudeau Parliament cabinet and like ministers there, almost none of them will be. It's almost guaranteed none of them will be ministers by the time or in government by the time it's finished being built. So the project is so long that it's gonna span like a generation of politicians.
But I mean, what's going to be in the upper part though?
Well, the upper building, like the Peace Tower. So the Peace Tower. So the Peace Tower has the Book of Remembrance in it, and that's where so every day they flip a page of the book of Canada's war dead, so that symbolically every day, one day a year, their names will show up, be recognized for their service of those who have fallen during Canada's wars. I'm not sure what else is up there though right now.
No, I'm talking about the one that's the middle one that they're working on, right?
Yeah, the center block.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that I was talking about because the what's in the right one? Because I know the left one is where they have the House of Commons, no?
Yeah, the East Block, I think, is the Senate, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so this is what happens when things are slow in the CFL. We go off topic.
Yeah, we talk about politics, about governance, not politics, governance. It's very different. It's how government functions, not political issues.
Because we were talking about Ottawa and all that fun jazz.
Yeah, so yeah, for the heritage rooms with guided tours.
I've never been in. Maybe that's what we'll do. Is maybe next time they'll be open for tours because I've never gone for a tour.
Yeah, I would like to go for I'd like to go inside. You have to be careful though, because they do full like security sweeps. Like if you're bringing your bags and stuff, it's like going through the airport, and like the strictness of it is just as strict. Like you can't bring in nail clippers. Like that's how strict it is. So you do have to be careful.
I mean, I have my phone charger. That's about it.
Yeah, I think that would probably be okay, but yeah, if you're,
Nick,
taking
I'm
your phone
actually
along.
quite surprised that you have not made your way into there yet. Being the historian that you are, I'm surprised.
Well, one of the places I want to go to next time there is I want to go to Laurier House. So that was the house of Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier, but it was also the house of Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King. And at one point, it was quoted as being the secret headquarters of all of Canadian governance. That was where for about 80 years of Canada's history, we're 150 years old, so more than half of it, Canada's governance has come secretly out of that building for half of Canada's history. So it's a pretty cool piece of history, and someplace I definitely want to go see. It's another
speaking of history, this is the first time I've been able to ask you since the CFL's been on hiatus. How was your Japanese trip?
Thank you for asking.
Pictures and everything.
Yeah, so for anybody who didn't know, was listening, I went to Japan from November 21st to December 10th. I had a fantastic time.
Dang, it was that long?
Yeah, it was for 3 weeks. I spent a week each in Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka. And I spent most of it going to look at different shrines and museums that were there. Saw a lot of Buddhist and Shinto shrines. For anybody listening, I do have Breaking in Depth. I have a show called Small History Podcast that you can find on YouTube. And I talk in some detail about the places I've been and the sites I saw, and talked a lot about religion there, which is like any culture is huge, but also very different. In Shintoism and Buddhism, you have a lot more of the spiritual connection. They're polytheistic religions, so multiple gods. And while Buddhism is more focused on sort of the afterlife and and all that stuff. Shinto is a lot more of the relationship you have at the present with spirits. So there's spirits of like the elements, there's spirits of the sun, the moon, and spirits in animals, foxes, rabbits, deer, horses, all that kind of stuff. So it was a lot of stuff to take in. And then I also spent 4 of my days at the horse racing tracks in Tokyo, Kyoto, and Hanshin, and that was a lot of fun as well. It's not just a game there. It's taken very seriously because it's one of the only forms of legalized betting that's allowed in Japan. So yeah, needless to say, I had a fantastic time. Lots of amazing food too.
Also, before I have a question for you, but I just thought I'd mention this. The Brissett to Calgary is now official. Dejan Brissett has gone. Nick's like, oh, why Brissett? Why did you have to leave us?
Yeah,
but he has now gone to a long list of receivers in Calgary. No, what I was going to ask you actually was, did you actually go to the tracks that they have for what the heck is it called?
I didn't go to
you know what I'm thinking of.
Well, I didn't go to any sumo facilities. I didn't go to I didn't go to see baseball. I was near the stadium, but I never walked around it. I didn't have that on my. I didn't have time.
I thought you would have went to the horse tracks where they have.
That's where I went. I was in the 3 in Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka, and I got to watch there. I didn't go to the training facilities though; those are a bit more off limit. But yeah, I did go to the horse tracks, and it was a lot of fun.
But yeah, if you ever want to know history stuff, mostly of Canadian history, Nick Small is the one to hit up because he knows his history.
I know a lot about.
You can always find them at some type of library learning about something, anyways.
Yeah, I got to go to the Canadian Embassy to Japan. I was
nice.
I was at their library in Tokyo, the Herbert Norman Library. He was a Canadian ambassador. He was the ambassador to Japan for a couple of years. And the library is in his honor. He was one of Canada's most important diplomats to Asia from around the 1920s up until the end of the Second World War in the 1950s. So really important guy. And the embassy is actually our third oldest embassy. So if you take out Great Britain and you take out the United States and you take out France, that's the embassy to Japan is our fourth oldest technically. I know it's a little wishy-washy with Britain and America because they're a little bit, our relationship with them's a little different, but it's important, and part of what I like doing these days as a historian is I want to look at bridging that gap between Canada and Japan and Asia relations. So it's the stuff I like to look at outside from the Argos.
Interesting thing posted because me and Nick always checking out Three Down Nation's comments on their live thing. I'm not sure who posted this, but they said, with all due respect to Brissett, he will go down as one of the most random, most valuable Canadians for his performance in the 24 Grey Cup. 3 catches for 45 yards and an onside recovery. Sean Chambers must be proud.
Somebody really does not like the Toronto Argonauts. I guess they're gonna keep making digs at Argo players and their success. That's okay. Haters gonna hate.
Yeah. Same thing between Hamilton fans and Argo fans. Haters are always gonna hate.
Yeah.
Except for when you have good relationships with fans from other teams. But yeah, he will go in there and replace Damien Alford, who went to the NFL. I don't know if Damien Alford is going to stay in the NFL.
I mean, if you're talking about most outstanding Canadian in that Grey Cup, I think it probably would have been, between Brissett and what's his name? I mentioned him earlier, the other Canadian wide receiver. I'm drawing a blank. Sorry, had a little tired.
So they just announced the Tommy Neal to Winnipeg is now official.
I don't know why I forgot his name.
So that is now official. So I can move that from the Winnipeg.
Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes late, but the party has started. Yeah.
Like, these people must be passing their physicals to these signings. And it's funny because a good friend of mine, Carter, I told him, like, listen, give me 1 second. I told him, like, listen, the good thing about your Winnipeg Jets are one of two things are going to happen. Either, why isn't this? Oh, for some reason this isn't. Oh, you know why? Because I have it set as white. Is when it comes to Tim White. Why the heck did that?
Right.
Sure. Yeah, if when Tim White gets to Winnipeg, you're going to get used to the drops and fans are going to hate him because of all the drops that he had in Hamilton. Just be used to it because you know that it's going to happen.
Jeez. I'm really curious what's going to happen with Winnipeg this year because, the injuries to Streveler, Zach Collaros hasn't played amazing. Like he's still a good, solid quarterback, but like he hasn't been that kind of next level like he has been the past couple of years. I'm really curious to see what's gonna happen with them, their performance this year.
So they brought let's see here. Oh, Rich says it's nice to see both of you, and he says I get along with Rick. Of course, Rich, you get along with everyone.
Hey, Rich, glad to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. Haven't talked much since the off season.
Yeah, tomorrow it's him and Brandon are coming to Hamilton to see
lacrosse.
McManus.
Oh, right, yeah, that's cool. Nice to see that you guys got that kind of Argos and Ticats kind of getting together. No love lost between Argos fans.
What was I gonna say? So Perkins, who came up from the UFL this offseason, will be their backup. So I mean, if he goes down, let's hope that they don't that he does well, because if not, it could end.
Starting to make you wonder if, I don't know if they ever could make this possible, but it does kind of make you wonder about should they have kept Drew Brown going over to Ottawa, right?
Oh, now they're starting to come in hot and heavy.
Yay.
Demarion Houston. Actually, you know what? The funny thing is, I'm gonna play this only because Carter made it for me, so I gotta start using it. We have so the signing of Demario Houston to Winnipeg is now official.
Yeah, well, especially
not to Winnipeg, to Ottawa.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I thought
Ottawa signed 11 people this year. Like, come on, they're almost as bad as
Hey, Dinwiddie making moves, showing that as a GM, not just for show.
I mean, that's going to be the biggest changeover for signings.
Yeah.
So this year's Ottawa is last year's Edmonton.
And Toronto's got some different looks too. Revamped secondary, even though it's a lot of friendly faces coming back. O-line's slightly different. Wide receivers are pretty much the same. Quarterbacks are the same. Linebackers are the same, but it's that DB group for Toronto. And now it's looking really different. Not to ramble, but I had to go based on our East Block talk. I had to dive in. So the East Block still is used for housing senators, or like as a residency. The Senate is actually across the street. So where the Royal York Hotel is, the Chateau Laurier, it's on the other side of the street from there. So funny enough, I've walked past it a few times and never realized that was the Senate. So it's kind of where so if you remember walking there, you've got the War Memorial kind of to the east of Parliament on that street. And then to the east of there on the other side of the canal, you've got Chateau Laurier on the north side. And then you've got the Senate on the south side.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
All I can say is don't go further down Rideau, past Connolly, over into the mall plaza there. That's there's a lot of people who have been on tough times living over there.
So Rich says, don't worry, Nick. I'm still an Argos fan, but am a McManus fan.
Yeah, it's hard not to love William McManus. Outstanding dude.
But I'm actually quite curious, once the page comes out for 3 Down, actually what he got paid, because I still don't know. I know it's a 1-year deal. And what is it? They will for some reason when he was with you guys in Toronto, he always was a 1-year contract type of guy when he was with you guys in Toronto.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But he's still got pretty good money, and like we saw, they set aside, made negotiation with other players, set aside salary so that they were able to hire him. So I guess just this year they decided to take in a different direction, and like you already had a ton of money going to like Cam Judge. So I guess the thought was, okay,
did they re-sign him this offseason?
Judge, I'm not sure.
Because you guys brought in Peyton Logan.
Yeah. And then last year we also
Marion
got
Grant
Carter
got
Varga.
re-signed.
Yeah.
There's Dakota Shipley, one that was a big chunk. I would just say that was a pay increase outside of the 40,000. Dwayne Hendricks. Who else did you guys bring in? You guys brought in Pickett. And
yeah,
then
the Pickett signing was probably
the Priester and Amos.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just trying to see, like, just think of, like, because you guys lost Brissett, you guys lost Daniels. Hold on, I'm just gonna bring John on. Howdy, John. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Welcome to the group. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no. I was just trying to think of where your guys' money went.
Well, a lot of it's
This
still going to
offseason.
Ted Kelly, but I think a lot of it. I think a lot of it went to the signings on the O line, and like after they hired
Rich
Miller.
is like Rich mentions Ralph Hawley. That was another one that you guys brought back. Like you said, it's almost like you guys are bringing back the old group from back in the day.
I mean, Mackay Polk also came back late last year, like with 3 games left or whatever it was. So there's probably some money going renewed to keep him staying in Toronto after his latest NFL venture.
But 3 Down said that BC was supposed to sign DeMario Houston before they had change of heart and pulled the offer. So either I want to say they're probably close to salary cap, I don't know why else you would sign BC Lions for. Like, BC Lions is better than friggin' Ottawa right now, anyways, closer to the playoffs. So, John, how's your morning been?
It's been going pretty well. How about you?
Me and Nick have been all over the place. We've been talking about trips he's gone on. We've talked about the nation's capital and parliament. It's kind of been all over the place with how slow it started.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the nice things with Ottawa having a CFL team back again that I think a lot of people underestimate is getting to go and travel and see some of the things in the capital. There's a lot of fun buildings to look at.
I mean, to be honest, for those people that don't know, it's an 8. No, I wouldn't say 8 because Montreal's 8. It's depending on traffic, you can get there in 5 to 6 hours. The only thing is, Nick, you've driven that, haven't you?
I've actually never driven it. I've only done it by the train.
Oh, buddy, you're lucky you haven't driven it, because so for those that know, you have the first half, which has all of the what do they call those stupid stops?
Well, like roundabouts?
No. You know those stops like gas station, restaurants?
Oh yeah.
Like those kind of stops. And then, so that's for like the first 70 kilometers. And then after the 70, en routes. They have the en routes. And then after the en routes, you're thinking, okay, we're almost there. And then the last 70 or however 100 kilometers it is, there's like no en routes. It's just like a pure highway, nothing around you, trees. And it's just like, it's almost like driving from Winnipeg to Saskatchewan, except for Saskatchewan, it's just like flat land, no trees, no nothing.
Flat. Yeah, I'm just looking at it on the map now.
So the Kene Odeleke signing with Hamilton is now official. So we can add that to our. That's one that me and John noticed last week when our Ticats had signed him during the tampering. And they also announced the Eric Lofton signing, so that's so we got to release both of those. Eric Lofton.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't think Adeleke would come back to Toronto.
Publish and Yeah, okay, that one was done. What I was gonna say, where did he come from? Where did he go, Nick?
Who, at Delicate?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of.
We was with the Argos. Red
Why
Blacks.
does-
He was practice squad member for the Red Blacks 2025, but the Argos did sign him, I thought.
Okay,
2024.
because the possession's drawing a blank. What did he play?
He was one of the defensive backs.
Darius, I know Darius Pickett they signed.
I think he was one of the defensive halfbacks on the wide side of the field, and I think they tried him out at at Pickett's position too in the past. The Sam linebacker. Yeah, he was just a practice squad guy with Ottawa last year, but he was on our roster for the Grey Cup. Let me see the Grey Cup roster. Fortunately, he can pull it all up.
Yeah, I don't know how that Lofton one's going to work because he's never healthy, and that's the problem. Now, John, we brought more Winnipeg people over this year. Not that we need more Winnipeg players, as we brought over a bunch last year. Now half of our team has gone west, and half the players have gone east. That's the thing, Nick, is if you haven't noticed it, a lot of players have gone to the west, so it'll make it easier for the east.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. I mean, there's always the talk every year. All the East this has got to be the year the East gets better, and it never does. So,
I mean, okay, Ottawa might get better.
I really don't know how Toronto's going to do. Like, you could argue all of it comes down to Chad Kelly playing, but like if the old line plays better and they can cover the deep ball better, then they stand a chance.
Yeah.
Hamilton should be competitive. Montreal should still be competitive. Although I don't know what's going to happen with because Dequoy retired. I don't know how their secondary is going to do in Montreal.
Okay, so let's see.
They haven't made many moves.
Oh, 3 down. Why can't you put yours in your articles? It'd be so much easier to make it easy for us.
Cue the breaking news jingle, Rick.
Okay.
Of updates from CFL free agency. John Hodge is reporting that talks are ongoing between the Blue Bombers and veteran Canadian defensive back Nick Hallett.
Ooh.
So there's a juicy piece of news.
Oh, John, you should have seen it earlier, my friend. It was so boring. I think we were talking about like how the ratings in the Super Bowl were down. We were talking about the Olympics. Like it was so bad.
Anything to fill the air time.
Yep, I'm just trying to see. Because of course, I got to have 2 monitors, my iPad, my spare iPhone, my TV. Like I'm set. I'm like a one of those up and coming. This is my TSN desk.
Yeah, I kind of got the same here now. I've got the TV on, but I've got the women's hockey game set to go.
What period is that in?
I think it's just starting.
Oh.
So I think it's our regulation game against America, like our first real test game.
So we have at least one more Hamilton signing to come out that I know of. That Fraser Marzin one caught me off guard. I was not expecting that earlier. We still have the Tyson Middlemost one to be announced whenever he decides to announce that he's signing. Funny thing is, he grew up in Dundas, so it's not that far from Hamilton.
No,
Probably
I
about a
consider
15,
Right.
20-minute drive.
Dundas is Hamilton. Let's be honest.
I mean, it's just like friggin'
Well, that's where McMaster is,
Mississauga
right?
is to Markham. Well, Markham's Toronto, but still, that's besides the point.
Mississauga is to Toronto. Markham is to Toronto.
Yeah. But
But no, I don't know. Would you consider Oshawa Toronto? I don't think people see Oshawa differently because of the GM plant, right?
true. Even what do we have?
I don't know if there's anything comparable in like Winnipeg, like in Manitoba. This like to say Brandon is the same. No.
Oh, what do we?
Or like Saskatchewan versus Regina versus like Saskatoon or Moose Jaw. No.
What was he? I was just seeing his message. Yeah, I don't care about your thoughts on politics, but like, where was your thing about Toronto? I'm sure it was him. Oh, I guess not. Oh, yeah. So Nick, have you ever met Ravi?
I
In
don't
person or
know
no?
if I've actually met him in person. No, I can't remember if I have.
Anyways, he says, I see 3 options for Toronto replacing Brissett. He says Curly Getting Jr., Woltarski, or Picton. But the only problem is, if Toronto signs a wide receiver, it's going to be a like 5th or 6th stepped receiver because I do not see them starting over Kevin Mittal, Coxie, Herslow, Polk, or Unger.
Yeah, I would expect more they go towards a draft pick, someone maybe who's not quite there yet, but can be kind of worked into. I don't see really the need to acquire one more high profile guy. If I had to guess or like pick what I think would be the best option, I would lean towards Curly again, just because he has some familiarity with Toronto and as a former Argo and with Chad Kelly, some chemistry between them, but I don't know. Again, it would have to be a pretty team friendly deal, I would think, because like you said, there's not really much room for another wide receiver.
Yeah,
I will. Oh, go ahead, John.
Well, I was gonna say that this is supposed to be a pretty good wide receiver class for the CFL draft. So if they don't get someone in this free agency window, I bet that they would probably pick someone in the draft.
So right now, Toronto has the 2nd round pick in every round. They also have BC 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also have Ottawa's 1st in the 7th round. I think Toronto has the most draft picks. Still waiting to find out who the extra 2 2nd round picks go to for the most dressed national players.
I don't think we're gonna see like last year. There were a couple of trades where like Dejon Allen went to BC for Ira Varga and Flo went for Cam Judge. I don't expect to see those kind of trades kind of.
Oh, speaking of which,
now like we
this
did
is what I wanted to
last
look
year.
At. Full CFL release.
50 minutes.
Come on, load it. Well, that doesn't tell me. I just want to, like, why do I have to click on more links? Let's open more links. So the 27th will be a 40-yard dash, 3-cone shuttle, short shuttle. What the heck's the difference between short shuttle and 3-cone shuttle? Is it not the same thing? And then you have the broad jumps, vertical jumps, and the press. Okay, and then 28th and 29th are on field. Okay, so let's see. How many? Wow, that's a slap in the face for your school, Nick. No one from Laurier. How does no one from Laurier get invited?
Well, problem is that a lot of the guys were from last year's draft class.
That just went back.
Yeah, so like that's the thing with the coaching changes and stuff. Like our group's going to be a lot younger, and then we're getting younger next year. So it it might be another year or two of kind of mediocrity before.
Oh, sorry. No, I take that back. I take it back.
Oh, there you
They
go.
put Wilfred Laurier instead of just Laurier. So you guys
Yeah.
have Spencer Walsh, who's the offensive lineman. Sebastian Parsaldis, fullback and tight ends.
Yeah.
And
Ojutalayo.
I'm not even going to try to pronounce the wide receiver's name because
Yeah.
I know I'm just going to butcher it.
Yeah, I just call him Ojutalayo. I don't even try to.
Okay, at least you know his last name.
Yes.
Fortunately,
you hear the PA speakers enough at games that I'm forced to learn it.
For Mac, we have Ethan Stewart and Frank. Not even going to pronounce Frank's last name, but he's an offensive line. So we have two people from Mac. So at least that's good.
Frank.
Frank's last name is Vreugden Hill.
Vreugdenil? I don't know. Sounds like a Dutch name.
Oh, I'm sure he probably is Dutch.
Reminds
Western only has 2 people.
Reminds me of Carey Price in the Habs draft 2 years ago or whatever, where he says David and forgot his last name.
So there's 3 quarterbacks. One's from the U.S. and Georgia State, which is interesting. McGill and Ottawa, or Josh Jansen from Ottawa. Nothing new yet. I'm just trying to see. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 receivers. John, do they not have receivers that don't go to the combine drafted too, or no?
They do have people that don't go to the combine that still get drafted.
Because you're more into the scouting stuff than what I am.
Yeah. The kid from North Dakota, that wide receiver, he's supposed to be pretty good.
Wasn't there was another one that I don't see on here.
The kid from Hawaii?
Yeah. So I don't see him on here either.
Yeah.
So that just goes to prove that even though he's up for the draft, we got 3 running backs: Guelph, Ottawa, and Windsor. Seems like this is the year. Oh my lord! What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 offensive linemen.
Oh yeah.
15, 17 offensive linemen is going to be a big thing this year.
Oh yeah. Definitely could see like some offensive linemen being picked in the first couple of rounds here.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 linebackers. So that could be another thing. It's funny how they package fullbacks and tight ends, because really you don't really, until Milanovic came in, they really never had tight ends.
I mean, he's funny enough. Like he uses him more than any other CFL coach right now. Like Brian Dinwiddie never used a fullback and very rarely had a tight end in on anything more than like short yardage.
Like you guys even used Felix Goche this year, and he didn't even get very much.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so it'd be
the top Canadian tight end isn't even going to the combine either. He's a kid from Arkansas.
Maybe it's just people from the States that aren't.
Well, the thing is, a lot of the people from the States, they're hoping that somehow they get selected in the NFL, so they're sort of prioritizing that over this right now. But
So 12 defensive linemen. And then, so it seems like it's a DB, defensive line, and an offensive line kind of draft. but there's more offensive linemen than anything. I just wish that it was televised like it was before. Like,
Yeah.
because that's the thing. Like, if you want CFL fans to know who the up and coming prospects are, you would think that they would have, that they would get the names out there and known without, knowing it. Oh, Nick, do you remember last year's draft that was like a horrendous mess?
Like,
When
oh wow, when did the feed crash and everything?
what? So, John, I don't know if you watched or if you followed it.
I remember the draft board being
Who's
awful.
this person? Oh, someone just said, John, did you see this message in the group chat?
Yeah, I did.
They're like, oh, see, I don't know if Dominic Rhymes to Hamilton would be such a thing. See, the only way that the whole Dominic Rhymes thing makes sense is because he's an American, and we had 3 American receivers. But at the same time, I don't think Tyler Chanowski is going to start this year. And
no, probably not.
When the middlemost signing becomes official, he won't be a starting receiver, so we still need 2 Canadian receivers. And I mean, him and Picton are really. Oh yeah, him and Picton are the only 2 nationals besides Luther Okunu-Navanu, which we already had, and Drew Wolkarski. We paid $132,000 last year to sit on the bench and do nothing. He has to be the biggest worst spent of money that I've ever seen. I mean, I have nothing against, Drew Wolkarski, but I mean, if you're going to sign someone, use them.
There is also the possibility that we could get a wide receiver in the draft as well.
I mean, there's that too, but I mean, that will be like the national, but I just can't see Hamilton going into the season with 3 rookie starters. Like, I could see 2, but not 3.
It was
like,
too
so
bad.
what are you trying to say, that we pretty much gave up Tim White for Wynton McManus?
It was just too bad where Kenny Lawler like thrived in Hamilton, like Wolkarski, whether it was injuries or whatever, just couldn't get going.
Yeah, it's just like, if I'm not mistaken, I think the injury either happened in camp or it was in the first preseason, because he never played.
Yeah,
until like later on in the season.
Yeah, it lingered with him all year, from what I recall.
Yeah, I think it was a hamstring injury, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
and then the Lofton one just blows my mind, because he hasn't been healthy in the 7 years he's been in the NHL. Like, I think the most games that he's played is like 11, and that was like 1 year. But I guarantee he's going to come to Hamilton this year, and with our strength and conditioning staff, like, he'll play like 18 games. I mean, unless we got whatchamacallit, the other left tackle. But Nick, are you all set for your handwritten depth charts this year? The ones that you always carry in your book?
Well, they're not quite well, I shouldn't say that. I did have to handwrite a couple of occasions because I just didn't have a chance to print them out. But
well, I mean, you always had depth chart. You're like me. When I go to Ticat games, I always have depth charts for either team with me.
Yeah, I always have people poking fun at me about that stuff. But like, it's funny too, because like you have other people who are really interested, and it's like, oh, so is so and so playing, or who's playing behind this guy in the lineup. So there are people of genuine interest in those in the rosters and stuff. So it's just a different way to enjoy watching the game and to follow it, where you want to look at individuals and how they're performing and try to evaluate off that. So I find it fun, and like if it is a hobby, kind of like scouting or offering what you think of certain players, it's what I enjoy, and what I know not everybody enjoys doing. They just want to watch the game, but I like it because you focus on something different in the game.
I just like the fact that my section where I sit, everyone's like, oh, Rick, have you seen this? Have you seen that? Do you know what's going on with this person? Why? Just because most of the time I go to practice and.
Yeah.
Okay,
Same.
so Nick, I have a question for you. So because I've noticed this with Hamilton, and I know you go to a lot of Toronto practices, have you found it so that like because you got an idea of when you see substitutions go in and out, you know when certain things are going to happen? Have you picked
Like,
that up on the play? So, for example, like I can tell when when we make our subs, and
mhm.
I've known this. This is dating back to since I've had seasons where I've had it where, um, if certain players come in, I know that they're making a pass, and I've known that they're making a run.
Yeah, I mean,
have you ever seen that with Toronto yet?
yeah, I mean, it's hard because I don't want like you don't want to reveal too much, but I know there's definitely those vibes with somebody like
I'm not. You
um
don't have to name
yeah,
players.
yeah, but there
I'm just
yeah, it
curious
does it does
if you've
yeah.
picked up on that with Toronto.
Yeah, you definitely notice there's certain guys where if they take to the field who aren't there often, you you do get that all they're probably gonna do it at least do a play to this person's side of the field or try to get him the ball, especially once you start to see that early motion that could be a sign of like a reverse or a sweep. Like I think we've seen that Dinwiddie's run the receiver sweep a lot more in his playbook than a couple of other teams have. Um, yeah, I mean, looking in packages too. One thing that Toronto does kind of the opposite that a lot of other teams didn't is that usually the starter would be the short yardage quarterback. So you had a lot of these scenarios where it was a short 3rd and 1 or even 2nd and 1, and we just go into the no huddle and run that short yardage play as is to try to prevent the defense from substituting their heavies in because ours weren't heavy enough.
I don't know about you, John, but I'm just glad like that we've moved away from Lee Trey being our short yardage person because I mean that frustrated the heck out of me so many times where we'd be like 3rd and goal on the 1 and we couldn't even get it in with Lee Trey. Then Dolagala takes over. Okay, Dolagala is 6'7", 245 pounds, so he's good. But now that we got Trey Ford, I'm curious to see like what kind of packages they're gonna give him. Because they're not just gonna bring in Trey Ford and not let him get any playing time when Bo's out there.
Right. Yeah, I mean he has a lot of similarities to Bo, but the way that in which he's different is obviously he's a lot more of a versatile and athletic QB running the ball. So
There have been like sometimes I've seen discussions on like what you would want to do if you wanted to eliminate the 1 yard QB sneak play from the CFL playbook, and I've kind of tried to think of ways of how you would enforce that, and one that kind of came up would be like the sort of like the pitching rule. You have to be in for 3 plays, kind of thing, as a quarterback substitute for that. And now I'm not going to argue whether or not it's a good idea, but there is that possibility that if you have someone like Trey Ford, you could run that play, and then now you can keep them in and run 2 pass plays or something off of it that you can do with someone like maybe Lee Trey, where the only other or the other option is just to give them another run play or where you direct snap it to them. So there might be some more creativity. Like I liked when Winnipeg did that with Strevler. You get the first down, keep them in for a play, and you have a different look. You throw the defense off. You run 1 or 2 plays, and if it doesn't work, then you just bring your regular offense back on.
So for those that are watching this, I should say for the 102 people that are watching this, I should say, so for those that don't know, with Trey Ford, it came down to 3 teams. If you watch his 3-down interview, it came down to BC, Montreal, and Hamilton were the 3 teams that he said that it was. The reason why he didn't go to BC because he knew with Nathan Rourke he wasn't going to get playing time. Same thing with Montreal, even though those 2 teams were key teams in the standings. So the reason why he said that he picked Hamilton is because of Milinovic and Bo Levi Mitchell. So again, Bo is going to eventually be a CFL Hall of Famer. not only that, but how well of a success his career has been. So he gets to learn from that. And also because the Niagara Falls is about 45 minutes to an hour away. So it's close for his family and friends to come visit.
He also studied at Waterloo, which is about the same distance the other way.
Yeah. Interesting fact, I don't know if people know, but he actually has a Airbnb business. He says that he has 2 listings out in Winnipeg, or I was going to say Winnipeg, the Falls, and he says that he's looking at getting one in Hamilton. So that's ultra interesting. Like me and Nick were saying earlier, there's people that have jobs in the off season to make up the yearly round income for when they're not playing football. Like I think someone said, like there's a few of them that were real estate agents. I know in the off season, the 1 year, Stavros and someone else went to go work in the steel factory in Hamilton. There's some of them that Sean White in the off season, Sean White for BC, the kicker, is a firefighter out in BC. Like there's all kinds of different things that they have.
Yeah,
So
I know a lot of them also work in like sort of personal fitness too. Guys like that, I think it's a good gig for them because they can keep staying in shape while training other people.
So Nick, the updated tweet or message on their live thing is the pace of the announcements have picked up, but so far it's all been chalk. Who is our first surprise? Well, you know what? This is what kills me is you had the full week of tampering. Like, why is there still some big names out there? Like, why is Michael Alway still out there? Why is
Curly Gittins still out there?
Curly Gittins out there? Jared says Stam slowed up 2 good players via signings. Yeah, that we were talking about that earlier of how Brissett brings in the void filled by Damian Allen go to the NFL, and the other one was Devondrick Bynum, who was played 5 games mostly last year. I don't know if that's due to injury or just he was on the practice squad and someone got injured. But there's that. But yeah, if you take a look, like why isn't Rhymes signed, Curly Gittins, Wheatfall, Rambo? And then if you go down, like look at all the offensive linemen that still haven't been signed yet. Who else was the Michael Alway, 117 tackles. You trying to tell me that no team wants 117 tackles on their defense? Like it just appalls me of how like some players are not even signed yet. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they'll find spots soon enough, I guess. But yeah, it is interesting that
Like to me, I think teams are just either players are asking for too much or teams are just lowballing them.
could be.
What were you gonna say, John?
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, it is pretty wild that there are still all these, like, sort of big time names out there, and they're all still out there on this day that free agency is official. So it should be interesting to see where a lot of these guys go.
But yeah, I mean, hopefully Hamilton signs more players than just the 3 that they've signed because you know what? Just like Dick does for Toronto, I will go to bat for this team. But I mean, to a certain point, it just gets exhausting because it's like, oh, don't worry. Like I had someone constantly messaging me, oh, we're gonna do garbage because we don't have this, this, and this. I'm like, listen, if you think that we are going to just be signing rookies and having rookies start for us, you're sadly mistaken. Like, there could have been free agents that Hamilton has signed, but don't that they don't release because a lot of teams like to keep stuff close and tight knit, that they don't want teams to know
Yeah, I think
signings that they're making.
Yeah, I think that's one of the real things. Like when we're talking about ways to sort of fix problems with the CFL's image, its marketability and stuff, make it more entertaining. It sometimes gets in its own way with some of these practices that don't. It kind of hurts it, as we kind of talked about earlier on trying to have like a signing free agency show, like that's more polished in the sense that like we don't get all this little hodgepodges of information and it's like spread out over a week. If it's concentrated into a day, you can have a more effective coverage of all these moves and speculation and all of that. I guess it gives you a bit more time to digest the moves, but I think it would be more entertaining for fans if because only the diehards like the three of us are going to really follow every individual transaction.
Oh, trust me, I had a bunch of people ask me, how are you doing like these long live streams? Listen, if you're passionate about something, you will sit there. I don't even care if I have to go off topic and talk about something. I will sit here and talk and talk and talk. As we do that, Brian Cole has made it official his 1-year deal with Ottawa after spending the last season the Ticats. So one of many people that have left Hamilton. Which, to be honest, the only ones that to me have really like made a big difference is Tim White and Amos. If you're really thinking about it, those are the only two that I could see, a big sign. Greg Bell. Okay, Nick, I can ask you this question, and maybe you, John, too. So, running backs. Nick knows this with all the running backs between Hamilton last year and Toronto last year. They're a dime a dozen. If you can't block, you are going to be replaced. Like running backs, you have to block on some plays. And that's what I think it was for Greg Bell is Greg Bell could not block. A lot of the times you'd see him get beat. And either he was asking for too much money and Ticats didn't think he was worth it, or he couldn't block, and that's one of the reasons why he left.
I know the same sentiments with McMahon.
I just think like he's replaceable.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why Chad Cackard ended up becoming the main running back in Toronto. Corey Boyd was the other statesman and arguably a better running back, but Milanovic cut him in 2012 because he couldn't block as effectively. So I know for Milanovic, values the block ability more. Dinwiddie valued the blocking ability more. And for someone like McMahon in Toronto, he was a smaller guy, but he was a solid blocker in pass protection. So that's kind of, I lean on that stance that if your O-line is not good enough at run blocking like last year for the Argos, it's hard. It doesn't matter who you give the ball to. If you had Saquon Barkley or like Marshawn Lynch in his prime, it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, and in not just the CFL but also the NFL, the position of running back has been severely undervalued as compared to previous years. Obviously, NFL, you've had guys like Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders, guys like that who they were a huge part of a lot of very good teams, and now it's like all of these running backs are getting underpaid or they're being let go by their teams because maybe they can't do this one thing well, but they're pretty good at running the football. So obviously to to both of your points, blocking is a big part of it, but also the blocking that you've got for the run game is a big part, because depending on how good your O-line is, as long as you have like a decent to average running back, you can probably gain a lot of yards if you have a really good O-line.
So that's where I'll kind of compare Toronto and Hamilton. And as Nick even mentioned earlier in the video today, Nick even mentioned Toronto's offensive line wasn't up to snuff, and you can tell Spencer Brown was their highest rusher with 314 yards. Whereas if you go look at Greg Bell had over 1,000 rushing yards. Like that just goes to show the difference. If your offensive line is not up to snuff, then you have to step up your game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think that the Bordner went to Edmonton, because of how well he did in or while he went to Edmonton, is because he was good on the offensive line. It's just I found with Bordner, as there were times where he would get beat on the left side, and that's why we moved on from him. Because I can tell you right now, I would not be paying $192,000 for a left tackle that would get beat all the time. I'd rather go if I wanted that, I'd go sign a rookie for $70,000 to $75,000, and then Quentin Burrow, who's on the right side tackle, just goes to show that if you do well, they went and signed him for $220,000. So I guess if you do well, then you do well. To go to Nick's point about Brian Cole to Ottawa, Brian Cole was one of those. I would say he was not really one of Nick's favorite players in Toronto, Jack Kazar, but he was one of those special teams players where he was mainly brought to Hamilton on special teams. As we have that, we have Jonathan Moxley has now officially gone to Winnipeg after it was broken. His is give me 1 second. I just want to see if I have it here. So it's actually, give me 1 second. Let me do this. So Jonathan Moxley, which was officially was announced during tampering window to being a 1-year deal, is actually a 2-year deal.
Oh,
to go from Hamilton to Winnipeg. Now I found John, I don't know how many games you watched being down in the States. I've noticed that he was the weaker out of our 5.
Oh yeah.
QBs. I mean, we brought Talbot back. Amos went to Toronto, so obviously, he probably got more money out in Toronto than Hamilton was willing to give him. But we got Talbot back, we got Peters back, we got Stavros Katrachonis back. We still have let me go over here. We still have this side to work on. I mean, right now we have rookies and veterans over on this side, but we still have this side to work on. So hopefully we can sign, like Quentin White. I'm okay with if we go with him, but I don't want 2 rookies.
It's Quavian White.
Oh, I thought it was Quentin White. Like I said, I'm always not good with names. But this is what kills me is we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm surprised they didn't release Tajon Garbett, because we're paying him $126,000, and Osai's better than him. Like Osai had for his first year, he had 39 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 8 sacks as a rookie in 12 games. Like me and Nick were talking about earlier of how Edmonton went and signed Mike Carney for $270 per year and $120,000 signing bonus. I'm sure if Osai has another big year, he'll get that kind of money. But he did that in less games. Like, I could just imagine what Osai did if he played a full season of what he would have gotten from what is it? For signing with Hamilton. So, like, all these people that are complaining, oh, we don't have this, you don't have that. Like, Julian Hauser. Julian Hauser is another example. He came over, he started with us, went to Calgary for a few years. He had 13 sacks last year. Who would have thought Julian Hauser would have had 3 sacks? I mean, Keandre Smith, we would have known that. Like, there's here's another one. Who would have thought Braxton Hill would have had 30 tackles and 2 interceptions in 8 games? This goes to show, like, give rookies a chance. They might surprise you a thing or two as to, like, Nick, wasn't Herslow with you guys his first year last year?
Yeah, he was.
Like, look at Herslow. The guy had 756 yards in 13 games. And 9 touchdowns. Like, could you imagine if he would have played a full season? He would have had over 1,000 yards.
Yeah, and like I said, his numbers really only shot up after Cokesy got injured, because he kind of then became the sort of the prime target from Arbuckle for those first couple games, because nobody really covered him as tightly.
Like, yeah, we may play, teams may play rookies, but at least give them a year or two to prove them that they're good enough. Like, I don't mind giving the rookies a shot at camp, but at least, have a backup plan so that if they don't both pan out, then at least you have backups.
Okay, so unfortunately, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I know you got to take off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. You stayed longer than what I thought you were gonna stay, but it's good enough.
If I hadn't felt sick getting up, I would have been on earlier. That's I feel bad about it. But got lots more. Always got lots of CFL content to talk about. So as we showed, we know ways of how to fill in the dead air time. So if you ever need me on again, and thanks to everybody for tuning in and watching. I'll see you guys.
I'll see you come preseason, my friends.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you'll be at Guelph. Oh, you'll be at the Guelph game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and John, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you, Nick.
Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you at a game sometime soon. Take care.
Have yourself a great, fun day, Nick.
Thanks. You as well.
Yeah. So Nick's actually one of my good friends that are actually a season ticket holder in Toronto. But yeah, so I'm actually quite surprised we've actually signed that punter today. Like, I did not see that one coming. How we find Fraser Marin. I didn't even know he was released by Calgary last year, and then, like, I thought they would have just went and drafted a punter in the global draft. Like, I didn't think that we were gonna sign him. And then, so makes you wonder, with him being 24, if they kind of don't expect Nick Constantino to be back. That's why they went and signed someone that has experience in the CFL instead of waiting till the global draft.
Yeah, his background is sort of he played a bit for Calgary last year, but then eventually they wound up putting him on the practice roster, which is why he eventually got released.
That makes sense. Yeah, someone was telling me like his longest punt was like 77 yards. So at least that works an hour. But if it's his average is 46, so at least you still have that's almost like half the field. I'm just trying to see if
Yeah, he also played in the SEC as well with Ole Miss.
oh, did he?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like even global players go down and play in the States sometimes, and people don't
Yeah.
know it. People just think, oh, they're global players. They're coming from Europe. I didn't even know that some of them actually do that playing in the.
I mean, Constantinu went to Texas A&M.
So that's another thing. Like, I guess players kind of go down to the States because they can get more games than what you would in Europe. But a lot of the players in Europe, if you notice, a lot of them are either rugby kickers or they grew up playing soccer.
I mean, there's even gonna be some guys from ELF teams that are gonna be at the CFL Combine. Like, there's one linebacker who played for the Prague Lions. The
Oh,
Prague
for
Lions.
you mean for Europe? You mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's an offensive lineman from the Munich Ravens that'll be at the CFL Combine. So
Well, yeah, that's right because you got to have global players at the CFL Combine too. So this list that I'm showing. This is only for the CFL draft. This isn't for the global draft because I completely
right.
forgot about that too. What do we have here? Okay, so now we have Dustin Crum to Montreal is now official. Let me just put it this way. Give me 1 second. So we can. That's going to be interesting to see how that works out with Dustin Crum because you did have Shea Patterson doing all of the short yardage. In Ottawa, Montreal, but Ottawa's going with Jake Mayer. So I'm assuming that Montreal doesn't think that Ottawa's thoughts in Drew Brown if you sign someone like Jake Mayer because Drew Brown also hasn't been that healthy either. Let me just fix this. Go with this. Edit this. Here. We're gonna save that and show that again. And let's go here. I think it was just a 1 year. So I'm back. Connect. What do we got here? Oh, we got. He's just reposting that. Yeah, it's been really quiet, but I mean, that's what happens when you have timer window for a week beforehand. As I was saying earlier, did you see what Bell Media announced earlier today? The NFL viewing on TSN was down 20% than what it was last year. So a lot of people, I guess, didn't like. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The first 4 quarters were boring. So I don't know if about that. Let me see what people are saying. Let's see here. According to the Three Downs article, 24. Now, this is for Fraser Masons. The 24th Australian was selected first round in the 2025 Global Draft by Calgary, appearing in 5 games for 27 punts for an average of 40.6, which isn't too bad. He was eventually benched in favor of fellow global rookie Mark Facette and finished the season on practice, which he was released at the end of the season because all practice roster players are released at the end of the season. Context of seems to suggest that is a replacement level, which makes sense, saying that the article. Okay. Let's go refresh this and post. Let's go here. Oops. So there's that. I still don't know how this Lofton thing's gonna work out, as we already have. I guess they just need bodies, but I mean, who's to say that he will even? Because we have Swart out. I don't even know what he was like during college, but he was on our practice squad last year. Lofton. We'll probably battle for that. Carroll is one, like, someone, like, I was reading, he's 6'3", 315 pounds. Like, I thought he was more of a guard, but someone told me that he played right tackle in college. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rookie receivers coming into camp. That's why I honestly think we will eventually sign another receiver. Just because I don't see us going with seven rookies in the draft. Oh, sorry, in training camp. But like I said earlier, you got to give some of these players a chance to.
Right. I could definitely see Malone going up for that returner role along with White.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I had White, Malone, and Hayes, because Hayes had a quick 40 yard dash.
40-yard dash, yeah.
So those were the 3 that I thought of. But I mean, with Bob Dice, you never know who they put out there. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to see what they did with Trey Ford, because when I went to the store the other day, they had him and Peters were both listed as number 2. Okay, so they haven't changed it yet. I'm sure they'll change it by tomorrow for his new number, because if he's doing autograph signings tomorrow, I'm sure that they'll have some signing, or someone will have some new jersey number for him when they go to and Canada's playing U.S. right now in women's hockey, and U.S. is winning 1-0.
Sounds about right.
Ha ha ha.
U.S. best country ever.
Yeah, okay there. Let's see what news. See, now that it's slowed down, it's like, oh my lord. Like, just announced signings, people. Like, there was a bunch of signings. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, what was it? Crun was just now. It was almost like there was like a 10 to 20 minute window in between each signing. Let's see. That was at 2. So we should have a new signing any moment now that that window is.
I mean, a lot of them that weren't announced during the tampering window, they still do need their physicals done, and they need to make
Well,
sure.
that's the thing. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm sure the players are in the cities today getting their physicals done. But if they don't get them done earlier today, they could be getting them done for tomorrow. But I'm hoping today, because then it will be during the live stream. So between the goalposts posted on X 15 minutes ago, interesting signing by Ty Katz. He's talking about the Frazen Mason signing. As they bring in an Australian punter, Fraser Mazin, on a 2-year deal. He started 25 as the punter. With Nick Constantino headed to Cleveland on a future deal. The Cats signed a punter with recent live experience. I expect the team to bring in more competition for training camp, which also makes sense if you go to sign. What is it? If you go to sign go to draft a global player in training camp, like, it would not surprise me if they drafted another punter during the training camp or the global draft, like they've done every year.
Right.
Linebacker, like the weak side linebacker, even though that we still have give me 1 second. But we went into what is it? Tampering window with like 800,000 to 900,000, and I don't think McManus signed. You know, like he probably signed like a $200,000 deal. But I'm curious, like they have to have something else up their sleeve. I can't, like, obviously Trey Ford took some of that money. Lofton took some of that money. But at the same time, they also really let some players go. The other one, Samar Bridges, is now a free agent unless they signed him. I don't think that they did. So he's gone. Who else did we not resign that's now a free agent? Kevin Brown, we didn't really use him much. Drew Wolodarski. Patrick Burke, that wasn't much of a loss. Sermian Bagego, that wasn't much of a loss. Like, there isn't really anyone left. Trevor Hoyt, okay, he was a special teams depth person. Other than that, there's no one left that we really lost. Like Shamar Bridges, like, so the reason why Shamar Bridges had a down year last year is because when the previous year we had Stephen Dunbar at that far wide receiver spot, and we had Bridges at Kenny Lawler's spot. Now that we have Kenny Lawler at the field side, I think it is, we then moved Bridges over to the boundary side, and they hardly throw over to the boundary side, so that's why his numbers were down. Yeah, it just to me it just seems like there's something else out there.
Yeah, I
That has
mean,
me thinking that there's someone else missing that we haven't thought of.
I mean, if we get wide receiver at all, I would probably think Canadian because I mean, we signed a lot of like rookie Americans over the offseason.
So last year we had Drew Wolotarski, which is a national. We had Chernowski, we had Bergling, and we had Keandre Smith. Oh, so as I say that, give me 1 second, because we have the CJ Revis 1 year deal is now official with Ottawa. So he goes from the Grey Cup winning Saskatchewan Roughriders to the nation's capital. So that's another. I'm sure he'll probably be their Sam linebacker. But going on to what I was saying, so I could see like maybe middlemost is that Wolotarski signing, because we didn't really have that national receiver. So we had, let me go back to our. So this slot back position here was the Tim White one. So we need someone to replace this one. This one over here was where Bridges was. And then this one here, I'm trying to think of who was here last year. This was, it wasn't Turnowski. You know what? It's going to make me now want to look this up. Can't think of who it was. I have to look it up on the depth charts on the team website. But so that gives us 1, 2, 3 spots that we have to sign. I'm sure one of them will be. Oh, what do they have today? Oh, they didn't. Thought for sure there had been like some secret like they did last year with all of the early signings.
Right,
But,
yeah.
Who was in the East Final? Okay, that's Montreal. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Oh, why didn't I think of Brandon O'Leary Orange? So the other one, this one here was Brandon O'Leary Orange. So we still have one Canadian spot to fill and 2 Americans, unless they think middlemost is going to be your receiver here. So we still need at least 1 Canadian and 1 American to sign. So let's see what we have here. Nathan says CJ Revis goes from Saskatchewan to Ottawa. I gotta put that in my ticker. We have CJ Revis to Ottawa. 1 year. Save and show the ticker. So kind of the one that I did not see. So there's two signings that I did not see coming. That was the Santos Knox back to Winnipeg, where he started his career, and then there was the Mazin signing for punter. Other than that, there hasn't been really any ones that caught off guard.
Has Brogling's has his Olympic event happened yet?
Good question. Bob Sled Olympics 2026. Oh, duh. Let's go back one. Let's go check to see if the when did it's still loading. Okay, so we have today, so that's the 10th. I don't. Cross country curling. Ooh, Italy. Yes, we beat the Great Britain for bronze. Let's go. As I'm part Italian.
Me too.
Curling, jumping, ice hockey. Wednesday. Freestyling. So luge doesn't start till tomorrow. Curling's still going on. Snowboarding. Oh, bobsled official training is on Thursday. So, and then also women's official training is Thursday night. So it looks like. So training at 3 o'clock for bobsled. Women's training on Friday. So maybe it doesn't start.
Huh.
I wonder if. No, the training can't be bobsled, because why would they have it at 3 o'clock in the morning? That doesn't make sense. Curling. Okay, so the women's bobsled doesn't start till Sunday. And the men's. The two-man heat doesn't start till the 16th, so that's Monday. But what about so the 4 women's, or no, that's the 4 heat. When does so that's the official 2 women? I'm sure, because I'm pretty sure it goes until the 22nd. Okay, so unofficial training is next Wednesday. So Matt Roynier is back with BC, and I'm pretty sure I already had that. Let's just double check. Or did I have him on the linebacker? No, I didn't. He's on here. So he goes back over to BC. And the Jarrett Stearns signing just happened, so we gotta move that over as well. See. So we're gonna edit this. So now that the Stearns one is official, give me one moment here. I want to see if. See, I mean, it was almost okay. That one was half an hour, but still, I thought it would have been 10 minutes. I don't know what the Royer one is. Let's see if I can find it on here. Come on, BC Lions, tell us what it is. A 2-year deal for Royer. Let me just do this. Oops. Shavon Thames is 2 years with BC. And then we had, so we can delete that off the tracker. We had Winnipeg Stearns, so that one can be deleted too. Oh no, that was. Wait, did I pre-add him? It's been such a long day that I don't remember who went where now.
So
Stearns went to Montreal. That's where it was.
So
and that one was
Royer is a national player now.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that he changed that. So this will be 2027. Yeah, I forgot that he changed that the other day, so I can go and change that. I mean, that's the first time I've seen that go from national to national to.
No, he went from global to national.
No. But like what I'm saying is that's the first time that I've ever seen that. I mean, I guess there are some exemptions.
And he was able to play football in France too. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, so there has to be something that that was, unless his parents were like Canadians, special exempt into tournament, which is likely extended his career. So basically,
oh no, it's because he played at least 3 years of U Sports football is why he's now national.
And we have another one. So Surret, one that I didn't see. So this is according to 3 Down. So Zach Claras was the sales pitch. So he says, oh yeah, So, Zach Claris said in the sales pitch, "How about you join my team and stop hitting me?" But that's hilarious. So let's see what else do we have now. So if Serezna is official as of last week, we can go and move that over. Like, just think, 235,000 just to go hit someone. Like, you can't tell me like that's not some good money just to tackle someone for a living.
Right.
Definitely not in the right job field, that's for sure. Oh, I forgot to. I gotta go over here and grab the green this year. I could have just done it that way too. Winnipeg, defensive line, Serezna. So it's funny because Santos Knox actually started his career with Winnipeg, and he goes back to the stomping grounds. So that's it for Winnipeg today. Nothing new other than if they come out and officially announce something. Hoping for another big splash. Aren't we all waiting for another big splash in Hamilton?
Wait, who said that?
Oh no, a friend of mine sent me a private message. He's like, "Oh, the ones so far have been decent signings, but hopefully we make a big splash." Listen, I wish we could make a big splash too. Stearns. Okay, that one we already did. Which one's this? Official Jared Stearns. Okay, like, come on, Hamilton committee. Announce some.
Oops.
Because I want to be able to be happy about something instead of other teams signing their players. Almost what I know about. Oh, that on 3 down. Or anyone just announce something. I mean, at this point, I'll take anything. Hamilton has announced the new contract negotiations of the 2 mascots for Hamilton. There we go. We can talk about the 2 mascots. I guess it's getting to the point where it's getting kind of quiet again, folks.
I mean, a lot of the bigger moves were during.
I mean, there's still
tampering
some
window.
signings that still have to be announced. That some are. Let's see here. BC didn't do any. Calgary's already announced theirs.
Yeah, there is still potential for some big stuff to happen here.
Edmonton still has all 6 of theirs, or all 8 of theirs to announce. Saskatchewan still has Vaughters to announce. Winnipeg's announced all theirs. We have Middlemost still to be announced. Toronto has their 3 to announce. Edmonton still has a bunch of theirs that still have to be announced. And then Montreal has their 1 to still announce.
So that means one of the 4 players that MMQB talked about on the CFL website has been signed, and that would be Jovan Santos Knox.
Yeah, on the linebacker, he was the first one that was signed before noon today.
Right.
Him and Fraser Marin were the only two tampering window signings. I mean, because Santos Knox was released. Serezna says, "Go where wanted. Let's not kid ourselves. Here on the official day of CFL signing free agency, the numbers on the paycheck always matter. Serezna has his own personal motto, which certainly fit. I mean, we had our press conference the other day with McManus. Serezna is having his today, or that he had today. Explain why they believe the league's free agency window. Well, that's the league. Like, maybe they should stop having tampering window. What else do we have? That's earlier today. Brissett, Houston, Lofton. Okay. See if I am missing anyone. Sankey, Sales, Resna. Yeah, those were already announced. Let's see, what else do we have here? We have negotiation window. Let's see here. Actually, no, let's change this. And hit save for that. Okay, so we can refresh this here. And we have 106 people still to go. We have 97 over on X. We have 9 on YouTube. We also have been going for almost 7 hours, John. Just think, 7 hours. What I might have to do is, at some point, restart the stream, because I think I'll do it in between your window.
Okay.
Because in order for it to stay on the archive for YouTube, you can only do up to 12 hours. So I'll have 4 more, which will bring it to 6, and then I will do another 4 after that. Probably. Agree that free agency needs adjusting. This has to be done earlier. Or just get rid of the freaking tampering window. Either tampering window and keep free agent, or get rid of free agent and just have the tampering window. So Broxton is the highest paid import left tackle.
Even the MLB window's kind of moving a little quicker. The Detroit Tigers just signed Justin Verlander, so he'll be back.
But usually with the free agent window, usually those get signed by during the winter meetings.
Right.
And that's the thing. Like, if you're gonna have the tampering window, negotiate the contracts and then don't announce them, and then just wait until free agent day. Like, that's what I think it is like it's breaking. Like, social media has just killed off like anything exciting. Like, you don't even have news anymore. Like, why have news when people just post it on social media the second that it happens?
Yeah.
I will say, though, that individual that I mentioned to you, that I'm not going to mention their names, I honestly, it's been so quiet, I haven't heard from them for like 3 days. Yeah, but didn't Justin Verlander play for the Tigers last year?
No, not last year. He was with the Giants last year.
Let's just make sure that this one I did put down on here. Yes, I did. Okay, so who do I have? Rivas. Rivas was the last one. Jess Stearns.
So Winnipeg's been pretty good in free agency.
I mean, for what they've signed so far, yeah. Jess Stearns to Montreal. I mean, they've added Tim White, Tommy Neild, which I gotta go over here and grab this so I can put it beside his name. So there's 2 receivers that they've added there to replace Dalton Schoen. Broxton is there after Lofton left. Sresna's on defense. Santos Knox is in the linebacker group, and Moxie is in the DB. So they've almost added, except for running back, I think they pretty much have added 1 player per position in the offseason.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't realize that Santos Knox started his career in Winnipeg. Like, my buddy Carter, who's a Winnipeg season ticket holder, he's like, definitely did not see that one coming. Like, but I don't even think anyone saw that one coming. So that was the only thing. I mean, even Austin Mack getting released by Montreal and signing with Edmonton, definitely did not see that one coming. So I knew that was gonna happen.
What happened?
So, do you remember that guy? So, oh, we have a breaking news. We have Hamilton breaking news. Are you ready for this, John? You ready?
Yeah.
Mario Alford to Hamilton.
Oh, wow.
Super Mario to Hamilton. So I guess they're I guess there was another one that we did not see happening. I gotta go post this on the form. So once okay, no, let's go X so let's go see how long. It doesn't say how long it is, but that gives us our player for.
Also, we're working on a real time, as you just heard, a very busy day already here in the Fox 5 newsroom. Let's get to it all. We're talking about the latest in the search there for Nancy Guthrie as the FBI has now.
Oh, that was me. Definitely did not see that happening.
Yeah.
So, we gotta add him to our list. They classify him as a wide receiver.
So now we've got our return man.
Where is he? Mario Alford. American it doesn't say. Let's see if Hamilton. Mario. Oh no, not Hamilton.
Oh, we also confirmed the signing of Middlemost as well.
Oh, okay. That and that. Okay, so you said that we announced it
on the free agency part of the Ticats website. They had an article where they said Ticats signed former most outstanding special teams player Mario Alford and Canadian receiver Tyson Middlemost.
Oh, so we have okay, so they have announced Red Blacks have announced what is it? Dylan Wentz. So give me 1 second. I gotta pull this up. because I got to put in here. So he had Jared Stearns. I'm just gonna put returner, or not Stearns, Mario Alford. Sorry. What was this? This was someone. So we gotta add this to our return. Mario Alford, American. So he had 44 returns for 476 yards and 31 kickoff returns for 92. Oh, never mind. That's kickoff. That's punts. 31. Okay, wait. Yeah, 44. Yeah, I had that right. Oh, no, I was just reading it. He had 92. That was in the 100 Grey Cup. So he's 34. So Alfred holds the Riders' franchise record for most career return touchdowns with 9. So that is interesting. So let's go back here. So Nathan says Dylan goes from Montreal to Ottawa, and then he says never thought Alfred would leave Saskatchewan. I mean, when you guys have James Letcher Jr. Oh, you know what it is? Okay. So we got a bunch of stuff to do. This one, no, we want Ottawa. Ottawa to win is now official. Jalen Wynn, defensive line, and let's see if they announce. Okay, Dylan Wynn is 1 year. Okay, so okay, so we got that 2026. Move this over to here. Okay, and then the other one was Okay, so Amos. Ooh, Montreal just signed another free agent that was not announced during that. Just give me 1 second. Amos to Toronto is official. So Deshaun Amos is now official. So we can delete that. Go over to Toronto and put Amos. But it doesn't say what the signing is yet for years, so we don't have that quite yet. But we can add him here. And then once I do this, I will add Vaughters is official. So we have that. Saskatchewan. Vaughters is now official. So Saskatchewan defensive line. Vaughters is now official. So John, wasn't there like 3 signings that we heard? Or am I just seeing things? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you now. Yeah, I could have sworn that we heard along the grapevines that there's going to be a couple of signings for Hamilton. So we have Mario Alford and Fraser Mazin. There has to be more. I don't see how he's an upgrade from like Carney or that's fun. There is another one that I seen. Where is it? Montreal had just signed someone, and I'm just trying to see. Braden Knoll went to Montreal. Offensive lineman from Saskatchewan.
Canada was unsuccessful.
So Dylan Wynn has now officially completed his tour of the East, completing all 3 stops between. I'll just put him in here. Hamilton, Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto. And I think just trying to see if I'm missing anything. Let's see if we have the Amos numbers. No. That was quite the few signings within a few minutes. Dylan Stearns. Okay, we got that one. And then you said that. Okay, so the Hamilton Tyson Middlemost to, that's what it was. Tyson Middlemost to Hamilton is now official. So we can move that over here. And as a casual CFL fan for a few years, he was my favorite player. So I guess that means that, you know what though, I'm pretty sure the signing from Mario Alford had to do with Bob Dice.
Yeah.
Because I don't think if Bob Dice was in Hamilton, I don't think Super Mario would have came to Hamilton. So we got to put Super Mario here. Sask, and then we got to put him on our depth chart. So we got to move these three down. And you know what, though? I'm curious if he's going to be at the autograph signing tomorrow. Can we have contract numbers? No, we don't get contract numbers. We gotta wait for those smart people that can get contract numbers. New home after Brian. Oh my lord, what is wrong with people?
What?
Dad shot daughter after arguing about Donald Trump. Really, people? That's what the world's coming to these days? Is you shoot your own child over an argument. Oh, you know what? I gotta go put that on Z form. Or did I already do that? Wait, I already did that. Duh. So let's see what he's telling me. Never had difficult time finding any as old as dust. I actually mixed him up with someone else. What do I have? Nothing. No one. Oh, someone's replying to that. Come on, people. We need more CFL news. This is going awfully quiet again. Let's see what we got on the CFL live. We'll do. Okay, so we have another signing. So let's bring in. So BC Lions have signed defensive back Dawson Pierre, who was just released by the what is it? The Ottawa Red Blacks the other day. So he has signed to a 2-year deal. So we can go add him to here. Dawson Pierre, national, and we can use, let's go over here and grab one of these Ottawa colors and put him here. We don't have his numbers quite this very second. But I'm going to we got that. Which there's something else that I gotta do. Why don't we do this? While we are waiting, I can do this. Over here. And create a new one. Sports. Central. Let's just make up one. What do I have for this one? So that I can make it easier for people to create our own. Sign up. Thanks. Yeah, I realize that. I'm trying to do that, people. How do you know if I'm not? Okay, so I should have a. I don't have that. 1, 2, 8, 2, 2, 3. Continue. Okay, so we have officially got that. Continue. We are human people. 74540. Continue. Confirm that with a video selfie? Really? Is that what we're coming down to? Oh, okay. Upload. Wow, they really are really getting away with having to do stuff on Facebook, eh?
What's on Facebook?
Really? So I tried to go create a channel for my Hamilton Sports Central, so it's easier for people to take part in. And it says that you have to go through face identification now, and your account is not visible to people on Facebook, and you can't use it until action is. I just created it. How can it? How? That makes no sense. How can a page be? Oh my god, that's so dumb. How does that make sense that you go and create a Facebook page and all of a sudden it's suspended? What the heck is the world coming to? I honestly don't get it. I honestly don't. Mario Alfred, we can take him off here. I guess that's what the world's coming to these days.
Slowing down a little bit.
It'll be a matter of time. I'm gonna go see if let's see what Super Mario. Okay, let's see. 3 down. Come on, tell me something new that you have for years. No, it's just a freaking article. What do we got here? Wow, some signings don't make people happy. I don't get. And
The Argos got Jonathan Kongbo.
Rick Zamperin, why do you have to play with my emotions like that? I already knew about that signing.
Oh, you did?
You didn't have to tell me again. Oh, Jesus Christ, people. Have to play with my emotions.
Because 3DN posted about it at 3:15.
No, I know. Rick Zamperin just posted about it. I'm like, oh, we got another signing. No, we don't. It's just other people retweeting other posts. So now we have this one here. Yes, okay, so we have just announced the middlemost on Twitter now, which we knew hours ago. Well, not really hours ago, but when the Mario Alford one signed. So that's there. So we can have that one on. No, I'm going to take off that ticker because it's hard to keep up with. Just hide it. Gentlemen, we already know that confirmation code, that. Well, I didn't realize that there was all these signings, or all these email notifications. buddy, like we're not gonna get freaking Rhymes and Gittins. We'll get one receiver, but we ain't gonna get both. That's not how this works.
Wait, who suggested that?
Take a guess of who messages me.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Like I could see us getting one of them, but not both.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice to
Because what would the point of getting both be if?
unless the only way that would work is if you added one of them to the boundary side wide receiver, like the far side, and so Gittins would play White's slot back position because Gittins is a slot back. Rhymes, I don't know, but then if you have Rhymes out on the right on that far side, you might as well bring in someone else who's cheaper if you're not going to throw it to that side all the time.
Also, I didn't know that that Rambo was a free agent this year. I wonder where he winds up going.
Oh my god. Have you seen CFL's tweet about new places and new faces?
Let me see here.
It's 21 hours ago. They just did a Winton McManus to Hamilton where he goes from double blue to black and gold. Well, people already knew about that too. Like, tell me something else I didn't already.
Oh yeah. I see that now. Yeah.
Like I would assume that the Super Mario one is which one? What did I do? Oh, I did it on here. What is it? I assume that the Super Mario one is 1 year. I can't see them with him being 34. I can't see him being much of a long term. However, I'm curious to see if we'd even bring in Bane Jr. The only thing how long has Middlemost been in Calgary? I'm gonna look this up. Okay, so he's with Toronto and oh no, that's Alfred. Never mind. Okay, so 21 to 25. Or sorry, 21 to 24 with the Stamps. And 25 with the Elks.
Former McMaster player.
Yes, sir. Stomping grounds. It's going to be interesting to see how he feels during training camp. Because we have our training camp at McMaster University, so that will be interesting to see. I'm actually quite curious to see if Mario Alford can go get back to his stomping grounds. Because let's see here. Not that I can close all of these. Mario Alford. Mario Alford. Let's see what we have for Alford. Trick returns. So he had 3 in Saskatchewan in 23, 1 with Montreal, Saskatchewan in 22, 1 in 21, 2. So the last 2 years, he hasn't had any. I gotta go. Let me go back here. So we need Potters. We had Amos. We had Alford. Stearns, Ryder, Rivas, Crown, Moxie, Cole. I already had that. Tommy Neal, that's official. That. We had that. Brissett had. Braxton, we had. Biden, we had. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Razor. Resin and Santos. Oaks. So I gotta do a video on 2. Let's see, what else do we have here? Why do I? No, I don't want that. I want following. I want notifications for following, please. So I don't get all the jibber jabber. Okay, so let's. No, you want to refresh that. I want to refresh this. So Dawson Pierre. Oh, that was the other one. Pierre. We can add. Do I have? That's 2 years, 2027. Decent saying. Tank has no different in the past. Do. I mean, more players got it. Scanning. Another receiver. That receiver spot's really starting to bug me. Like, I know we have all of the season to sign players. But I just don't think that. See if Argo's announced what Deshaun deal is. Nope. Okay. We wait. What is it? What is it? And I'm not sure. Oh yeah, because I don't see 3 rookies coming to camp, and it's just bothering me. Like, I get that we have all of off season signed, but I'm just saying, like, there has to be another signing that we haven't heard of. So 3 Down says that the signing of Minimos, he's a rare Canadian receiver who brings significant special teams value. So I wonder if he's going to be the Tyler Chernowski replacement on special teams, if Tyler Chernowski gets a bigger role. Let's see here. It's risky hoping a good chunk of our just pan out in 1 year, especially. But go down with injury. I like starting Canadian offense. Hold up. Yellow.
How goes the live stream?
We are 7 hours and 45 minutes in and 150 viewers and still going strong.
Nice. I was about to say, I've checked it. By the way, you can have, I don't know if your thing's muted right now or not. You don't have to.
No, I don't plan on muting it. Please.
Oh, okay. No, just because I know it, sometimes I call you done that or whatever. No,
Also, for the other channel, I have 5 videos that we have to do.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you've been keeping track of some of the ones that we didn't anticipate, such as like Santos Knox, Pharaoh Alford, that sort of stuff.
Yes, I have those written down.
Okay, because what I was thinking is, I'm not gonna lie, I've been going crazy trying to firstly get them uploaded, but then also kind of promote them on some of the platforms and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's been good actually. We got a message on our Instagram from Jarrell Broxton. He was thanking us for the upload.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Jarrell Broxton. He watched it. He very much liked it.
You know what kills me?
What?
Is I went to go do a Facebook page for my channel.
Yeah.
Apparently, my channel got suspended.
Your like YouTube channel? Or
No, my Facebook channel. After I created it, I got suspended for creating a channel. Or for creating a page for my channel.
Why did they suspend? Like, did they provide a reason?
So apparently now, if you create a YouTube page or just even an account, you have to go through like all the hoops just to get an activated channel. Or even like just a regular YouTube or a Facebook page.
Sorry, I'm confused. Are you talking YouTube or Facebook? So it's two different things.
Oh, sorry, I'm saying Facebook.
So, but what did they cite? Because usually if they suspend it, they cite like because
No.
you did this.
So what I was told was, and this is based off of what they sent me in an email as soon as I registered. Let me go here. You have 180 days to take action. Your Facebook account has been suspended. This is because your account or activity on it doesn't follow our community standards. How? I just created the account. Like, how is it following standards?
Yeah, but they didn't cite like a specific post you made or anything, or
How? I just created it like 2 seconds ago.
yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Like, that's what kills me.
I mean, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me in the sense of that the business model that Facebook has is kind of run like crazy and then fix problems that you potentially create because of being fast. Like, that's the thing. Like, Facebook operates a very reckless business model where they basically do things as quickly as they can, understanding that there's going to be false positives and then fixing them later, rather than being careful when they do things to begin with.
Yeah.
Which, if you ask me, is a pretty stupid way to run it. But I mean, hey, it's made them however many millions, billions of dollars, so whatever. But yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me like something like that's coming up. But no, but I checked out your stream a little bit. I saw a bit. Good stuff.
Yep.
Rick, you never got rid of the green screen behind the breaking news.
Yeah, because I'm doing it on StreamYards. I don't know how to remove it on there. So I just been using it as is. I don't care.
Fuck it. Fair enough. It works.
Exactly. It's I'm curious to see what Toronto fans are going to think of Super Mario coming to friggin' Hamilton.
Why would Toronto fans think something of that?
Because they have to, because we're going to be playing them 3 times or 5 times this year.
Oh, I know, but they got grants, so.
Listen, Super Mario is better. He can grow with his mushrooms. I thought that was a funny pun.
You gotta give him a little. You gotta give him a star before the game.
Yeah, we have to give him a star so you can hear that music. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, exactly. Every time he
Do,
touches
do.
the ball, you're gonna hear. Do.
And then once he jumps for that touchdown, you can put up the flag at the end of each level.
Yeah.
There's going to be so many memes for it now in Hamilton.
Yeah. Well, it's all fun and games till, you know what he's got to do as his touchdown celebration? He's got to go to the end zone, and then he has to start punching above him, so that way the social media guy can edit in one of those question blocks above his head.
Oh, that just gave me the perfect thumbnail idea.
Oh, God.
Now that you mentioned that, put Mario Alford, and then one of the question blocks, and then above that, put like a W, so if he goes to hit it, he got a W. Our minds think alike, Carter.
See, the problem is if you did that, do you want to know the problem with that? If you did that as like a video or thing, and if you ever lost to Winnipeg, you know they would edit it to make it an L. Because you know how they do those videos roasting every team whenever they get a win?
Yeah.
I'm saying that has potential to backfire.
Yeah, but they would have to be able to think of that idea first.
That's true, but you'd be surprised. I will say, the Bomber social media team is top tier. I truly think it's the best in the game. I'll put it this way: you want to know why the Bomber social media is the best in my opinion?
Why is that?
For the re-signing window or whatever, like for the start, the kind of the start of free agency, or the schedule release. That's what it was. Teams put up a video, some teams put up a graphic. They made a fucking video game. That's incredible. Like, they actually coded a video game.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
I know. The sad reality is that's the closest we're ever going to get to a CFL video game.
Yeah. But I'm even surprised that we signed him, because, I mean, he is 34.
It's funny, you confused the hell out of me when you sent me a thing saying Stearns to Winnipeg, and I'm like, huh? I thought he was going to Montreal.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
And then I looked and I saw the
Ooh.
outlet posted it publicly, and I'm like, well, I'm uploading.
So we haven't. Okay, wait. Hold up. I have to do another. Dun. Yeah. Breaking news, as Toronto has signed another American wide receiver. This time we have Andre Miller, coming from the nation's capital, who had 12 catches, 146 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So there's that depth receiver that everyone thought that they were going to bring in earlier in the year.
Like for those listening, me and Rick did a lot of prep for this.
Oh God!
Over the course of the past 5 days, we recorded over 30
yes.
videos in advance with as best of knowledge we could preparing for this. Now we're gonna have more that because we're gonna upload everything today that is available today, and then I'm thinking tomorrow we're probably gonna go crazy with whatever's remaining. You know what I mean?
John, did you hear that?
What?
So over the last 30 days, over the last probably 4 days, for me and Carter's other CFL channel, we have done 30 videos.
Wow.
The one day we did the 11 Ottawa signings and the 8 Edmonton signings, all in one day.
Well, we did, because we did 5 of the Edmonton ones 2 days ago, and then yesterday we did all 11 Red Blacks videos, plus the 3 O-line videos for Edmonton.
Yeah.
Holy shit, guy in front of me in downtown Winnipeg's on his fucking phone.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Andre Miller.
Like,
Wow.
on the phone. I don't mean like on the phone because I have you on like speaker or whatever. I'm not like, but the guy like is like
Wow,
staring
so
at me,
that
you know what I mean?
so he didn't even either that or I just didn't even have.
Yeah.
I
had forgot. I'm not gonna lie, because we were doing all those rider videos before the free agency. We completely forgot to record Vaughters. Because that one was totally available. We just forgot about it.
I didn't even know Andre Miller was a free agent, so I guess.
Well, and there's still some big, like people don't forget, there's still some big fish available that had not even.
Oh, I know.
Tampering window. Like Curly Gittens Jr. is still available.
Dominic Rhymes is still available.
Exactly. Yep. Is there any kind of key defensive players that are still available?
Michael Otway is still available.
Fuck, that's right. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
does this?
understand how, like, is he asking for like an outrageous amount of money? Like, I'm.
That's either it's one of two things, Carter. Either they're lowballing him, or he's just not getting what he's worth.
Yeah, because like the thing is, he's one of the best linebackers in the league, so it surprises me that he's gone this long. Now, I'm not saying that teams aren't inquiring, but I almost like. I'm just confused because I understand like a lot of teams like with BC and with Winnipeg, some other places, even I think Ottawa. A lot of teams kind of have it figured out who they plan on putting as their middle linebacker. But at the end of the day, I see no version of the CFL this season that doesn't have Micah Otway in it. I don't see it. You know what I mean?
That's what I was saying with Nick earlier. Is I don't know how. Oh, I guess I can take Santos Knox off of the free agent board. But it's just like I'm surprised that no one has him signed.
Yeah.
Like he has 117 tackles. Like, what are people waiting for?
Sorry, Micah, you don't have enough tackles.
And I guess that Santos Knox one, you definitely did not see that one coming.
No, that one was out of the blue. I had no clue. It's funny, Winnipeg's already doing. I don't know if I'll be able to go to it. I'll have to see if I'm available. On Thursday, Winnipeg is doing a autograph signing. I got the email as a season ticket member.
Oh, nice.
For Tim White and Jarrell Broxton.
Ooh.
At At the Bomber store.
Hopefully someone can take a picture and see what Tim White looks like in blue and gold.
I was about to say, it's funny. I want to go there and get a picture of Tim White next to Jarrell Broxton. I want to see the size difference. Like,
I mean, we have our what is it? Our
McManus, Trey Ford.
Yeah, Trey. I'm sure friggin' man, if Super Mario's there tomorrow, that's going to be amazing. I think middlemost.
Get him in on such short notice.
I mean, I'm sure he is in Hamilton to do his physical.
Potentially.
Because they're not just going to announce signings without doing physicals.
Right.
Yeah, I can't remember which player it was, but I saw a player on their social media posted it. It was one of the guys that's going to Edmonton. They posted a thing of like them on the flight, and it said "Go Elks" and whatnot. But the team had not yet announced it. I can't remember if it was like Robistelli or whoever the hell it was.
Oh,
it was somebody.
Dude, they're using that wide receiver.
The wonderful days of driving through downtown Winnipeg.
I mean, but we don't. John, are you seeing these messages in this group chat of ours?
Yeah.
Like, what more offensive line replacements do we need? We have Lofton as depth. We have another offensive. We don't need that. We need DBs, linebackers, and receivers.
So who do you guys have for linebackers right now? In
So-
terms of your starting?
So we have, let me go to my depth chart here. So we have McManus, middle linebacker, Stubblefield, Sam linebacker, and then a mixture of Kyler Fisher, Braxton Hill for weak side linebacker.
So do you just want a depth linebacker? Is that what you're looking for?
I mean, ideally, I wish we could sign Micah Otway,
Yeah, I just don't know if the money's there.
but we went into free agent tampering window with almost $1 million, and that's not even including the players that walked. Like I know, what's his name? I know McManus probably got 200,000. Borrow got 200,000.
I think McManus got more than that.
McManus probably got like 220, 230.
I'd say somewhere around that, yeah. 220, 230.
So that's pretty much the Tim White contract right there.
Also,
The borrow one's being replaced by what we gave up for sales, the 210,000. What are we gonna say, John?
well, also they freed up some cap room to, they freed up some cap room with the Kenny Lawler contract as well.
Yeah, Kenny Lawler's redid his deal. We lost the 125,000 from the Amos one, so there's money around. It's just a matter of signing him to the right deal.
Yeah, I'm wondering if now actually quick question, do you know who's still available for offensive linemen?
Oh, but there's lots still available.
There's still that many? Like
There's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hold on. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 offensive linemen still available.
But like, can you give me some names? Like, I'm curious to see if there's any like high ones, or if-
Gregor
yeah.
McKellar, David Neville.
Wait a minute. Isn't Sean McEwen still available?
Yeah, well, I didn't get that far down the list yet, sir.
No, sorry. I'm just trying to think. That's
Yeah.
what
Jacob Ruby, Josh Coker, Eric Starzella, David Facot, Trayvon Tate, Noah Zerv, Philip Gagnon, Sean McEwen, Darius Sirocco, Shane Richards, Jamar McLoster. Oh, and he hung up on me. What a guy. I'm sure. Oh, he's calling back. Hung up on me again, I see. Oh. Yes! We have another signing. We have another signing for Hamilton. Guess who finally signed in Hamilton?
Whom?
Cedric Wheatfall on a 2-year deal. Dun dun dun.
Kendrick Wheatfall.
Oh, Kendrick Wheatfall.
That does not surprise me one bit. And I will say, I really like Wheatfall. I think for a depth receiver, I think he's one of the better ones in my opinion. Here, you want to know what my logic is?
What's that?
If Wheatfall could have fucking fantastic chemistry with Chris Strebler, he can have it with Bo.
I mean, I wonder.
What'd you say?
I wonder if that is the Tim White replacement. Because where did he play for? Where did he play in Winnipeg?
They kind of bounced him around. Like I think he played wide. I could be wrong.
What am I asking you for when I can go and look on their depth chart?
Yeah,
You're driving. What do you know? Well, yeah. So Jake says, as of right now, I think receiver is the biggest need. That was before the Wheatfall. I'd beef up the D-line as well. Yeah, I agree with that. Nathan says,
that's what I was actually gonna ask.
Wheatfall to Hamilton. I want more pass rush and a defensive tackle to replace Sales, and he played very well in Hamilton coming from a Bombers fan. Okay, so let's go to Winnipeg, because I'm pretty sure...
Does any team actually... I wonder if anyone signs Dalton Schoen on a cheap deal.
So the thing is with Dalton Schoen, he's not going to be playing till the fall, because he's still recovering from injury.
Oh my god.
So, okay, so John, remember how I mentioned to you about the far right slot back where Larry Orange was?
Yeah.
That's where Wheatfall is. So that kind of puts... Hold on, let me go back here. Wheatfall.
I think Wheatfall's a good fit around the receivers that you guys have there in Hamilton. And of course, they needed to get a receiver. So where would the Ticats look for one? Where might they find this receiver? They would look to the fucking fountain of youth that they always pick their talent from, Winnipeg.
Well, listen, I shouldn't really say Kenny Lawler's fountain of youth.
The freaking giving tree that is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Listen, there's no one to blame but you guys for not resigning him, so don't be blaming us.
Oh, I'm not blaming you guys. I just find it funny.
Oh.
Oh, somebody got pulled over.
Probably on their phone.
Let's see here.
So if we move these two down.
There's an F-150 with all kinds of blue and red lights.
So this is where Wheatfall.
Man.
So you know what that kind of reminds me of?
What reminds you of?
Is I wonder if Lawler got in his ear.
You wonder if Lawler got what?
I wonder if Kenny Lawler got in his ear as to mentioning what it's like for Hamilton.
I don't think that's necessarily a Kenny Lawler thing. I think I've asked any of the Bombers that are... There's like 16 guys you could have fucking asked about it.
Listen. Lofton and Cedric Kolinkowski wouldn't have known. The only ones that we need or that we have is Lawler and Dobson and Fox. That's it. That's all we have left from you guys.
And Garbutt, he played there a bit too.
Oh yeah, and I forgot Deshaun Jason Garbett too. What am I?
Jason Garbett. No, that's right.
This is
Well,
supposed
the
to
other
be.
thing you have to think about as well is like, yeah.
Oh, and Augustine.
Colin
Right.
Kowski and what's his fucking name? Couldn't have talked about Hamilton in the sense that they haven't been there. It's also possible he could have talked to Colin Kowski, and Colin Kowski's like, hey, I was talking to some of the guys there. Hamilton.
Ooh.
This.
What?
Ready for this?
Okay.
Ottawa Redblacks make Greg Bell the highest paid American running back in the CFL.
Excuse me?
Whoa.
I like Greg Bell, but wow. Highest paid American running back.
There's no. I don't.
What? Did you regret re-signing early?
So that's probably why. But that means that he's getting higher pay. Oh my god, you know how dumb that sounds?
That's a lot for Greg Bell.
So that means
I like Bell. I don't have anything against him, but highest paid American running back, I don't know about that.
he's getting paid more than James Butler. More than Dedrick Mills, so he's actually getting paid more, like 200,000. Because Mills is getting.
He'd be making more than Justin Rankin over in Edmonton. AJ Ouellette
What?
in Saskatchewan.
The only one that he's not making more money than is Brady Oliveira.
But Brady's Canadian.
No, but I mean just in like.
So
In general,
is he making more than Dedrick Mills?
apparently.
Apparently, if they're saying that he's making.
Oh my god.
Now the
You know what I almost wonder? I almost wonder if this is something that he kind of was able to get away with this because of the market. And what I mean by that is not that necessarily the market says, oh yeah, Greg Bell is the best American running back. But think about it. What other running backs actually made it to the tampering window and made it to free agency? A lot of them got locked up beforehand. James Butler, Brady Oliveira, AJ Ouellette right near the end. He was the only one who actually made it to the free agent window. So maybe that's why he was able to fucking get the money he did.
Hamilton's blink.
Re-signed during the season.
Hamilton's like blink and you'll miss him. The freaking Kedrick Wheatfall signing.
Yeah, no, I like Greg Bell, but and he's good. Is he like highest paid running back, like American running back in the CFL good? I don't know about that.
I don't think so. No.
No. But the thing is,
spending money like fucking Ed Harvey.
they said that he earned $500,000 while he was in the NFL. But the thing is, so here's how, and nothing against 3 Down, but they said that he's the highest paid running back, but don't mention anything about his salary.
Yeah, they've got a post about that soon, I think.
Okay, so the 3 Down Nation Free Agent Live blog says for the Wheatfall away from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, he didn't live up to quite the number 1 position last year, but won't have to. And Hamilton is just under 26. He was never the number 1 receiver in Winnipeg last year.
The problem with Wheatfall in Winnipeg was, in my opinion, more of a Jason Hogan utilization problem than it was a Wheatfall problem. Like, and another thing you have to keep in mind is, think about it. He's that 1-2 punch with Dembski because Schoen goes down so early until Ontario Wilson signs, comes back to Winnipeg. There's no way you're putting Wheatfall over Wilson. Like, Wilson's going to be your guy. So Winnipeg went back to Wilson, and it was working. And so naturally, it wasn't Wheatfall's performance that pushed him down the depth chart. Mm-hmm. It was the exceptional performance of Dembski and Ontario Wilson.
At FYI, I don't know if you did or not on the Greg. Let me just take a quick glimpse. When you do get time, do you want to add 2 years to the Greg Bell title?
Yeah, if there's any titles that you notice that are missing a year or the year's wrong, like it's funny. I'm glad that Moxie signed for 2 years because originally I remember in the video we talked about it for a good minute or two, being like, oh, I guess it's only 1 year. You know, it is what it is. And someone's gonna be watching the video, being like, what? Why are they talking about this 1 year? This is 2 years in the summer. But no, that's
Yeah. So I'm gonna send you that Snapchat
So, listen,
reminder.
how long are you live streaming today? Because I know you're doing a long one, but I'm curious, like how long you're actually going.
Because the archive on YouTube is only 12 hours. Probably so we're at 8.5 right now. Probably 9, 10, 11. So that's 7. Probably till about like 8, 9 o'clock, but I'll have to break it off and start a new one.
I see. So how long are you actually live streaming, like total?
If I was to combine the two, last year I did.
What time tonight are you done?
Probably looking at like 8, 9 o'clock.
Your time.
My time.
I see.
But it all depends on if there's still signings coming at that late. I'm still going to be recording.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like the only reason why I stopped last year is because there wasn't signings after a certain time.
Yeah.
Come on, 3 down. Like if you're gonna say he's the highest paid, like get your head out of your behinds and post what he signed for. Like, don't like. I bet you any money they just did that for clickbait.
Well, you know the thing is that they need to make all this shit public. This would all be solved if it was just public.
Yeah.
Like that's where I love that the CFL brought it up, but bringing it up doesn't mean jack until they actually do something about it. Because it's one of those things where it's like, I think the CFL, and I think any sports league thrives under, content creation, getting its stuff out there, people covering the league, making noise, you know what I mean? It's harder to do that when they give you less tools to work with.
So here's my thing. And John, correct me if I'm wrong. This is how interesting this sounds, okay? So in their article, they said that he signed with the Detroit Lions after going undrafted and also had a stint with the Pittsburgh Steelers between 2 years. But he didn't play any regular seasons, but he earned $500,000 in the NFL. If he earned that much, why the heck is he coming to friggin' the CFL for friggin' peanuts?
And this is who?
Greg Bell.
He actually wants to get on the field, I guess.
Like, if you turn, like, obviously, probably 3/4 of that 500,000 probably goes to taxes. But I mean, even if you turn that into Canadian funds, that's still six to 700,000. Like, it's just.
I see some of our videos are starting to pick up. I'm surprised our videos are doing as okay as they are, considering how many we're dropping today. Like, I know, like, algorithm-wise, it's not smart to do this many videos all at once, but I like the idea of us being just completely prepared for the chaos and just going crazy with the uploads and following it as it's happening. I guarantee you the CFL headlines and CFL news account on Twitter is like, what the fuck? Like, they repost all our stuff. So they're like, what the hell are these people doing?
Yeah. Punt receiver got him.
I put him in the CFL chatter one, but I mean, I'm assuming they don't have an issue with it just because
I bet you any money Bell went to Hamilton to be like, hey, like, are you guys going to match this? If not, I'm going to Ottawa. But, like, I honestly cannot see him. Like, I'm just gonna go through this because Butler, John, he just sent me another message. He's like, now go and get Rhymes or Gittins Jr. I'm like, bud, we're not like. I should just like stop reading his messages.
Wait, is it?
He says here, still need to get one more receiver or Gittins Jr. or Rhymes. He says he saves Rhymes because he can play slot back. Put him beside Lawler. Plus a big boy, he fits and will get under contract. Then we got to work on D-line. So, I mean, unless there's someone else that I'm not seeing. I mean, Mazin, Alford, and Wheatfall are players that neither of us had seen that were coming. And then Matt,
No.
or what is it?
Another one to think about is Sean Bain Jr. hasn't been signed anywhere, right?
No, he's still out there. But
He might be more of a depth piece if you're not able to afford a Rhymes or a Curly Gittins Jr.
But the thing is though, Carter, is if that's the case, some of these players can't be picky with how much money they get, because the more signings people there are, the less money there's going to be around to go around and less spots.
Also, around 30 minutes ago, I don't know if you announced that Robert Priester to Toronto is confirmed.
Did I put that in?
I don't know if you did, because I see that the Argos posted about it.
Nope, I did not put that. Robert Priester.
Robert Priester's up, yep.
Robert Priester is now official, so we can put that to 2026. Dun, dun, dun.
I just uploaded the Greg Bell one. I'll be uploading the Priester one after.
Still driving and doing that, eh? I see why that person got pulled over.
I'm home now. I'm sitting in my car.
Oh.
I'm on my driveway. I didn't upload anything while I was driving. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We don't upload while driving. Trust me, I have dedication, not that much.
See if they. Okay, so we're just saying that AJ Allen, Baldonado, and Carney have yet to be announced.
If I were Ottawa, I'd say AJ Allen's the biggest fucking priority out of those.
Yeah, but again, people would probably still have to pass their physicals before they can make the signings official.
Well, make it fast.
Right.
I mean, at this point, if he doesn't pass this physical, I'm willing to take the chance on. Oh my God, Carter. So there's a freaking Ottawa. Oh no, so he's a Blue Bombers. Is he a Blue Bombers fan?
And this is who, sorry?
Oh no, he's a Riders fan. Sean S. He does a Pliffs podcast, and he has a
Pimples podcast.
Yeah, he has a GIF on his Twitter page with just a kid throwing money out the window in response to the Greg Bell signing.
That's hilarious.
I'm sorry, but I got to retweet that. That's hilarious. Like, I'm sorry, but I would like to know.
Really curious
So-
what that actually is.
Yeah, are we trying to compete with to Ottawa with the most obnoxious signings in CFL history? Oh yeah, by the way, John, it's 5-0 for USA. I don't even think.
Oh, really?
Comeback in this game.
Well, if you look at the rivalry series games between Canada and the U.S. with the women's team, the closest game was 4-1 USA.
But Poulin's not even playing today.
I know. Thank God it's the game that doesn't matter.
I
Pray
mean,
to God she's healthy for the game that matters.
it's still bragging rights.
Oh, I know. It's a round robin game though. That's like comparing the game where the U.S. won in the Four Nations to the championship. You know what I mean? Like the championship game and getting there is in my like the playoff rounds. That is what I'm more concerned about than I am this just random game. I'm not saying I'm happy about losing. I'm not.
So apparently, Cutter, me and John were talking about this earlier. We need to just go on throw on some pads and become running backs, and we can be the highest paid running back. We don't even have to block. We can just be the most highest paid running back, and we just need a good offensive line.
Here's the Greg Bell signing, and he's like, "Has this motherfucker learned how to block in 3 months, and I'm not aware of it?" Like,
No shit. Apparently, Ryan Dinwiddie. Oh my god. So, John, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
You don't remember Spencer Brown getting 314 rushing yards last year? Is Greg Bell gonna have no offensive line in Ottawa where he only gets 500 rushing yards?
I have a question. Can the Edmonton Elks please announce fucking anything?
These guys keep on retweeting their same tweet.
What?
3 Down keeps on retweeting their own tweet about the Greg Bell. Just announce the amount already, because then we have something to talk about. You can't say highest paid player without giving the salary.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's just clickbait.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I like 3 Down for a lot of stuff, and the majority of the stuff ain't clickbait. That kind of is.
That's gotta be.
It could just be their source hasn't told them what the highest.
See, I wouldn't say it if I didn't know what the number was. You know what I mean? I'm very much kind of I'll believe it when I see it sort of guy. So I'd be like, yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm not gonna.
Oh, speaking of which, I have to go post. Hopefully. Oh, someone already beat me to it. God damn it!
What?
No,
Where?
I went to go post the on the fan forum the Wheatfall signing, but someone already beat me to it. So I guess the whole Wheatfall thing makes it be that Bridges isn't coming back.
Probably not, yeah.
We have to see where he ends up. Shamar Bridges. That's a guy I'd like to sign.
You know what he kind of reminds me of?
What?
You remember how when we were talking about the whole Austin Mack signing with Edmonton, Austin Mack had one good year and then the other two were injury prone?
Yeah, they weren't bad. It was just one of those things where he barely played.
That's almost like the whole Shamar Bridges. He had one good year his rookie year, and then last year they only threw to him 51 times, caught 34 for 361 yards.
Well, they brought in Lawler, and then he kind of gets relegated. You know what I mean?
No, I know, but it still reminds me of the same thing. He had one good year. Austin Mack only had one good year.
Yeah, well, to be fair, they're two three.
True. Come on, we need more signings. I guarantee you half of these receivers won't even get signed or play. They'll have to wait for halfway through the year till someone gets.
Rick's like, all of you fuckers are getting your money and then not playing.
No, you know what it is? I can guarantee it right now. They get signs for the rest of the season to a 2-year deal, and then they're like, off season, sorry, we're cutting you and we're not paying you next year's bonus.
Oh, yeah, no, the CFL is allergic to giving someone their well-earned bonus.
That's what me and Nick were talking about earlier about the CFL and they're not paying. Oh, if we're
You would like your bonus? How about you have yourself a middle finger instead?
yeah. What was I gonna say? Do you have class tomorrow?
I unfortunately have class almost every day.
Okay, so when are you done class tomorrow?
My last class is technically done at 4.
Okay,
My time.
so we will have to wait until I get back from the autograph signing tomorrow.
Until what?
Because the autograph, so 4 o'clock your
What the-
time is 5 o'clock my time, and I'll already be on my way to the autograph signing because it's from 5:30 to 7.
Dumb question. For what? Like, what? Waiting to do what?
All the videos that we missed today.
Oh, I guess you probably don't want to move tonight. You'll be in front of a.
Oh, I mean, we can do them tonight. I don't care.
Well, we'll see. But maybe we'll
Oh.
because I'm gonna be up.
Let's
We'll
see.
figure something out. We might even do some like tonight and even some tomorrow. But because I'm gonna be up really early tomorrow. Because tomorrow I'm going to be live streaming the women's.
Wow. Facebook really gonna do me that dirty. My appeal was unsuccessful.
Damn.
Like, are they being like?
Fuck you, Mark Zucker.
Like, apparently, I guess I got to go create the page on my own personal account, and I don't want to do that. But I guess I'm going to have to. Because
I wonder if a little bit later if we'll get the Bell money released or not.
No, you know what? Facebook can go somewhere else. I'm not going to say the word on national. Well,
I will. It can go fuck itself.
I was going to say it can go kiss my arse, but that's besides the point.
Kiss my white ass.
Nothing on the Amos years yet. That's
honestly nothing on a bunch of stuff. If we're being real,
Frig, we're up to 140 viewers, 132 on X and 9 on Twitter or on YouTube. Let's fucking go. Tommy Need. Who else did they send? Brox. Oh yeah, Santos Knox was the third one in Moxie. Okay, yeah, okay. Who was the other one that just? Toycat News said, "I feel like this is going to be a sneaky good signing for Toycat. It's excited to see him in the offense." You know what though? So he's either gonna be like John. Like I either think that he's gonna play the close side beside Kenny Lawler in that slot back position, or he's going to play on the other side. Because if you remember, for some reason, we went from having 3 slot backs on the depth chart down to 2. So I'm curious to see how they're going to plan that. Because if that's the case, then Wheatfall is going to be the Tim White replacement.
We still have at least 13 videos pre-recorded.
Oh, God.
Like, there's still a lot that we have.
I will say, though, let's see if they changed it yet. Do they still have... They still haven't given Tim White or Trey Ford his new number. And it looks like Wheatfall's going to have a new number in Hamilton because Ternowski's number 88. Let's see here.
Announced an hour ago. I didn't see this. We forgot to mention Jonathan Tongbo.
Yeah, we did that. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
mention it. John mentioned it.
Because I need to make that public and promote it.
No. Let's see here. Where is the Hamilton? Quote. This is the 10-point replacement. Wait, John, did you remember if we had 5 receivers last time or 4?
5 receivers last year, or
Because if you think about it, hold on, let me pull it up here. Depth charts for last year. Because I remember we had 4 receiver spots, but we might have 5 on the actual. Yeah, so we have 4 receiver spots. But actually 5 receivers on the field. Because we used to go 2 slot backs on the right-hand side.
You guys would play sometimes with the tight end, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of like fullback. So we have like fullback, tight end as the same thing.
right? Yeah. And obviously, they're going to be pretty committed to Robinson sort of being at that tight end spot.
Well, not only that, but you also have Bergling too. So I wonder if. So the only thing. So I could see us using Middlemost as the backup slot to. What is it? Smith. Wheatfall and Ternowski over at the other slot back, and then we just need one more. I'm guessing the Bridges one. Jake says, "Do you think we add one more receiver?" I think we add one more. To be honest, now, who would you rather want, Gittins or Rhymes?
I don't know if we add another.
Yeah, I'm gonna move these 2 down. Move Wheatfall over here. Because I don't think we have this slot back. Because in the depth chart, when did they get rid of that last one? Was it all year? Let me see. All year.
I'm posting the Congo video and I'm like promoting it, and I'm just thinking back to when we were recording it, where you're like, "This was the drama queen."
Oh yeah. So week 1 we had 3 slot backs. So it's quite possible. Oh, that's Edmonton. We don't want that one. Let's go back here. BC at Hamilton. What do we have for that? We had 1 slot back. So as of this is August 7th. So game 9, we went from 2 slot backs on the right-hand side to 1. Why do I keep on selecting Edmonton for? Jesus. But I think
Honestly, if we even get any more wide receivers at all, I wouldn't see it being one of those big name dudes.
Canada Football Executive Director Kevin McDonald part ways. I don't know how that helps. Ottawa finishes in great play, outscoring your opponents 20-1. Oh, Carter.
Yes, sir.
You can make the Eberhardt one now official.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that one went out.
Yeah, they just announced it like 2 minutes ago.
We don't know any terms for Jonathan Congo, eh?
Let me go over to Toronto. Congo, no. Let me see. Paste that. I don't know why that took up 2 spots, but that can go there. That can go there. That can be deleted. Yeah, I don't know what to believe with our team these days. Like, with seeing the players that we've signed today, I honestly don't even know anymore.
Yeah, they've been pretty good at keeping everything under wraps here.
I mean, that's one team that I would say that they've kept under wraps. I know Montreal fan said, "Good God, that's an awful contract." Well, can we have like the dollar values first?
To be fair, do we need the dollar value to say it's a bad contract when we know it's higher than all those other people?
So Bell went from a 2-year rookie deal to setting a new benchmark at the position. I'm just gonna retweet this idea on dollar value. If he is making more than Mills at 196K. Unless they screwed up the article and they're saying that he's going to be making 250, which would be fucking ridiculous if he was making that. Well, at least we know that Dylan Wynn has completed the Kevin Glenn of the East. Hey, Carter.
Mm-hmm.
I said at least Dylan Wynn did completed the Kevin Glenn of the East and gone to every East team.
The Quebec Ontario tour.
Honestly, John, I don't even think we signed another receiver. We have 15 receivers going into camp.
Right. Yeah.
I honestly don't see us signing another receiver. I think that what was it? Boundary is it boundary signed? Let me just pull up Winnipeg's for a second. I think it's the far right is boundary. Unless they sign someone else.
Honestly, we've got a lot of guys that we could just sort of try and
So
develop.
that would be the field side that I'm sure we're going to be going for an American at that wide receiver, like a rookie American.
Yeah.
I think middlemost will get the slot back behind what is it? Behind Keandre. Like he'll get this one. And then Ternowski will go behind Wheatfall. And then middlemost will either play that field side wide receiver or he'll go as backup and just play backup. But yeah, I honestly don't even know where to begin with the defense. I think that will be enough for Jake says they got to get one more receiver. I'm sorry, but Ternowski is not a starter in my opinion. They would have to plot another rookie. I think they need one
maybe. I don't know.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying Ternowski would start. What I'm saying is Ternowski would be Wheatfall's backup. this wouldn't be here. So you'd probably have Middlemost or a rookie at this side. You have Keandre here, Weedfall here, and Lawler here. It's just a matter of what they do with Middlemost, if they put him to the backup of Keandre or if they start Middlemost. Someone has to start here.
Honestly, through what I've seen and heard, I feel like they're thinking of Middlemost being sort of more of a Turnowski type player than like one of the starting wide receivers on this team.
Yeah, but the same thing is, when they had Bridges, they, like I said, they really didn't throw over to that side all that often.
Yeah, Jake's right in that Middlemost is a special teams guy first and foremost. Yeah. I mean, when you need him, he can definitely run some routes for you, catch the ball.
You know what though? I'm curious to see. I guess I'll have to open it up. Let's open up a new Cedric. I want to see what Wheatfall's most receiving yards were. Because, I mean, if he goes in the Tim White spot, I could see. So he's only played 2 seasons. Carter, was 24 his rookie season for you guys?
I can't remember. It'll say on the website.
No, I know. He only played 7 games, so I'm assuming that's his rookie year in 24.
I do not remember him at all last season.
Sounds accurate.
And then last year he played 16, and he had 655. It would not surprise me if somehow he turned into a 1,000-yard receiver. Next season, being in that Tim White spot.
Let me try and find his college stats here.
I've uploaded 19 videos today on YouTube.
Damn.
And we've gained 1 subscriber.
I mean, that's not bad since I've been live for 8 hours and 43 minutes.
Well, and at the end of the day, I think the good thing about it is if you think about it, like, when it comes to a lot of these guys, like, especially some of the guys that aren't big names, no one's ever done a YouTube video just talking about the one guy. You know what I mean? And so I've noticed even sometimes just on my own, like, if I search up just like a particular player's name that we covered,
yeah,
one of the first thing that pops up is our video.
Mm-hmm.
Because I usually post them on the CFL Reddit.
Yeah.
And so because that it'll show up on Google, like I'll see our thumbnail on like Google Images. So.
Yeah, I'll be interesting to see their video in a couple of weeks because when I say video, I meant article with 3 downs free agents.
Rick, do you dare being up? Rick, do you dare being up early tomorrow for the women's game?
To be honest with you, I have. Do I have anything planned in the morning?
Because it's at 7:30 my time, so that'll be 8:30 your time start.
I mean, I can be up that early. Why? What were you planning on?
Well, no, I know I'm live streaming, so I wasn't. If you were watching the game, I may give you a call.
I mean, I can join your live stream. I mean, nothing wrong with getting up for a morning game of women's hockey.
Yeah, they're playing against Finland tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so I don't have, I mean, other than picking up Rich and Brandon at the train station to go to the autograph session tomorrow, I don't have any plans for tomorrow morning.
That may be the move, then.
And then after the game, we can always do some videos. Depending on what comes out tomorrow.
I wouldn't be able to right away because I then would have to, pretty much right as the game's done, I gotta leave for class.
Oh, so you're doing one of those early bird freaking videos, live streams?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be slightly late for my class tomorrow because of it, but that's fine.
Oh, you don't care about class?
1 second, I'm getting a call from a buddy. I'll play back.
Okay.
All right.
See how we treat school up here, John? We only go when we have to. CFL's sports are more important. So Jake says, I think they go Canadian at running back. Augustine will start, I think, this year, and then they go with American receiver. So the way that I believe it will be is, so Augustine will replace Bell for that starting position. You'll have Rountree, Morrow, or Watts as the backup to Augustine. If you move Chernowski over here at middlemost here, you still have one more receiver right here, which would have been the Shamar Bridges. Wheatfall will replace Tim White over at this slot back. So really, this could just be an American rookie for all we know. And you know what's funny about it, John, is you know how long ago the friggin' Mario Alford signing was?
How long ago?
Like we have, what was that? That was let's see. Oh, so they said, I'd like to apologize for my earlier gibbelessness regarding the slow start to the day. The last hour was much less fun, and I fear I've only myself to blame. Yes. So that's signing. Oh wow, we're really going back. So the Mario Alford was at 3:02. So we're looking at almost an hour and 40 minutes ago that they announced that.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
We've really just been sitting here this whole time. It's been pretty cool though.
Let me just enter this. Canadian receivers. There is. And so, let's see. Solid running back. If the offense makes room for him, he gets behind the blitz, struggles, tackles, and is terrible at picking up the block. See, I'm not the only one that says that, John. My buddy Corey, he said the same thing. He says solid. Greg Bell's solid running back, but if offensive line makes room for him, he gets behind the blitz, but struggles to break the tackles and is terrible at picking up the block. See, so now I'm not the only one that says that he's a shit blocker, and at this point, I'm kind of glad that he had signed that big deal. Ricky or American.
So 3 Down Nation said, safe to say we will not be updating you on today's women's hockey game. Honestly, you are better off not knowing.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh yeah, because they're You know what, though? I should have wrote down when I announced the Hamilton ones because I could use those as shorts. Now I got to play the guessing game of when I announced them. Let's see if they announced it yet, because that's gonna bug me to not know what he's actually getting paid. Even though, oh, here's some breaking news: NBA All-Star Brandon Ingram, Canadian that plays or that's for the Raptors, is replacing Stephen Curry on the All-Star. Jake goes, is Lorenzo Malden still available? I'd bring him back too. So the problem is Lorenzo Malden is not a defensive tackle. We don't need more defensive ends. We need defensive tackles, and there's not that many defensive tackles out there. Lanier the Second, Jamin Pelly, Jamal Woods, DeRee, and Sean Lemon are the only defensive tackles out there. Everyone else is a defensive end.
Honestly, I had no clue that he had even played for the Tiger Cats.
Yeah, that was I
wouldn't mind getting one of those guys from Toronto. just to F with them.
I mean, we already had enough people from Toronto. I think. Let me pull this up. CFL. I want to say before his time. So he was with us in so just after COVID.
Wow.
He played 17 games in 2019 where he had 7 defensive tackles and 3 sacks. Again, nothing to write home about. 21, he had 6 games played, 6 defensive tackles, 5 special teams in a sec again. And then he had the one big year for Ottawa where he had 17 sacks in 18 games in 22. And then last year he spent between Calgary and Ottawa. So, I mean, I don't see us bringing him in because we already have enough defensive ends. We need defensive tackles. So I think you'll see Kendricks and Fox, or you'll have Fox and someone, probably American from down south at that. So the thing is, Jake, here's my question for you. Is you say Lorenzo's an upgrade over Asai. In what sense? I want to know where you think he's an upgrade, because Osai had 39 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 8 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles in 12 games. If he played another 6 games, this guy would have had double figures for quarterback sacks. So he's making less money than Malik Carney is, and I'm sorry, I do not want to bring back players we've already had on this team. Julian Hauser, okay, he had 13 sacks and 43 tackles. But Asai had a better year than Malden, and he's cheaper. So, who's available at defensive tackle? Give me 1 second. We have Anthony Lanier, 32 years old, defensive tackle. He is with Toronto. He was with Saskatchewan before that. 30 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. If you want to bring on a veteran D tackle or defense tackle, Jamin Pelly, 27 years old, national, 12 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 sacks for 15 games. I mean, you could use him as the Canadian ratio play on the tackle spot. Jamal Woods had 10 tackles in 4 games last year, most likely because he was on the injured list or scratched. And then there's Sean Lemon, who's 37, 7 tackles in 5 games. It's almost like You might as well have to do what is it? Oh, what do they call it in NBA for older players? Oh, game management. You'd have to do game management for Sean Lemon.
Yeah.
That's the only way that you would.
I mean, if we got him, then wouldn't he have completed his East Division journey?
Who? Sean Lemon?
Yeah.
I don't think he played in Ottawa. Or has he?
Let me see. He did, yeah. He has played in BC 3 times. He has played in
No. So, Jake, who you're thinking of is Brian Cox. Brian Cox Jr. is the one that had the injury in preseason in the end zone. He's the one that did not play last year, and also there's another Lanier played 15 games last year, so I don't mind that. And John, you know what else is going to drive me nuts is now we have to wait till May for training camp.
Well,
we just had. Now that we have had this, now it's going to make training camp drag on more and more and more.
Well, there's the draft too, though. Obviously, which
no, but I mean something that you can go attend.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean the draft.
I mean, technically, though, we're not attending free agency. We're just
no, but I mean the draft. It's like, yeah, but free agency we can get hyped on the players that we know. The players that are draft, unless you're a scout, you have no idea anything about any of the players.
Well, that's what I'm gonna have to help with this year, I guess. I'm gonna be doing some deep dives on some players, maybe.
And that's why I kind of wish that the combine was on YouTube again, because then at least we know we can have body to faces. Like, we'll only be able to track it by the overall results, like bench press, 40-yard. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. Where do we draft 5th? So we're in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
I'm so glad this is not a snake draft. Like, we don't do snake drafts in the CFL, because then that would suck.
So, looks like we still have all of our draft picks that we had before and didn't trade any of them for this upcoming one. So, honestly,
no, because the ones that we traded in the what is it? In the Levi Mitchell trade were for last year. So we have all those. Next year, next year I don't we don't have our 4th next year. We traded it to Toronto for
What's up? Is another Hamilton
signing for Hamilton?
Oh, nice.
We have brought in another offensive lineman.
Ooh.
We have signed Trevor Reed for a 2-year deal.
Interesting.
Played with Saskatchewan last year in 18 games at left tackle. The 6'5", 230-pound native of Griffin, Georgia. So, to answer Jake's response, there's your offensive tackle.
Wait, who'd you say?
Trevor Reed for offensive line.
Well, it looks like you don't even have him on your free agent list here.
Did I not have
Trevor Reed now?
Oh, they must have released him.
Hmm.
To us offensive line. Let's go tell these two.
Oh yeah, he's a big guy.
Trevor Reed. So. Let's go to Cats for a second. Oh, it's RIDE, or it's REID.
Oh.
Just FYI.
Wait, so
it's
this guy is REID?
Yeah. So we're gonna grab this, go over here and beat people to it, and paste. So that will be the second Rough Rider. Read. Add to the list. Starter to replace partner. So there's some. What did I say he was? Okay, so he went undrafted in the 23 NFL draft, signed with the Eagles, and then he got time with the Falcons and Vikings. Went to the University of Louisville and appeared in 33 games. So
he went to Louisville after transferring from Georgia Military College.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah. So he was with Saskatchewan as part of the offensive line that allowed 35 sacks, ranking fourth fewest in the CFL. I want to pull something up.
And the reason that he was able to actually transfer to Louisville was because after his career at Georgia Military, he was ranked as the number 2 junior college offensive tackle recruit.
So Edmonton has just
number 1. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Edmonton has just announced the Robicelli signing.
Joe Robicelli.
Okay, so we actually have money for the Robicelli signing.
Really?
RUBUST Robicelli. So, Robicelli will receive a $15,000 signing bonus. He is going to get $116,000 in hard money, and includes a possible $10,000 incentives. That's a $73,000 raise from what he got. No, that can't be possible. How is that a $73,000 raise? Unless he was making $70,000, and then it bumps it up to $140,000. That's the only way that he could be gotten that $73,000 raise. So let me just go put this there, then I can go put our signing wide receiver. So we can I want to lower that. Another big man. So I want to say the Eric Lofton one because he so this was a 1 year. So let's take this out. 2026. 116K. So Hamilton, let's go to our offensive line. Trevor Reed. 2 years. And I gotta go to Saskatchewan, grab their color. See, John, this is why I always tell people not to freak out when Hamilton does not sign anyone because there always is free agents.
Yeah.
Always sign free agent day. We may not sign them first day. We may not sign them second day. Oh, I know what I wanted to see.
Now, this is interesting because before this signing here, I was wondering if maybe in the draft they would try and get a depth piece at offensive line. I mean, they still could, but they definitely will not focus on O-line in an earlier round now.
What did I say about this? Was 1 year. Okay, I think he said it was on football. So I wanted to check something up. Football database. CFL. I think that's where Carter said it was. Because I want to be curious to see where teams, is it team stats? Defense. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna give him a quick call because I want to see where this is. It's probably still on the phone. Hey, quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Where on Football Database do you find the offensive line stats?
Oh, you're talking. Okay.
Because I'm on there now.
Okay, so go to team stats. Okay.
Yeah.
But make sure you're not looking at individual player stats, but team stats.
Yeah.
Okay, so make sure you're looking at this year.
Yeah.
And then there should be a way to look at offense.
Oh, okay. I was looking at defense.
And when you're looking at offense, then click sacks, and it'll show how many sacks the offense gave up.
But there's no sacks though.
Hold on a second. Send me a photo on Snap.
Okay, hold on.
Go to the you see where it says overall? Switch the word overall, click on that and go to passing.
Ah, there we go. Okay, never mind. I found it.
You found it?
Yeah, because I was doing overall and I should have done passing.
Ah, that's what it was.
Okay, that's all I was calling for.
Here, I'll stay on call. I was about to call.
Okay. We just signed Trevor Reed, by the way, former Saskatchewan big boy, 6'5", 312. 312 pounds. Baldonado, you can now release that because that was for 1 year, by the way. The Baldonado signing with Frank, who the heck was that with?
Also,
Ottawa.
Got a very nice text from Aiden Eberhardt. He was very appreciative of our video we did of him.
Oh. Apparently, I mean, I doubt that people will be pleased about our Greg Bell video. And is that why you messaged me about the other player? That I won't mention names?
I just remember I remember in that video I said some stuff, and I'm like, I'm just kind of thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what? I wish I kind of worded things differently. So I was like, you know what? That's a video that we'll redo.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Because I was like, you know what? It's one video. Like, you know.
Baldonado is 1 year, by the way.
Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get the Robustelli one fixed.
What was I looking at? Oh yeah. So if we look here, so how are they saying they gave up the fourth fewest sacks? No, they gave up the second fewest sacks. Because Hamilton was fourth by one less sack than Saskatchewan. So, John, just think of that. If we were fourth with 27 against, that means we'll probably be one of the fewest if we add Trevor Reed into the mix.
Yeah.
And then Kolinkowski on top of it. So, Jake says, unless Lofton is at guard. Lofton is not starting. I'm telling you that right now. If you think Lofton's starting, there's something wrong. Lofton is not starting. Lofton is a backup. I don't even know where you put him. I think left tackle backup, unless you put him in at guard behind one of these two. And then he says, do you bring in a corner or a halfback to replace Moxie and Emos? I believe they bring in one. I don't know who they're going to bring in, but I do believe that they're going to bring in one. So let's put Reed here. Oh. I'm curious to see if any of these players will be there tomorrow. I'm honestly hoping Wheatfall's there tomorrow.
They might need a little bit more time than that.
I mean, I'm sure that you have to be in Hamilton to do a physical before they can announce the signing.
To be fair, just because he's in Hamilton doesn't mean that he's available on a day's notice.
So, 3 Down Nation said the Hamilton Tiger Cats may have sneakily made the biggest splash of free agency day, signing American offensive tackle Trevor Reed.
Ooh. Did you hear that? Carter?
Hear what?
Okay, 3 Down posted Hamilton may have made the biggest splash of free agency, signing American offensive tackle Trevor Reed. The 25-year-old was a standout with Saskatchewan in 2024 and earned an NFL shot that was derailed by injuries. He could be a difference maker on the left side. Which brings back to my point. We are fourth in sacks against. You can betcha we will be in the top 4 for sacks again.
Now, then again, 3 Down Nation did also post something about Greg Bell possibly being the highest paid American running back, and we don't have anything about that yet. So.
How many years is Baldonado?
Give me 1 second. Let me go over to 1. So let me just play this because there's another signing that was not part of our videos that me and Carter. So Riders actually signed a player. Oh. No, I don't want to see advertisement for your thing. The Saskatchewan Rough Riders have signed global linebacker Tayron Verdi. Spent the last 5 seasons with Ottawa after being selected in the 2nd round, 10th overall in the 2021 global draft. So he's played in 55 regular season games, registered 41 defensive tackles, 35 special teams tackles, and 1 sack and 1 fumble. So we got to go take him off the list now. Linebackers.
Huh. I didn't know that Baldonado's a native of Rome.
Native of Rome?
Yeah, Rome, Italy. That's where he's from.
Oh. Interesting. Were they just making a comment on my Trevor Reed? This.
I think I spelled his name right. Habakkuk Baldonado. I believe so.
That's. I just think, John, he was the 5th ranked linebacker heading into today just by tackles alone.
Who was?
Tayron Verdi. Global linebackers. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty happy with the Hamilton signings so far.
Yeah.
I mean, we're always picking up any of Winnipeg's loose players that they don't want to sign. We're always happy to sign them. Right, Carter?
You're picking up the scraps.
Picking up the scraps that you guys don't want.
I swear to God, the Hamilton Tiger Cats can be like the fucking dog next to the table.
Oh. Like my fucking plate. Oh my lord.
You like that one, didn't you?
Okay, so Jake, here's the thing. So Jake is Reed better than Bordner? I don't know that guy from Saskatchewan. So Saskatchewan, thanks to my friendly co-host caller that's on the phone, Carter, he told me about football database. And so Saskatchewan, see, I wish they had the amount of sacks per player, because that would be really interesting.
To be fair, it's not too bad if you think about it, because if you like, that's where like, if you just look at the roster and you look at like the team stats, you'll just figure it out from that. But no, I understand. To be fair, for O-line it doesn't matter. It's only D-line that'll matter.
No, because someone had asked if there is much of a difference between Bordner.
I'm not as knowledgeable about Bordner as I am Reed. I'd say with Reed, like, again, the other thing to look at is he was a part of a very good Saskatchewan Rough Rider O-line.
Yep.
And it was O-line that was did very well with the run game.
Yeah.
And so if you're losing a guy like Greg Bell, you're going to have a higher, again, I believe the biggest impact of the run game is in the offensive line.
Is he still on here? Did they?
He was in the NFL in 2025.
Yeah, but he came back from the NFL in 2025.
Really?
And I just want to see. I don't know if we'll have it on our site. Let's go see if it's on our site. Do they list him on here? No, they don't list. That sucks. Like, we should be able to just be able to search up. He's got to be. So I mean, he was with Regina from 23-24 during the 24 season, and then he came back. He probably came back last year, so he probably missed the beginning half of the. But I still can't, for some reason, I can't find anything on him. Like, you'd think that there would be like a CFL page or something. What did they say he was? I think he's, if I'll put it this way, Jake, to answer your question, let me see if I can go find this. Because I think Bordner is what, 25? Bordner's 25. Okay. Reed is also 25. So if you can have a 3 years CFL vet with some NFL experience over a 2-year rookie or 2-year player just coming off his rookie deal. I will take that in a heartbeat. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah.
At least we're starting to see some of the money being spent now.
Through the grapevine
May I
here,
ask you about some of the ones we posted that don't have them, just to see in case if we can update some titles quickly?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I already asked you about Jonathan Kongbo. You said nothing. Is there anything for Tyson Middlemost? Do we know if he's 1 or 2 years?
Good question. Let me.
Just because I figured, you know what, now is probably a good time to kind of re-go through the ones that
Yeah.
are uploaded and make sure we have our...
Oh, Wheat Falls 2 years, so that's 2027. Let me check. Three-down mission. No, I just want your news thing. Oh my lord. No, I don't want that. It's news. Wait for. See if 3-down says. 3-down does not say. Carter?
3-down does not say for him?
No.
All right, so we don't know about Middlemost. We don't know about Deshaun Amos, do we?
Give me a second. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Let's go back here. Deshaun Amos, nothing.
Kenny Onyeka.
For Hamilton, did I put that in here? Nothing that I seen earlier, but I will double check.
Check for Onyeka as well as Lofton.
Nothing for Yaka.
So to answer Jake's question here, through sort of the CFL grapevine here, so to speak, I've heard that through his 1 year of playing, Trevor Reed was widely considered one of the best tackles in the league in 2024. And then of course he got to go up and try and get go down and try and get an NFL shot. Didn't really work out for him, but apparently he is going to be one of the sort of steals of our period here. If not one of the biggest.
All of them. Like, why is it like does the player not want to public? Like, I don't.
I mean, so the only ones that haven't announced anything that's left, BC never signed anyone. I mean, besides the one.
I mean, like, why? No. You're not understanding the question. The question is, like, why? Like, when you announce the player is signed, why don't you just say it's a 2-year deal? Or why don't you just say it's a 1-year deal? Especially considering it's not like they're gatekeeping all that information.
So
they're gatekeeping random bits and pieces of it.
One of the depends, because sometimes let me see here. This guy, what was he sent?
Kenny Onyeka reposted our thing.
Oh, nice. I was kind of hoping after showing flashes in 2024, he would have a bigger role in 25. Can take top off the defense with his speed, but inconsistent. Oh, don't you worry. Weedfall will be consistent once he comes to Hamilton. Don't you worry.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, he wasn't even inconsistent in Winnipeg. The most inconvenient thing about Wheatfall in Winnipeg was the usage of Wheatfall, was how much they threw the ball to Wheatfall.
You know, people should watch what they put for names. Someone put Troy Reed. It's Trevor Reed, not Troy. And to announce your question, Carter, is so when they announced the Lofton trade, they did it at the same time as the Onyeka, and they did it in the same article, but didn't announce it to which.
No, I'm saying it's a little confused, like because for
Ooh, that's gonna
like,
suck.
Oh yeah, 2-year deal, but then they say Lofton, and then they just say nothing.
So.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying, that like
Yeah.
my confusion is? Yeah.
So, MLB breaking news. This is kind of gonna suck. Anthony Santander will undergo left lateral shoulder surgery and will miss the next 5 to 6 months. That's gonna suck.
Wait, who does he play for?
He plays for the Jays.
Oh, really?
That's the only reason why I mentioned it. Like, they didn't even announce, like, the Mario Alford years yet. Like, I'm sure he's only signing, like, 1-year deal.
Most likely, yeah.
Like, here's my thought is, if a team does not announce how many years it is, 99% of the time, it's a 1-year deal.
I know, but then again, the Bombers didn't announce it with O'Shea, and then, like, literally, like, 3 days later, they're like, oh, yeah, 3-year deal. And I'm like, bruh.
Yeah, but that's a coaching thing, though. I'm talking player-wise.
I know, but still, it's the same standard. You know what I mean? Because even, like, for example, we thought Moxie was 1 year, and then all of a sudden he's 2 year. You know what I mean? And so that's why I just hold off on it. You know what I mean? And I just wait, and I'm like,
did you get my message? Did you get my message about the Robicelli signing?
about it being 1 year.
No, his actual signing details.
Yes, I did see that.
Okay. Oh. What do we got here? Oh, Jake says, thanks for research on that, guys. Looks like O-line will really be good this year.
Yeah, because
because when I was talking to you off mic,
were you talking the stuff with Football Database?
No, because I was talking to you about something else, and John was just answering Jake's question about the Trevor Reed signing.
You know what I was considering doing? Because, again, I was surprised when I reached out to Football Database that they actually got back to me regarding their U Sports stuff and their plans regarding CFL. I almost wonder if I should reach out, seeing if we could actually, even just see if they want to, potentially not now, but at some point see if they actually have, a representative they'd want to have come on the show and talk about kind of what they do. Because it's really good for digging up college stats. It's really good at that.
Yeah.
Biggest need, Jake? I don't know.
And, again, it's really good. Again, not that PFF isn't great. PFF is great, but I don't know how to use PFF because they don't release all their stuff, public. They'll just say who the top 10 are. They won't necessarily go out and actually say the grades of every single player publicly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Drake says, who is our biggest need, do you guys know? Are we talking position-wise? If it's position, I'm going to go out on a way and say...
what are they asking about?
What our biggest need is. I want to say DB.
There are.
I think that's our biggest need right now.
There are a couple good ones left, but there's.
I'd say Winnipeg. It would be nice to get one more depth receiver in Winnipeg. Not talking about necessarily a Rhymes or Gittins, but maybe a Sean Bain Jr. or Charleston Rambo. Rambo's still available. I would look towards something like that for Winnipeg.
Yeah, but the thing is, you guys have Claircius, Wilson, Cobb, Dembski, White, Neild.
I forgot that we have Cobb, and I forgot that Claircius is still locked down. Never mind. No,
This is
Cobb, but I forgot that we still had Claircius. I thought Claircius walked for something.
No, Claircius and Cobb. This is their contract year. What were you gonna say?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a bigger fan of Sean Bain Jr. or Rambo than I am Claircius, but it is what it is. I don't know what I'd say. Like, trying to think, like, because I don't think Winnipeg would go after Alway. Not necessarily that Alway wouldn't be great, but just that's a pretty conservative Tony Jones spot.
Yeah.
And so I don't see, like, because I don't know, like, unless they're like, because the problem is if you took in a guy like Alway, you'd have to bump Tony Jones. You'd either need to put Tony Jones as backup, which that doesn't make any sense, or you'd have to bump him to the side.
Okay.
And then Kyrie Wilson would be a backup.
Now that you're on here, so I have a question for you then. Okay. So do you move Tony Jones over to weak side, or do you move Santos Knox over the weak side? Because you ain't gonna play both at middle linebacker.
Or is Santos Knox the starter? Here's my question.
I mean, he would have to be a starter for Winnipeg. I mean, the guy had 80 tackles.
I guess I'm just trying to see here. Let me take a look at something.
Okay.
Because that's the thing I'm confused about is because right now Winnipeg's linebacker before signing Santos Knox is Tony Jones, Kyrie Wilson, Retta Cramby. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
And so I like. If we take a look at Tony Jones' stats, like I just want to see where Jones is.
Just while you do
Jones
that,
got 102 tackles.
Defensive tackles. Don't forget the special teams tackles. But
104.
Yeah, but I mean that's still Santos Knox. That's still not bad for being a starter in Ottawa, though.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. But I'm saying you don't put him above Tony Jones.
No. But you could put him above Kyrie Wilson over at weak side linebacker.
Yeah, I could potentially see that. Kyrie Wilson had 49 defensive tackles, 2 special teams tackles, 3 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles.
Yeah.
That's a pretty stacked group. I guess the only thing I would wonder is, do the Bombers have a confidence in a guy like either Santos Knox or Kyrie Wilson to actually have the balls to put him at strong side linebacker, and even knowing they're playing more of a secondary position, and then Retta Cramdy just bumps back to safety.
Yeah. FYI, Scott Hutter was just officially signed by Ottawa. If you want to release that video.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, John, about the You're saying something about our weakest?
I was just going to say, like, there are still some pretty good defensive backs left, but then there are also ones that you could potentially get come draft time.
Do we have any term for Scott Hutter or no?
To be honest, I just seen that it was announced. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm uploading it right now, but if you can just let me know.
Yeah. 2020, so 1 year.
Oh, we know it's 1 year?
Yep.
Sweet.
I am still gonna go back and look, because I'm sticking by my words. That's the biggest clickbait with Greg Bell. I don't care what anyone says. That's the biggest clickbait I've ever seen. Let me see what TSN has. To say that he is the highest paid American.
I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of good defensive backs that if that's our biggest need, we could get in the draft.
Someone just followed our page. It's a girl that teaches who coaches high school women's football.
Oh, nice.
Out in Gatineau. their president / head coach gave us a follow.
Nice.
I'd never heard of that, but there we go.
Just trying to think. Because you. Oh.
Zach, hold on a second, Rick.
Yep.
Zach, what are you doing early as all hell tomorrow?
Oh, by the way,
Okay.
I
Yeah,
I
is that
can't
wrong?
I can't really say much, but I know that we're definitely not done with any signings.
Oh.
Because I have that.
I can definitely say we're definitely not done.
Yeah, but I mean, I can definitely say that we're not done. You can definitely say probably won't be the last signings. I can definitely say that.
Oh, it wouldn't. Oh, I know there's still money on the table. I know it's not the last thing. 1 second, Carter. So Jared said, "Will the Stamps not anymore free agents, or are we done?" Why I say this because we host the Grey Cup game. So Jared, the thing is, so this is how the salary cap works. And Carter mentioned this in one of our videos yesterday. Is we have what's called a luxury cap, just like the MLB does. So you can go over the cap. If you go over the cap by the first 100,000, you just got to pay a fine. If you go over 100,000, then you lose your first and second draft picks. So if Calgary, I would say if Calgary was smart, they'd say F the draft picks and just sign as many good players as you can because you guys are hosting the Grey Cup this year. Carter, what I wanted to tell you is earlier it wasn't official, but Nick Hallett is still discussing with Winnipeg as a possible re-signing, but it's not official yet.
I heard that.
Okay.
I heard that despite the fact that he's available to the open market, the Bombers have been in discussions with. Yeah, because I mean, Nick Hallett guy, he's a decent backup safety, but the main role is that he's a good special teams guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just looking at this because if you think about it, I don't mind the players that we have at the field side corner. I just hope for one depth receiver there or one depth corner there. I would be okay with Fisher or Hill starting at weak side linebacker, but we all know I want Micah Otway to come and sign with us there. Maybe a defensive tackle or nose tackle, maybe bring in. Other than that, that's all I see us doing. Like, unless you fill that field side wide receiver spot with another wide receiver, we thought that they were done at offensive tackle or offensive line, and we signed Trevor Reed. So I mean, who's to say?
Yeah, and I mean, if
Calgary hasn't done more.
If you're not like happy with where the free agents are at on the D line and at corner, then you can definitely get them in the draft.
Like, in my opinion, Calgary's got to pick up either Dominic Rhymes or Curly Gittens Jr. One of those two has to be going to Calgary. And the other one, probably Edmonton.
I mean, what more do you want? You have Bagleton, who's coming back from injury. Jalen Philpott. You have Clark Burns, who just had a 600-yard season. You have Tevin Jones, who just had a 700-yard season. You have Eric Brooks, who just had an 800-yard season, and Dejon Brissett.
I forgot they had that many guys still under.
And then Dejon Brissett just had a 900-yard season with Toronto.
That's right.
So
I had a brain lapse.
I need to give you access to my spreadsheet, my friend.
I'm also just like lying down right now, so I'm not looking at it.
So I've actually got to head out now, Rick. But
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. If you want to come back later, I'm sure I'll still be on here.
Yeah, I will be back at around 7, and hopefully we'll have some more signings to talk about.
Yeah, if not, I'll probably have restarted the live stream by then, and be back on. But yeah, that's fine.
All right, see ya.
Ciao.
Do you have
No, John just had to go for a bit, and then he said he'd be back in a few hours.
I see.
So it's me and you, my friends.
Fair enough. Does he join just via what? Just like a link or?
No, because I had
like, is it like the way we do the Streamlabs collab cam, or is it different?
No, so like with StreamYards, I can have like the stuff off to the left-hand side and have like the main thing in the middle.
No, but you're not understanding
What?
I'm asking. Right now, I'm just on the phone with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when you had what's his name on,
John,
you actually like his visible camera was there.
Yes.
Did you just send him a link and he just joined? Is that
Yeah.
what it was? Or?
Yeah.
I see. So he didn't need to have StreamYards. He just joined as a guest, eh?
I mean, yeah, so you'll just have to just like enter like Zoom was, how you just enter in a name and then
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ooh, so it looks like
maybe I'll I gotta use the bathroom or whatever, but maybe after that even I might join up that way.
so it looks like Wheatfall is gonna be number 8.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Yeah. So here, I'll give you a call back and then we'll set that up.
Yeah, okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Yep. Everyone's leaving. No, I'm kidding. So Wheatfall is going to be number 8. So that's who Amos was. I wonder if let's go see what we have for comments over here. I've been only 25. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's 25. Barrow's 26. They both had trades in the NFL, nothing materializing, which means they can just focus on being all CFL bookends on the Ticats for the next 6+ years. As per usual, I see the folks over at the Ticats site are right on top of things as usual. Not 5:30 p.m. and had 5.5 hours past deadline date, and they still haven't updated the roster. Donkeys, okay, now. So I'm actually going to share this because I don't know if this is actually, I've never seen this before. So Trevor Reed had a good 40-yard dash. This was with Louisville 2 years ago. And I'm not even sharing it. So let's remove that. Stop sharing that. Let's share this photo for a second so I can show everyone. Lane, how's it going, my friend? It's going hanging. Do I like our signings so far? Let me stop sharing this for a second. Let me go back to I gotta close this photo so I can bring up this. Something just share this because Lane joined. So I'm happy for the. Let me just go back to Hamilton's thing for a second. So Wheatfall pretty much replaced Tim White, so I'm happy for that one because he had 700 receiving yards. So he'll have that. Middlemost will replace. I want to say he's probably Drew Wolotarski, Brandon Larry Orange. Not a big receiver, but someone to play special teams. Super Mario is going to be our returner, so there's going to be that. What else did we have today? Trevor Reed. That's going to be good. He's nice and young, 25, same year, or year younger than Barrow. So that will be big because he did well for the Saskatchewan. We got Eric Lofton for backup on offensive line, so that was good. Kenny Onyaka, I'm happy for special teams. Obviously, we're all happy for Winton McManus. And that's pretty much it. Jake says, do you think we are done tonight or no? To be honest, if I was the betting man, I don't think we're done yet. I think probably I could see us doing a couple of more signings. Again, I don't see us doing 2 rookies in the secondary. I still see us signing 1 more wide receiver. I don't see us signing a running back. Middle linebacker, if they don't have faith in Fisher or Hill for that position, or a defensive tackle, maybe. Lane says, is there any other moves you expect the Ticats to make the team stronger? Or do you think we're about done? Like I was just saying, I see probably, so we're either going to sign a wide receiver, defensive tackle, a corner, a weak side linebacker. So those 4 positions, I do see. Lane says, love you, Rick. Good job on the show. Yes. We've been live streaming for 9 hours and 47 minutes. We have 191 viewers. We have 10 over on YouTube and 181 over on X. At roughly the 11-hour mark, we'll be stopping and restarting a new one because I'm sure there'll still be signings into this evening. So the day hasn't been finished yet. Let's go take to see. Oh, Elaine, I don't know if you're still here, but did you hear the news on Greg Bell? Apparently, Greg Bell is supposed to be the highest paid American running back, which if that's the case, he's going to be making north of $200,000, and I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that he signed that kind of money. Oh, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Okay. 2 new Super Bowls. Okay, what the heck is that supposed to mean? Two new Super Bowls. So someone said that he was 6'6", 312 pounds. Now we're saying he's 6'5", 307. That's a big difference. So Steve Milton saying that Trevor Reed will be the starting tackle at the left tackle spot. It was an opportunity I couldn't turn down. He said. Trevor Reed also said that it's a great coaching staff. Fans are great. It's a good city and great environment. So he left Regina to sign a reserve/future contract with Minnesota of the NFL, but was waived last April. Like most young Americans, he waited to see what the new UFL had in mind, but was selected by the Dallas Renegades last month and on the second day of the UFL draft. It was just starting and seemed like a bit of disorganized, so I thought it would be best to come back to the CFL and to Hamilton. I like what I see with the offense here with Kenny Lawler and Bo Levi Mitchell. Oh, who is this? Tommy Neal. Oh, he's just going over the people that Winnipeg has signed. So at least Trevor Reed is happy with what we have. let's see here. Post that. Okay. So it will. Okay, we are loading up receiver, but we really need some defensive back, another linebacker or two to help the corners. Offense wasn't a major issue last season. The D, on the other hand, an upgrade. We lost Moxie, and the D line is unrecognizable. So it will be interesting to see what else we do. Let me just go update this. I'm still surprised Curly Gittins. There has to be something going on with Curly Gittins. Maybe he wants too much money. People aren't willing to fork out the money. That's the only thing that I can think of. He actually was signed today, so we can delete that. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Let me just give me a second. Let me go back over here. Okay, let me go here. Save weight files. Tickets page. Felt like he was really strong last season. Kind of disappeared in a lot of games. Surprise. Give me 1 second. So you know what? I'm honestly interested to see. Like, there's so many things going on right now that haven't been announced. That I'm going to be interested to see. Where we. Anthony Brown, Dresser Wind. Did I have those on my list? Yellow.
Here, I'm just getting my stuff set up. Is there like a link or anything?
Yeah. Just give me 1 second. I will send you the link to Discord. Give me a second. There, I just sent you a link, and then you just got to join, and then I'll let you on. Because it's kind of like you're backstage until I add you to the stage type thing.
Okay. 1 second.
Oh yeah, I was going to see if these three players I had on my Montreal. Okay, Dressler, Wind, Brown, and Donovan Manuel. Donovan Manuel is there. Okay.
Okay. I'm entering studio.
Oh, okay. There you go, my friend. Now you're on. You're on.
There you go. We're on the show.
Now we got the crew back together again, except for
Yes,
we're
sir.
now instead of Canadian Football Central.
All these comments, are these all from the YouTube, or are they from kind of a variety of places?
So the Jake one, so you'll see, so the red with the white.
Oh, the red play button. That just means YouTube, but
that's YouTube. The black circle ones are X, and those are the only ones that I'm on right now. I was gonna put Facebook, but
Facebook's being a fucking Facebook's being a bitch right now. Yeah.
So you remember how I mentioned about the Trevor Powell, Trey Ford?
You mean Taylor Powell?
Yeah, trade for trade.
Yes, sir.
You can also throw in Wheatfall for White in that discussion. You know
what's going on?
So Robert Dalton, I guess he's a Bomber fan on social media. So Stuart S said, we essentially traded Wheatfall for White. What do we think, Bomber fans? We win or we lose this one? Robert Dalton says, Wheatfall has better consistent hands. But White has the better route runner with fast speed and a little more consistent. Then my good friend Corey says it's a win-win for both teams. White probably a 1B in Peg, gonna have get a ton of yards, being paid accordingly. Hamilton, I see Wheatfall being a third guy with Smith taking another step forward last season and is being paid accordingly, which makes sense. So basically, Smith goes from third receiver to 2 with Tim White gone. And then Wheatfall goes in to where Tim White was and becomes the number 2.
Yeah.
If I bring this up. So this is where Tim White was. This is where I see Wheatfall. Keandre Smith is still in this spot. And then middlemost is here for now. I still think that we probably bring in another receiver. I haven't seen any receivers yet, per se. Let me see. Check the live blog. Carter, I don't think our other YouTube channel is seeing this much action in a day.
What do you mean?
Because there's so many videos been released.
Yeah, no, YouTube's probably like, what the fuck are these guys doing? No, but the thing that's interesting is I saw a thing. This there was a guy who allegedly invited his friends over to his house for the Super Bowl, and then instead of showing them the game, he played the Super Bowl from the 2014 Patriots versus Seahawks. And the man claims that nobody in attendance knew the actual difference, to show how casual the fans were. They didn't notice it was fucking Tom Brady on the field. That's crazy. I'm eating pizza pops.
Yeah. First thing I've eaten all day.
Nice.
Someone said, I just seen a post saying that Arcos signed him. Arcos did not sign Santos Knox. Whoever posted that is baiting people. He did not sign.
What did you say?
Someone in mine and John's Twitter group tried to say that someone posted that Santos Knox went to Toronto. I highly doubt that. He went to Winnipeg.
Winnipeg already announced it.
Bowden Francis will undergo UCL reconstructive surgery and will miss the entire season. Well, that sucks. That's 2 players. So we have 2 Ottawa players left that have yet to be resigned or be announced. Oh, so this one. So Scott Hunter has been announced, so I can move that over. I missed that one. I shouldn't really say I missed that one because I was talking to you as it came announced. Do we have you seen anything about the Michael Bourquois signing yet?
Oh, you mean Broderick?
Yeah, Broderick.
Broderick, yeah. It's a weird one. It's not Borderick, it's Broderick. No, I have not. It's either Broderick or Broderique. I'm not sure. It depends on the pronunciation. It can go either way.
Uh-oh, what are people saying now? Jan Rolfe said, or made a comment on the Lofton signing. He goes, "You mean 3Down reported it during the transferring window after confirming it came from originally? You guys are unbelievable." Oh, so I don't know if you had seen it earlier. So let me go back. Where did I see it? It was on.
By the way, from those wondering, the Red Blacks flag is not up there necessarily because I'm a Red Blacks fan. I'm not. I'm a Bomber fan.
It's just the last videos we did.
The last videos I update them for every video we do, and the last videos that we were doing were Red Blacks because there was fucking 11 of them.
Where was free agency? Was this where I seen it? So the interesting thing is, the whole Trevor Reed thing, it was an opportunity he couldn't turn down. He was pursuing opportunities in the NFL on the UFL in 2025 and early 2026. He said the Ticats have great coaching staff, fans are great, good city and environments. Where did he say it? He says that the UFL was a bit organized, so I thought it was best to come to the CFL and to Hamilton. He told Ticats.ca. I like
misorganized.
Yeah. And I like what I see in the offense here. Kenny Lawler and Bull Levi Mitchell. Oh man, and there's a lot of depth and ability on the line.
The UFL not organized? What?
You don't say.
What? You mean the league that's had to like relocate half its teams in 4 years? What?
So he says this about the Quentin Borrow. He's a great guy, and it's great to have a great feeling for me knowing that I have veteran guys that I can look up to. I think I have lots of tools to get adjusted. He says his game revolves around his athleticism and being very physical. So it's right in front of you with your family, he said. And it inspired me that they came from the same place as me growing up and seeing these guys, the houses and their cars. It always hits me that I can't just be a regular guy. I have to work hard for what I want. At school, I wasn't just a bad kid. I wasn't a good kid. I think military school gave me the discipline and the character I needed, and I wouldn't change it for the world. Oh yeah, I forgot. So Carter, he played for the military league or team.
Oh.
Before he got recruited to Louisville, before he came to the CFL to begin with.
Oh. It's funny in the official CFL Discord or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because they I'd a while ago set something up with their moderator. So whenever we have an upload at Canadian Football Central, it actually gets thrown in there automatically. There's a bot set up literally just for our channel. Mm-hmm. However, we set up so long ago, it still says a new CFL Central videos. It was before we changed the name.
Oh.
But that thing has been going off crazy. Even the ones on our Discord have been going off crazy with all these signings. Like it was having a hard time keeping up.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get more CFL fans on the Discord because we got a lot of NHL fans on there, but I noticed the CFL chat doesn't. There isn't as much chatter in that channel.
Okay. Carter, I'm just going to stop the live stream for a second just so I can restart it because we're going on 10 hours and 6 minutes and it only goes up to 2 hours. So I'm going to end the stream and then I'm going to come back, send you a new link, and then come back. Okay, so I will be back. Give me one moment.
Sounds good.
And this...